Name's Bruce. It's all right, I understand. Why trust a shark, right? So, what's a couple of bites like you doing out so late, eh?
Nothing. We're not doing anything. We're not even out.
Great! Then how'd you morsels like to come to a little get-together I'm having?
You mean like a party?
Yeah, right. A party. What do you say?
Oh, I love parties. Mick Fanning punched a shark in the face once.
Yeah.
The shark tried to attack him, and instead he played a reverse card and he attacked the shark.
So you mightn't have got it with the Google, but I'm glad you found it.
If you had just said Dame Edna, I would have been lost forever. I was unaware that Barry Humphries played the shark in Finding Nemo.
Good little fact, hey? There we go. And that's what Connect 2 is all about. A few learnings, a few fun games, and the odd Google that we often
the odd cheat.
Try and hide.
Sometimes you cheat. That's sport, baby.
What are we looking forward to this week before we go?
I'm going to the Knights tonight. My first Knights home game.
Who they got?
The Dogs. And do you want to know a fun fact? The Dogs have never won. Out of their last 20 NRL fixtures that have been played on Friday, they've only won 2 of them.
All right, I'm going to stick with rugby league. It's Origin Week. That's Wednesday, Thursday. Block out your calendar. ABC Sport. The best calling team in the game will have you there in Sydney and then in Newcastle. Hopefully for the Sky Blues fans, they make it 2-0. The girls get up and it is scenes in Newey.
It's going to be scenes. ABC Sport will be reporting live from me outside the stadium losing my mind.
Are you not going?
Oh, no, I'm going, but after on my way.
Yeah,
or I'll pitch invade to go, listen to Sport and Spice.
Yeah, don't pitch invade.
I won't do that.
It's not
That's
worth
illegal.
It. Yeah,
don't
it's not
do
worth
that.
the $5,000
No,
fee.
I don't want to be banned from Newcastle Stadium. That'd be horrific for me.
Be complicated for you. Yep. All right, we'll catch you. Big weekend of sport. As always, plug it into ABC Sport. You will hear it all. Catch you, love.
Bye.
Time to steady and pull the trigger.
Have you heard the latest AFL podcast from the ABC? Join myself, Catherine Murphy, and AFL legend Paul Roos as we discuss all the big storylines. Feed your footy obsession or just learn more about the game as we bring you all the latest news and analysis. Find the ABC AFL Daily Podcast on the ABC Listen app.
ABC News, good evening, I'm Yvette Gray. Victoria Police has agreed to a landmark deal to introduce 9-day fortnights for frontline officers, bringing an end to a long-running pay dispute. Melissa Pomelini reports.
The in-principle agreement was struck today and will see Victoria Police gradually phase in 9-hour shifts and 9-day fortnights by 2029. The deal will also include a 16% pay rise over the 4 years of the agreement. The Police Association says the progression to a 9-hour shift pattern will keep members safe at work and, by extension, keep the community safe. Victoria Police says it has also agreed in principle to all other aspects of the enterprise agreement and will now work with the Police Association to finalise it.
Ambulance Victoria has issued an urgent warning to Victorians to save 000 calls for emergencies only as flu and COVID cases skyrocket across the state. Ruth Brooke has more.
Ambulance Victoria says the spike in 000 calls is associated with a 65% increase in flu cases in Victoria over the last 2 weeks and doubling of the number of COVID patients in hospital. Ambulance Victoria says its priority is patients who need life-saving care, and 1 in 5 calls it receives does not require an emergency ambulance response. Director of Emergency Management Justin Dunlop says Victorians should consider alternative healthcare options.
Nurse on call, using the Victorian Virtual Emergency Department that's online, seeing your GP or pharmacist.
He says Victorians should also make sure they're up to date with their COVID and flu vaccines.
Donald Trump is being widely tipped to lodge an appeal after a New York jury found him guilty of 34 felonies. Prosecutors accused the former president of falsifying business records to hide hush money payments to adult film star Stormy Daniels ahead of the 2016 election. Professor at the New York Law School, Anna Kominsky, expects Trump to appeal.
There will absolutely be an appeal. That is just what happens in almost every criminal case, in particular with a finding of guilt after a jury trial. You will have an appeal. Appeals take time. This is not something that we will know the decision on, maybe not even for a year or so.
As time continues to pass since Papua New Guinea's landslide, hopes are fading that the bodies of those lost in the disaster will be recovered. Officials are still trying to pinpoint the number of people buried under tons of earth, with the PNG government saying more than 2,000 people may have been buried alive. A UN estimate has put the death toll at around 670. But Justine McMahon from Care Australia says the extent of the rubble is so great, the actual death toll might never be determined.
My feeling about the death toll is I don't think we'll ever really know exactly how many people have died, simply because the depth of the rubble is so deep. As of yesterday, they've recovered 11 bodies, and that's nearly 7 days after the landslide.
A county court judge says the fines imposed for safety breaches surrounding the drowning of a Grade 2 student on a school excursion in Victoria's southwest are in no way reflective of the value of the young boy's life. Rochelle Kirkham reports.
8-year-old Cooper Onyet died in May 2021 while on a school excursion at the Belfast Aquatic Centre in Port Fairy. Judge Claire Quinn today fined Port Fairy Community Pool Management $80,000 for failing to test the children's swimming abilities before allowing them to use an inflatable aquatic device similar to a jumping castle and failing to have procedures on the use of the device. The Department of Education was fined $100,000 for failing to tell the pool operator about the children's swimming abilities. Each party had previously pleaded guilty to one charge of breaching the Occupational Health and Safety Act.
To sport in the AFL, Richmond coach Adam Uze says his players will focus on sticking to their game plan when they face Geelong at Cardinia Park tomorrow night. The Tigers hope to capitalise on their opponent's recent run of bad form that's seen them lose 4 straight games after winning their first 7. The Cats will welcome back veteran forward Gary Rowan, while the Tigers' midfield will be boosted by the return of Jack Graham. Uze says the players remain focused on the job at hand.
We can't look at the result. We think about our process. If we start thinking like that, look, we haven't won for a little while as well, so a little bit worried. Our players might be a bit anxious around that as well. So we've just got to go down there with a plan, execute that plan at the start and hopefully maintain that.
To the weather, partly cloudy with scattered showers on and south of the ranges and isolated north of the ranges. For Melbourne, a shower or two tomorrow, a top of 14 after an overnight low of 7. Sunday, partly cloudy, 14. It's currently 13 degrees. ABC News.
The Men's T20 Cricket World Cup.
He's bowled, that's it.
Live from the USA and West Indies.
What about that? Unbelievable.
Catch all the action on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
And the moment of truth has arrived.
If you think you have anything other than a split second in this game right now, you're kidding yourself.
He's all to play for.
Every single bloke has stood up.
They are leaving nothing out there.
I wouldn't want to be anywhere else on earth.
Welcome to ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL Premiership season.
From 55, side-bottom, launches, goal! The Trace Magpies are on top of the AFL world. They win a spellbinding game of footy. Collingwood are premiers.
This is ABC Sport.
The umpire holds the footy up.
You want your very best players having the ball in the moments that matter. Take your moment. This is that moment.
Something's in the air.
Listen to the roar.
Feel a different energy.
The pressure's certainly gone up.
Feel it on your skin.
Punches the air with the right hand.
Feel the electricity.
That's why we love football.
Brilliant to watch.
Stand by. The arms are outstretched as he pumps his chest out.
Fill your lungs, fill your lungs. Are you ready for it?
Wherever you are, do not move.
We're going the full journey.
'Cause here it comes, here it comes.
This is the 2024 AFL Premiership season.
From outside 50, goes bang with everything he's got.
Former bad boy looking to redeem himself with kicks like that.
Something big's coming, something big's coming.
One step nonchalant banana finish. Wow. Charlie Cameron snaps, goal.
Something big's coming.
Hey Siri, play John Denver.
AFL.
From deep in the pocket. Oh, that is amazing.
Fill your lungs, are you ready for it?
This guy wants to add home on the biggest stage.
And Gordon can finish from 35. Oh, Errol.
It's there!
Superb finish.
What a hanger!
He joins the party.
Whacks through the goal. Oh, what a moment!
Brilliant, wasn't it?
There's nothing this man can't do. Rioli with some magic. The check side finish. He seizes the moment. Stolen, snapped it over his shoulder. He's kicked an absolute ripper.
Spins around and buries it.
Lightning speed, Bobby Hill. He's Bobby Thrill.
This is just football at its best.
Weaves around an opponent and gets a brilliant goal.
Gathers, snaps, he'll bring the house down. Time to steady and pull the trigger. Right foot drop punt is pure. We're not done yet.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season on radio, Sport Digital, and take us with you on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the AFL button.
Something big is coming, I know.
Two teams decimated by injury but equally desperate to keep their seasons trending. Craig McRae just keeps pulling rabbits out of the hat with his threadbare pies, while Luke Beveridge has kept the Wolves at his door at bay. It's the Pies and Dogs from Docklands on a Friday night here on ABC Sport. Great to have you with us. The team news is that there's no late change for either of these two sides. The subs, the former cricketer Will Parker and Lockie McNeil, who comes in to play his first game since round one. Ben Cameron in the chair. There is a late change in our team. Corbin Middlemass is out ill. Kelly Underwood is here. Mick Malthouse, the coaching games record holder, and Cameron Ling, the premiership captain as well. But Kel, ladies first. Great to see you. Welcome.
Thank you very much. And there has been a late withdrawal, so all the best to Corby. We hope he's feeling better soon. He couldn't quite make it to the halfway mark of the season before pulling up a little bit sore. But Ben, it means you're in the chair, and very much looking forward to calling this one alongside you this evening. By Sunday, hard to believe, we're going to be at the halfway mark of this season. Feels like the mid-season shuffle this weekend. As you mentioned, Collingwood decimated and the Dogs depleted. Both will be missing tonight their leading goal kickers so far in Norton and Myercheck. Just feels like the case of who's going to win out of the walking wounded. Who wants it more tonight? The Doggies probably more at stake. 5 wins, 6 losses. If they are a genuine top 8 contender, they'll win this game, go 6-6 with Brisbane and Fremantle to come here over the next couple of weeks. But it's not all doom and gloom, because there's plenty of stars out there still. 2nd and 3rd in the Brownlow from last year. We get to see Bontempelli and Nick Dacos in the middle of the ground. So in front of another huge crowd. So much to look forward to.
I like the way you put it as well, Kel, because if they don't win tonight, by the end of this round, they could be 3 games outside the top 8, the Western Bulldogs. So it is critically important that they win tonight. And I did note on Monday night, Matthew Lloyd said on Channel 9 that the Pies could miss the 8. Such is their injury list. So 15 on their injury list at the moment. The Bulldogs have 10. The coaching games record holder, Mick Malthouse, is along for the ride as always. Plenty of hot button coaching issues to speak to you about tonight, Mick. But this game, what are you looking out for?
Hello, Ben, and congratulations on leading the team, mate. So it's great to have you. What am I looking forward to? It's strange coming to a Collingwood game playing the Dogs on the Dogs' home ground.
Yeah.
So it's a little bit different. I sort of woke up this morning thinking, "What? This is easy. I can just walk to the MCG." But no, I needed to get a little bit earlier. What am I looking for? Exactly how you come across there. It could be all doom and gloom if the Dogs can't get a victory today. And I mean that because I just don't think there's enough games in the year for them to regenerate enough wins with the sides that are currently okay. There's a couple in the 8 that I think they're pretty lucky to be in there, but they've got enough in their back pocket at the moment. But I still think that it's quite amazing. Looking at those players that are out of the Collingwood side, I still think they've got the capability of winning reasonably well, because the 2 players that come out of the Dogs side, in Norton, who doesn't kick a lot of goals but is a worry to any backline, and I reckon Richards has been the most improved player of the competition. He has been dynamic in the middle, and they will miss him.
Speaking about Ed Richards here.
Yes, I am. Yeah, of course, there's 2. Yeah. So I suspect that they will really miss him, and I think that Collingwood side you win and lose games in the middle. Yes, Penbury's out, but they've basically got that main part of it intact, whereas the Dogs haven't.
Cameron Ling, the premiership captain at the Cats, and also a great member of our team here on Friday nights. Great to see you, Lingy.
Great to see you, Benny, and Mick, and Cal, and Hodgie, and everybody out there. Yeah, I think, was it Damien Hardwick a few years ago who said this time of the year is Big Boy Month?
Yep.
Corby couldn't quite get to the line for Big Boy Month, but that's okay. It's great to have you with us, Benny.
Good evening to Corby, who's no doubt listening at home with his case of the sniffles as well.
He also said he travelled across in one city to the other to come to this stadium, a bit like Mick tonight. He nearly went to the MCG.
He's like Damien Hardwick.
I'm quite happy coming here.
No, I know. I got 3/4 of the way here in the car, and then I just had that feeling.
Yeah, right.
And I quickly had a look at the phone. Well, no one was looking at me, hopefully, just to
you
check.
parked. You were pulled over.
I was pulled over.
You were
Sorry,
parked,
yes,
yeah.
just to confirm that it was Docklands.
I know.
Because I thought one of these days it's going to happen.
Oh, I have done it.
You've done it, have you?
Oh, yeah.
You've rocked up at the rock coaching.
No, I'm not coaching.
Oh, I was gonna-
Not coaching.
You went to Geelong when you were in Ballarat or something?
I tell you, the worst I did with coaching was got caught in the traffic, and then it was in with me, and I said, I'm out of here. We're in Flinders Street, I think, and I stopped the car, got out, walked to the ground. It was a grand final of the pre-season competition. Unbeknown to me that everyone was going to be late anyway, but I thought, no, I'm out of here. I cannot sit in this car any longer because any traffic annoys me. So straight out, and she had to get out and walk around and get in the car, in the driver's seat, drive the car and park it down here. When you get lost down here anyway. Yeah, that's about as good as I've ever got.
That's the closest you've done it.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad we're all here tonight and looking forward to a good game of footy. Tonight, you know what Collingwood reminds me of at the moment? Just a little hint of, remember the 2019 Richmond team?
Oh, yes.
If you can recall about the halfway mark of the year,
Yeah.
they had Nankervis was missing. I reckon Cochin was out. I reckon Rewalt was out. There were one or two other key players who were out of that lineup and for about a 5-week stretch. And it was going to be, if enough teams could knock off the Tigers, they could remove them from contention and they were never going to play finals. Richmond somehow scrambled a win here, got a draw there, got a win there, got a win there, and they got through this awful patch, and then come finals, they were flying.
Ready to go, yeah.
Yep, and they win the premiership. Collingwood right now are scrounging wins
Yeah.
and a draw and just holding there enough. Now, obviously, they need these players to come back and they need to keep winning, but nobody's quite just shoved them so far down the bottom of the ladder,
No.
they can't come back from this yet. So they're holding on,
Yep.
and their run's going to come late in the year.
They just need to bank enough wins to get to the starting line come finals, and they'll make a run. So some of the players they're missing, Mason Cox, Jordan De Goey's not there with that abdomen issue, Jamie Elliott, Will Hoskin-Elliott is out at the moment, Reef McInnes, Dan McStay, who hasn't been there all year but on track to come back around round 20. We're expecting Brodie Myercheck with that hamstring injury, Tom Mitchell as well. So those are probably the best 23 players.
Throw Pendlebury next.
And of course Pendles, who was out during the week. That bicep elbow injury, a little bit of a concern, injured it in the game, didn't get through training, and then revealed an issue with that in scans, Kel.
Yeah, if he misses tonight, obviously he is missing tonight. They're saying after the bye, so that would mean he'd miss 3 games. The Dogs tonight, Melbourne next week, the King's birthday clash, then North Melbourne back here, the bye. They're expecting Scott Pendlebury to return in round 16 against the Suns.
Right.
Yeah, which pushes everything back, obviously 400, and it would mean he would need to play into 2026 if he is to break Brent Harvey's record.
Right. Any tendon, Lingy, is bad news because it doesn't need a blood supply. So it really they linger on. I'll give him a torn muscle any time than a tendon. And that's what he's got. So you don't run on it. That's probably salvation.
No, but a lot of power.
Oh, absolutely.
Generated movement through
this
the
is his sort of
contest.
work.
Great to have you with us tonight, Doc Larkins as well, Mick Malthouse here on Friday Night Footy. The 5th member of our team here on Friday nights is always Tim Hodges, who is downstairs with a very special guest. Hodgie.
Joined down on the boundary by Isaac Quainer, and this is a very unusual build-up, Isaac, because I'm watching your brother debut in the VFL for the Magpies. That's pretty cool, isn't it?
It is. It's a really special day. Definitely something Luke's been working to for a while, and I actually went to go watch him play down at Oakley Chargers last week, and he played a really impressive game. So it was kind of good to see him get rewarded off the back of good form as well.
It is unusual to see number 78 out on Marvel Stadium, isn't it?
That's probably when you know they're a youngster, isn't it? They usually get given the numbers right at the end. But, it's good to see him run around. Gee, you almost saw the mark of the year there. But, it looks like it's been a good game, and the boys are going to try and fight all the way to the end.
Were you nervous, or are you nervous for him, or what was your advice to him today?
I just said to play to your strengths, show people what you can do. He's kind of similar to me, like a really good one-on-one defender. Great intercept mark. He's really sound with his skills. So I just said, go show people what you can do, and just remember that we play a system defence and we're a system team, so always refer back to system if you're ever lost. So
we love the media access the Magpies give us to be able to talk to you so close to the bounce of the ball this evening. Can you tell us what your confidence levels are like with so many normal names missing from the whiteboard this evening?
Yeah, it kind of goes hand in hand with what I just said. Like, I feel like a strength of ours is that we play, because of our system defence and system that we actually play, it allows for anyone to come in. We've kind of got that squad mentality where we feel like anyone can come in and play a role, and you've seen it in, you know, Harvey Harrison and Charlie Dean and Joe Richards, who have come in and played, you know, really, really important roles for us. So I'm really excited for, you know, a few of the young boys that get an opportunity to go out there and do their thing.
But is it weird for you, like when you look around and there's Pendlebury in the suit, Jamie Elliott's there, Brody Myercheck's not in the kit, Mason Cox isn't warming up beside you, like it is a different looking team tonight?
Yeah, it is. Oh, definitely. There's no doubt about it. Is it weird to me? Nah, like not really. Like, I train with all the boys anyway, and you know I have a really good connection with everyone. So it's a different team on paper, but you know the fight and the spirit will be the same.
What do you do? Do you almost laugh about the length of the injury list at the moment? Like it's cruel, but it's like, my goodness, I can't believe that another 3 entered and then 5 changes last night.
Yeah. Oh, it's just.
And then Pendles is, you know, on a month out today.
We're dropping like flies, and a lot of the injuries are impact. You can't actually, you can't. They're things you can't control. You know, they're not strength and conditioning things. They're not, you know, doing it in the gym. They're all, you know, injuries that you get out just playing the game of footy. So you just got to roll with the punches, and this is where you know you kind of lean on your younger players, and this is where they get an opportunity to kind of do what they do.
So Craig McRae's pre-match speech is a legendary already. Do you have any idea what? You know, how he sells hope to you in a short time downstairs?
Oh, man. Nah. Hey, bro. Nah. I'm sure he'll come out with something real good. His pre-game last week was one of the best of my 3 years with him. Really got the boys up. We always like to have a laugh pre-game, and he did really well with that. So I reckon anything that's going to make me have a giggle again, I'll be all for it.
You said you didn't lie to ABC Grandstand last week. I mean, can we pry a little bit what the message might have been last week to be so good?
He brought in some guy, the guy who wrote that song for Pendles. Have you seen it? It went viral. There's a song about Pendlebury. I can't remember it, but he came in and actually sung the song live, and all of us were all singing it and having a laugh, and it was great.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
And have you looked back and been really angry that you dropped the 2 points and had to settle for the draw last weekend when the team got themselves with injuries, with such a young list in such a commanding position last Friday night?
No, not angry. I think we always look at it in a positive mindset, and I think we could have gone out of there with 0 points. So I think, you know, Fly summed it up really well after the game. He said I could say all the ifs and the buts, but at the end of the day, we fought our asses off and we come away with 2 points. So I think, yeah, that messaging I think was really, really impressive, you know, coming from the head coach. A lot of emotions after a game like that, and to kind of deliver that kind of just drove home the point that, you know, we're a process team. We're not looking at the scoreboard all the time.
So with so many players out, do you put more pressure on yourself today to make sure it's a great result this evening?
More pressure. I think that there automatically becomes a little bit more, just because, you know, we've got a bit of a younger list and a younger team out there, but we've got such a well-rounded group of leaders out there, and everyone can lead in their own right. So I think it's an opportunity for a lot of these younger guys to kind of step up as well. So it kind of works both ways.
I can't believe how chilled you are just having a yak to us. I mean, another big Friday night game, another sold-out Dockland Stadium, another massive TV ratings night. Do you ever get nerves before? Like, it feels like Collingwood is in just about the game of the round every single weekend.
Yeah, I do get nervous, definitely. Yeah, as the game gets closer and closer, the nerves start to build for sure. I think always getting a bit of nerves shows that you care. So I think, yeah, that's always going to be part of it. But for this part of the game, it's kind of a bit of a slow burn. I always like to get here nice and early, so I'm never in a rush and I can kind of chill out.
Well, you got two Brownlow votes in this corresponding game against the Dogs this time last year, so we wish you well and thank you for your time so close to the bounce of the ball.
No, my pleasure. Thank you.
So that was Isaac Quaynor downstairs with Tim Hodges, and always very giving with his time. A short time ago, the VFL match between Footscray and Collingwood did wrap up, 14-13-97. The Dogs down Collingwood 8-11-59. Some of their key contributors, Nathan Kruger, there was an emergency for the Pies tonight, kicked 3. Dominic Bedendo with 3 goals. Oscar Baker as well, and Artie Jones with a couple. I must admit, I'm a little bit nervy that I've started a battle with Mick Malthouse that I don't really need tonight, Kel, so I'm a little nervy around that, but we'll see how we get through this evening. Umpiring has been the big issue of the week, no doubt about it, and in particular, how they are going to adjudicate holding the ball. We saw it last night. Steve McBurney, the new umpires boss, came out and said during the week that they needed to modify reasonable time in which they were blowing the whistle for players who are being tackled. What did you make of it, Mick?
I'll make of this, that we have got a national sport that has come about in the late 1800s, as did US football, as did Gaelic football, as did soccer, all around about and rugby, all about the same time. So we all follow those to a degree. They do not change rules or interpretations during the year. It has to be an absolute, well, for safety reasons or whatever the case may be. We are constantly on the move, changing rules. So you wonder why supporters, players, umpires, commentators are all totally confused, because I don't think we get it even now. But why not sit down with a lot of people, you, Lingy, who've, you played in the middle, you know what it's like to actually tag. Put a Dane Swan in there who was a tagged player. Put the last player retired. Put someone who coached from the 2000s. Put a group together and say, well, where do we want this game to go with this particular rule? And nut it out, but have it done in October so the players can practice it by January, February and go into the season, and we all know it. Not June changing the rule.
Mick, the hard thing for me is that what changed during the week is where it should have been to start the season.
Absolutely.
And it's where I understood it to be. We get a presentation from the umpires through my work with Channel 7. They come along, talk to the entire commentary group, and they were talking about reasonable time. And it was exactly what this week's change
all about.
Is. But why were they not umpiring it for the first half of the season the way that it was expressed to us in the pre-season and the way that it's been changed to now? I'm with Mick. It's not okay for the last 10, 11 weeks to be umpired so differently to what it's going to be, but what it was supposed to be for the last 11 weeks. It's unacceptable. Now, I was saying to you this pre-game betting. A 13-year-old who's getting experience umpiring under nines can make as many mistakes as he likes as an umpire. It's wonderful that they're being an umpire. We should be supportive. There should be zero tolerance for abuse or anything like that.
Totally.
But professional umpires in a billion-dollar industry where there are jobs on the line, careers on the line, hopes and dreams on the line, it is not okay for this sort of chopping and changing to occur during the season.
But aren't they just interpreting the message that is filtered down from the AFL? Or do we point the blame at the umpires?
Okay.
No.
Yep, sorry, I've probably gone a bit blanket there. It is AFL and umpires to blame for this completely.
Well, I don't know if it is the umpires, because they've been allowed. It's like anything, Lingy, you start a game, and I'll say Collingwood because it was my, premiership year. So we started something. By midway through the year, we're starting to think this is working out, and all of a sudden there's a little bit add on. By the end of the year, we'd grown from what we were in January to September, very in a healthy state. Umpires start to umpire, and we know what it's like. See, these aren't cut by 5 metres, I don't think. So I've been watching grounds that have been cut every 5 metres, so it goes through the...
You mean the grass patterns with
the grass
the way
patterns across
they're
the ground. So
yep.
It's 10 through to the middle of the square. So you know what 15 metres looks like if it's kicked up and down the ground, not necessarily across. So it's pretty easy to identify 15 metres. And yet we constantly see a fullback run out 25, 30 metres and kick the football and nothing's happening. So we get allowances, and they build into, and all of a sudden, even we're talking about the tackle, it gravitates from one moment to the next. By round 10, we're going, well, hang on, that didn't even start like that beginning, but because we haven't nipped it in the bud, We are letting them get... Now we're starting to rein it in. It should have been reined in the first game, like you say, if you're not punching from behind, well, you're not playing next week.
Yep.
So you learn by being told early, not late, because it's too late to change it, Benny.
Well, I mean, you could argue that this was just a sharpen up, wasn't it? So they're saying, look, players are at risk if we don't blow the whistle quick enough. They're either dumped to the ground, they hit their head, they possibly suffer a concussion, or there's a hip drop and they have a lower leg injury. Just quickly on last night, 135 tackles, 8 holding the ball calls. What did happen, though, is the players were getting rid of it quicker and the ball was in motion more.
They were adjusting very, very quickly. Mick's right, they'll hold on to the ball longer if they're allowed to. They'll get rid of it quicker if they know it's coming. No, the adjustment during the week was the right thing.
Yeah.
It's the right way.
You're saying it took too long.
It just took too long. It is unacceptable for it to allow to fester for 11 weeks before we actually make the call on it. The way that it was adjusted during the week is exactly how it should have been right throughout the whole year. One, to reward a tackler if it's the right tackle, and 2, to protect the player. Because we're now getting players who are tackling and they are having a duty of care. They are thinking, I'm not going to do that final moment to take them down. Well, before this week, we were penalising them for that because we were allowing the player being tackled to go ring a rosy and do what they like with it. Well, okay, if he can do that, my next move is I've got to take him to ground.
Yeah. And then the knees and the legs, and look, we've seen, knees, legs being, or Cox, was that a tackle? I'm not too sure whether that was a tackle, but nonetheless, there's going to be knees and legs done. So we're all about, the best rule that's ever been brought in, as far as I'm concerned, in the last 20 or 30 years, is the centre circles. You used to get madmen. Yeah. And all ruckmen are mad. They'd run 25 metres and bounce into each other and smash each other's legs. Now we've restricted that to 2 circles, and the incidence of now PCLs is minimal compared to what it used to be. So so that was a great rule.
So just to clarify, the spinning, they said that in the pre-season, the spinning they don't have an issue with, and they're not changing the spinning at all, are they?
Well, they're shortening
they're just so it's the beat. They're taking a second off.
Yeah.
So okay, right. So if you are spinning and it does go round for too long.
Or if you've got, and you're sort of going around, there's a bit of momentum around, but the ball's trapped, just blow the whistle straight away and ball it up.
So we're taking a second off, basically. That's what we're doing.
For safety and for the game.
It's literally the difference between 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, between 2 and 3. Yeah. Like, that's what they're talking about. So very fine margins, how it works. Very experienced umpiring crew last night. When we have some of the less experienced umpiring crews over the weekend, it'll be fascinating to see how it does work. It is Friday night footy here on ABC Sport. Ben Cameron in the chair for Corbin Middlemass. Kelly Underwood as always. Mick Malthouse, coaching games record holder. Premiership captain Cameron Ling. Tim Hodges, the birthday boy downstairs. Full preview up next.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL Premiership season.
AFL. On your radio.
On digital. And take us with you on the ABC Listener.
Look for the AFL button.
It is the walking wounded up against one another. 2 teams with the longest injury lists in the competition. Collingwood, who have 15 on their injury list, against the Western Bulldogs, who are missing 10 of their own. They go head-to-head on Friday night football. Collingwood certainly trending, and the Bulldogs need to take a scalp if they wish to keep in contention for finals footy in 2024. Ben Cameron with you here on Friday Night Footy in place of Corbin Middlemass, who's out ill. Kelly Underwood, as always. The coaching games record holder, Mick Malthouse, and Cameron Ling for this clash between Craig McRae's Pies and Luke Beveridge's Bulldogs. It's a massive night, no doubt about that. Mick, what do you go through when you're a coach and you're missing as many as Collingwood are? How difficult is it to neutralise that?
No, we accept injuries. I've coached enough teams when the injury list has been as big as this, make no mistake about that. And I think at one stage, I think we had 4 or 5 ACL, so they weren't coming back. So you've just got to get on with it. But I always maintain one thing, and I know this sounds a bit corny. Your best side's on the ground. You can't get people from the grandstand to come and play for you, they're out injured. And you have to let every player who's playing for you believe that he's in the best side. I cannot stand when coaches say, oh, my best side's coming in next week. So straight away, those players that are coming in feel inferior. They think, well, I've only got a week. And so sometimes they act that part out. You're better off saying to them, you're in my best side. This is the best side we can put together. You're in my best side. We rely on you just as much rely on anyone. You can help us win the game. So you've got to make them feel comfortable. You've got to make them feel as if they're important. And you've got to say, that's the job you've got to do. Now, you know as well as I do that Pendlebury out, DeGoey out, probably the next two players that come in aren't as good. But if they play the role, that's why I would say they can beat the Dogs tonight because of that. Because most Collingwood players play a role. So that's the way to do it, Benny, and I don't know whether you agree with me, Lingy, but never make a player feel inferior.
I'd agree with that. I agree strongly with that. I know they are realists and probably think, okay, well, ultimately Jordan DeGoey and Scott Pendlebury are better players than me, but you want them to have that feeling of, yeah, but I belong. Yeah. I belong here, and I know what my skill set is, and I can bring this to the table. And for some players, they thrive on that. Been dominating at VFL level, and now's my chance. And you know what? I might actually have a 3 or 4 week chance here, not just a 1 week chance. And I'm going to show. I love a chip on the shoulder for some players who've been stuck in the VFL for a bit of what you to the coach, saying, I'll show you how good I am, and you should have been playing me 2 months ago. I love a little bit of that angst. I never ever want, and I tell this to any young player, 19, 20, 21-year-old I get the chance to talk to, never ever be content running around in the VFL. Oh, no. If you're on an AFL list, never go, listen, I'm just happy to bide my time in the VFL, my chance will come. No, be angry. You want to be playing AFL, and you should have an AFL attitude.
Lingy, this also applies, and you know this applies. There's going to be certain Collingwood players and Dogs players tonight who have not done enough in the reserves.
Yep.
But they have to be picked. Now, I'm looking at one right now, and he has not missed a beat in his kicking for goal, Johnson.
Yep.
Now, he has tailed right off compared to what he was last year, and he's just struggled through the seconds. It's amazing what a big crowd, a big occasion. Now, I'm not saying he's going to have a massive game, but I reckon he'll play better than what he does in the seconds.
You think he's one of those players who rises to the standard?
No, well, I'm not sure yet because he's only been in the system, 18 months. But what I'm saying is, Benny, he would rather be playing tonight than in the afternoon, which we've already had a game. And this is his opportunity because the Western Bulldogs are no better off manpower-wise than what Collingwood are. So this might be his opportunity.
It's a really good point. There's an element of that. Yeah. You can trust that. So use Ash Johnson as the example. If you work really hard and you just do all that work to work your opponent over and you get a metre break, playing in the AFL,
you're gonna get
the ball can hit you lace out on the chest beautifully, whereas you could do a ton of work in the VFL and have a 5 metre break and that ball might sail a bit over your head or you might have to stop and prop. So trust the fact that if you do the work, you could get some real reward tonight.
Well, you reckon Dacos is going to miss him? if he's got a 2 metre lead, guess what? They're going to hit him.
The flip side is Rory Lobb, who has been on the outer, had the spot early on, and then Sam Darcy's taken it. But now he knows Norton's going to miss 6 weeks. So he knows he gets a real run at it. He's just kicked the 1 goal from the 3 games so far this season. And in the 2s, he's kicked 7 goals in his last 3 games. So can he carry that in and bring that, even though there's speculation hovering around him about maybe he is a gun for hire and he's off to his 4th club.
There's not going to be a 4th club who takes him, though, is there?
Well, it sounds like it. I mean, the really interesting quote during the week was around Luke Beveridge, who said he came into his office like he was entering the principal's office. He was a little awkward. Did you ever go through that, Mick? Did you have a player, a story come out about them wanting to leave at season's end and have to deal with it in season?
Yeah, it's the nature, particularly later in my coaching career. You had players who, one young bloke was going to go to Sydney. We knew he was going to go to Sydney. His just simple fact was, but all I wanted from him was to play as good a football as he possibly could while he could, not hold back. And when I was at Carlton, I know a player, very, very important player, he couldn't look me in the eye because he knew he was going. But he played reasonable football. I didn't think play the greatest football, but played reasonable football. He knew he was going to go. We all knew he was going to go. Through the grapevine, you find these things out. There's the honesty factor that loyalty is fantastic when it's 2 ways. Very rarely in a football club, Benny, is it 2 ways because you are constantly trying to improve your list and players will go. I don't like the word chopped. I always say move on. But likewise, when a player wants to move on and you want him to stay, you can't have it both ways. I've been in a position where I've cleared minimum 2 players to other clubs and they've gone on and won premierships. And it's a great delight for me to say that I'm really pleased for them, because at the time I wasn't playing them senior football because I had players that were better. And I know what I was like at St Kilda, and I got an opportunity to go to Richmond and play in a premiership side. So you don't want to hold back on players, but we get caught up in this loyalty factor. Loyalty lasts as long as you're playing good footy.
Hasn't Rory Lobb had to apologise twice this year? Didn't he have to do it earlier on in the year for something on social media?
The TikTok with his partner
thing
about...
Yeah.
You spoke about players being unhappy to play in the twos. That was sort of almost making light of the fact that he was in the twos.
And I reckon we did a game not long after that where he came back and played okay.
Yeah.
I think one of the comments that it may or may not have been me who made said, well, I'd love to see that level of competitiveness every week.
Yeah.
Not just when he's had a little bit of a rocket and had an awkward moment with the coach and apologised. Well, you know what we'll probably see tonight from him?
A good version.
A good game.
Yep.
You know what we'll see next week? His normal version, which is not so good.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't be backing it tonight. You got more down there for start off. Darcy doesn't he doesn't take prisoners, Darcy.
No. Maybe we'll just see a competitive version.
Yeah, exactly.
So the team news here tonight, no late changes for either of these two sides. So the subs, Will Parker and Lockie McNeil. It does mean 5 changes for the Pies from last week. The headline out, Scott Pendlebury, as well as Mason Cox, Brody Myercheck as well. Jeremy Howe comes back. 3 changes for the Western Bulldogs. The 5th member of our team between the benches, the birthday boy, Tim Hodges. Hodgie.
Hello, Ben. Nice to be with you. Just watching the toss, and it looks like Darcy Moore won the toss. A little flick of the thumb over his shoulder. The Pies will kick to the right of screen if you're at home watching on television, listening to us down to the river end. Thank you for the birthday wishes too, Ben, you fool. They are depleted teams, but it's a big game feel. It's a brilliant Friday atmosphere at the Docklands. And it's worth noting what a big crowd it is. The Magpies are expecting between 43 and 46,000 people. So it's almost as close to a full house as you can get. The roof is shut, so it will be deafening when the game gets rolling and rocking a little later on. Just repeating, no late changes. The subs for the Pies, Will Parker. For the Dogs, it's Lockie McNeil. And just recapping the news of the day, and it's more bad news for the Magpies on the injury front. Scott Pendlebury, the club has confirmed a tendon tear in his bicep in his left arm. He'll miss a month of footy, so you won't see Pendles until at least round 16 after the Magpie bye in round 15. So depleted teams, but let's hope it's a great game on this Friday night, guys.
Good on you, Hodgie. We do have some cake for halftime, which we're all looking forward to. Caramel mud cake. Mick, you'll be pleased to know. The Pies in their black and white jumper with the black shorts. The Bulldogs in their royal blue with the red and white hoops. And then also the white shorts. Your tips, Mick, who are you going?
I'll go for Pies.
Yeah, I'm with Mick.
Lingy? Kelp?
Dogs.
Ooh, I'll take the Dogs as well. We might need a definitive vote from Tim Hodges in a moment, but we're just about ready to go. Friday night footy. 2 teams that are walking wounded. Let's get it on. It's the Pies and the Dogs. You're with Kelly Underwood.
And it's a crooked bounce to start. It's a bit of an anticlimax, so we'll go again. It's going to be Cameron and English to go head-to-head in the ruck. Treloar is running with Nick Dacos, but it's Bontempelli that's going to try and shuffle it to his own advantage. He's pushed to ground. It's stolen by Harrison. Picked up by a quick intercept by the Dogs. Gallagher gave it to Bontempelli, who flared it wide. Quainer takes the mark. The intercepting mark right in front of the Pies bench.
He's a good player, Quainer. Yeah. Got great hands. He doesn't dominate the ball these days, but he's very strong.
Just pops it up. It'll land right on the 50. Launching himself with Johnson. Here's McCreery. Handball's wider still to Josh Dacos. He goes for home. Oh, that is sensational, Josh Dacos. And the first player to celebrate with him is his younger brother, Nick. Wow, he was running at full pelt towards the boundary line, right where the arc is. And he threaded the needle expertly for the first goal in the first minute of this game.
He just plays that wing so supremely well. Yeah. He kept his width. McCreery got the crumb off the long kick forward. Josh Dacos was exactly where he needed to be as that outside release player, and then runs and carries it, Nick. And I thought for a moment like he should have gone to a leading forward, and then I realised who he was. Yeah. And with that supreme skill of his, just nailed it. That brilliant footy.
Yeah, and no doubt when he picked that ball up and running along that boundary line, that right foot across the face, they practice that, and he's so precise with it.
Averages, unbelievable kick. Dacos DNA coming up trumps. Averages fewer disposals against the Bulldogs than any other opponent. Crooked bounce in the middle from umpire Justin Power. Out there with Brendan Hosking, John Howarth and Robert Finlay. Out of the middle, go the Pies again. Here's the younger brother Nick, spiralling it inside 50, and Schultz low down marks.
This could be all over by quarter time the way they're going. They're just dominating the centre square.
Nick, interesting matchup. Schultz started in the goal square, and it was Jones standing next to him, Liam Jones.
Yeah, I don't get that. I don't think there's any necessity for that. In fact, I wouldn't be standing on anyone in the goal square. Do you have to stand in the goal square, by the way? Or stand on the edge of the goal?
Yeah, you have to have one player from each team.
So you stand on the edge of the goal square so you can come forward. Rarely going to get a kick that's going to go to the goal square.
To make it a dream start for the Pies, Schultz comes in. His drop punt is pure. No, out to the right. Just sliding across the face late. Goal umpire goes scurrying to their left. 1-1-7 through the opening 3 minutes. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Round 12 here at the Docklands.
Jamara got up high on the wing here. Quick couple of kicks, but it went over his head, and now the Magpies at ground level. This is Jeremy Howe back in the team. He sets it up for Johnson. A nice little leap over the top of English. Couldn't claim the mark. It's off Ash Johnson's hands. A boundary throw in. 70 around from the Pies goal. It's been all Collingwood. We're all looking to the right so far. Opening couple of minutes. 1-1-7. The Doggies yet to score. We reset.
Twice now from Ash Johnson, he's competed well in the air. That's all he's got to do. That's how he builds his form. They'll start sticking the marks if he keeps presenting.
English and Cameron shared it in the air, and then once it hit the deck, they all pounced. So another stoppage. This time English flicks it straight down the throat of Bontempelli. Quick little give to Dale. Quick to Williams, to Bontempelli, to Gallagher, back to Bontempelli. Couldn't control it. Pressure by the Pies and over the boundary line. Exactly the same spot.
Jack Crisp is taking Marcus Bontempelli round the stoppages, just hunting after him. All Collingwood would know is that Marcus Bontempelli holds the keys to this Dogs midfield. He does it every single week, but Crisp working him over right now.
Collingwood leading by 7 points. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Free kick from the throw-in. It'll go to Tim English.
Yeah, he held him before the ball was thrown. I'm not sure about this backline matchup too. It'll be interesting to see whether that has to change. To look at Keith on... Jones is on.
Well, Gallagher coughs it up. Crisp comes up with it, goes short and spots up Schultz.
That's his man come off him.
49 metres out, gives it off to Josh Dacos, goes back to Schultz, outside of the boot, goes to full forward. Jones attacks it for the Dogs, gathers the footy, handball to Treloar, dump kick into the middle of the ground. Maynard there, flooded into by Darcy, cleaned up, and the Pies come from everywhere. Sam Darcy has jumped into Braden Maynard.
Oh, this is like a mob of lions going for a giraffe at the moment.
Oh, I tell you what,
we're in the safari.
That's very, very late. That's just... I hate saying this about young Darcy, but that's a mistake that it's going to cost him a goal and a report and everything else, I think.
The good news is that Braden Maynard is back up to his feet, and he's being marched to about 20 metres out directly in front. So he's in trouble, Mick and Lingy.
Oh, this is too late.
He turned his body as well. If he'd come through and tried to spoil, but didn't spoil, took the body, it was late. Clear 50, and there'll be something to happen during the week with that one.
So a role reversal in many ways. Maynard comes in and pops it through. He makes Darcy and the Dogs pay. 2-1-13 plays, no score through the opening 6 minutes on Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Tim Hodges downstairs.
Just watching the doctors, Ben. So one doctor went out to check on him initially, and the other doctor was watching on the monitor. They've now spoken, and that second doctor has been sent back out. I think you're going to watch that they'll be dragging Maynard off the ground. The doctor has just reached him and told him he's got to come to the bench. So he's now running towards the bench. So he'll have a HIA. They'll inspect him just to make sure he's okay. But that's how the new system is working with the AFL with head knocks.
Oh, the saying goes, don't poke the bear.
Yeah.
And young Sam Darcy has just poked the bear, I think. Wasn't that an extraordinary scene, Slingy, the reaction? He's so lean and so tall, and there's not much of Sam Darcy, and these Pies ran in a million miles an hour to remonstrate with him.
Yeah, it went straight after him, didn't they? And Fair enough. That's what you do as a team, mate.
Back underway in the centre, and it's straight down the throat of Nick Dacos. Penetrating kick on the end of a lead. Couldn't quite take it, Frampton. He started up forward. Harrison tries the handball over the top. It ricochets back to Markov. Tries to beat the tackle. Umpire thought he might have blown the whistle, one of the new rules. He didn't. Bobby Hill dazzling one way, then the other. Back to Crisp. From a standing start, Jack Crisp. They're in kill mode, these Magpies. 3-1-19. Doggies yet to score after 3 minutes and 41 seconds of play.
Well, it's 5-0 inside 50, but it's the control of the ball. There's no control by the Dogs whatsoever. They have not been able to put 2 or 3 possessions together, and I'll bring that back. They have, but they've all been hand passes and put under pressure. There's been no kick released to a player that can get the football and even remotely look to the forward line. Getting blitzed at every stoppage so far. In fact, I'll have a look at the stoppages. So the clearances are... It says 2-1. I reckon that...
Doesn't feel like that, Mick. It feels like they're racing out of
it does.
stoppages.
Yeah, and they are just coming straight out of it.
One thing we didn't really get a chance to mention amongst all of the chaos, of course, a role reversal. Braden Maynard in the finals last year on Angus Brayshaw, and this time he was the one clattered into a little late. Ball on the wing, side bottom trying to poke it on, picking it up quickly. Or trying to. Sullivan knocks it out to Treloar. Dogs with it, English. Handball to Bailey Dale. Runs straight into Crisp. Gets a handball out, but not before holding the ball.
Good decision. That's reasonable enough amount of time. Took the tackler on. Great tackle. Pay the free kick. Game gets going again.
So that's
50 metres. Oh, what's he doing?
Sam Darcy has run past Jack Crisp.
Oh, no.
And he is having a nightmare few moments here. Young Sam.
And Dad Luke is sitting in the commentary box next to us, and he just dropped his head. He hung his head. This must be hard to watch as a fatherlingy.
Yes, not comfortable now. Sam just coming to the bench, so Luke Beveridge will just try and settle him down, get his mind back focused, back calm. But
the game's getting away. Lingy has 4 goals without going inside the front 50. That's a smacking.
Jack Crisp kicked the last goal. Comes in here and he misses out left.
Well, that's
20 points.
Yeah.
Collingwood's lead, 3-2 plays, no score. The Western Bulldogs are yet to go inside 50. It's 6-0.
I'll tell you what, if you kick his second there playing on Bontempelli, that would have been a huge win.
Yeah, that's right. I'm just watching the coach and Darcy. He's arguing he's trying to explain himself. There's no explanation whatsoever when you run within that. Everyone knows that. I reckon every person.
Now he's 50.
Yep, and that's there too.
Yep.
Umpire called stand. Josh Dacos moved back too late.
So Harms will take it. He jogs up to the wing on the dock side. He delivers short to McRae. Good player. Oh, and another 50, is it?
I don't know.
That's against Josh Dacos.
No, sorry, Cal. That's against Steele Sidebottom, I reckon, for moving on the mark. But Steele was outside the 5.
I just thought Josh throw his arms up in... Yeah, you're right. It was against side bottom.
Well, if that's 50, that's supposed to be from the 50-metre line. So it's gone.
So McRae's he's got the set shot, 45-degree angle, 15 metres out, just to settle the Doggies into this one. He delivers. The Dogs with their opener at the 6-minute mark of the opening term, but Collingwood's already kicked 3. 3-2-20. The Dogs 1 straight 6.
Okay, to explain this as best I can, hopefully, Cal, the Josh Dacos one was there. So Josh was standing where the mark was taken clearly, stand was called, and then he tried to move away late. Now that's movement after stand's called, 50-metre penalty. That was different, the Steele side-bottom one. Steele was running as the mark was taken, nowhere near the mark, and kept running away and was outside the 5 metres. The umpires pinged him for moving when stand was called, but I don't think that was... No, he didn't have to stand. You're allowed to be outside 5 metres and not man the mark.
I just hope we don't go 50-metre.
So you have to make a decision, and he was in 2 minds, still side bottom. So if you decide to stand, which he had to stay. You can't then move off that mark.
Okay.
Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Sullivan picking it up from the restart. Then Bailey Dale gets involved. Handball goes straight up. Josh Dacos steals it. Handball back to Sullivan and ball up, attacking edge of the square. Tim Hodges.
I'm watching 2 things at the moment. Players' reluctance in their tackling, and they're just really paranoid about holding that ball for too long.
Cameron wins it down. Clearing kick by Duray up towards the wing. Picked up there by Garcia. Coughs it up. Noble there for the Pies on the logo. Forward feeds a handball to Josh Dacos. Kick to half forward for Frampton. Can't mark. Roving the pack quickly as Fraser gets a handball away. And then Crisp comes in to apply the tackle on the Bont. Tim Hodges.
James Harms is going to the rooms for the Bulldogs. Just an update on Braden Maynard. The doctor has returned from the Collingwood room still without Maynard, so the longer he stays down there, maybe the more unlikely it is that he's passed this HIA.
Sounded different a moment ago, Hodgie.
There was a free there given against Sanders.
Well, that was because of that new interpretation.
It is the new interpretation.
He had one arm trapped and he couldn't get rid of it.
McCreary's got it 60 metres out. He just pokes it into the pocket. The long arms of O'Donnell does well to take the mark. Contested mark. Kick wasn't great to Duray. Closing late was McCreary, and he spoils it over when Duray thought he was just going to take a simple mark in the back pocket. They're all over them like a rash here, the Pies, at the moment.
Well, Kelly, you're told one thing. You go and meet the ball. That was just go and meet the kick, and you close the gap by a half metre, you take a mark. So, lazy play by...
Cameron lays it down to Lipinski off to Crisp. His flying shot on goal misses out left. Couple of misses from Crisp.
Well, I'll tell you what, if the Bont doesn't start to tighten up, this will have to be changed. He's going to have to go on the forward line, get rid of his tag, because...
Big night for Jack Crisp. He equals Adam Uze's record for the second most consecutive row or length of games that has been played in the history of the game, with 26 consecutive games. So Darcy Moore with the intercept. He delivers almost on the chest of Schultz. Schultz has claimed a double grabber, and the umpire says, yep, I think you're right there. So Schultz is now going to set up directly in front. And this has been a dynamic start from the depleted Collingwood Football Club.
Yeah, just owning the footy inside their forward half. They've got to still make it pay now, though. They've got to capture this momentum. Jack Crisp with a couple of misses he probably should have got. Certainly one set shot. Now Schultz has got to go back and nail this.
Kicked 10 goals from his 10 games so far in the black and white. Let's make that 11. This is looking all too easy for Collingwood. It's been an extraordinary start. 4-3-27. They have flown out of the blocks. 1 straight 6, the Western Bulldogs. And Hodgie is on the boundary for us with an update. Hodgie.
Well, Kel, I must say, I didn't see this happen, but James Harms came off the ground and straight to the rooms as I was doing the previous cross about Maynard. It's a hamstring that he's done, and so he's out for the night. So Lockie McNeil is right in front of me. The substitution is being made. The paperwork has just been handed over, and McNeil is into this game, and unfortunately Harms is out. And the update on Braden Maynard, he remains in the Collingwood rooms with that HIA, so that will be a fascinating watch. And can you imagine the irony if it is concussion and he's out of next week's game against the Demons?
Wow. It's all happening at the moment down there. James Harms joining a long list of injured Bulldogs.
Restart in the middle. Cameron and also English comes down for Sullivan. Dumps it on the right boot. Snaps it inside 50 for the Pies. Markov goes up. Doesn't take the mark. Johnson slaps it out onto it again. Markov. Handball to Lipinski. Half forward. Low ball looking for Hill. Onto his chest. Deep in the right forward pocket. And it is all black and white at the moment. Collingwood dominating.
Benny, you highlighted before it was Schultz versus Jones out of the goal square. Well, that time it was Hill v Jones. And
it's just bad matchups. Everywhere I'm watching.
Liam Jones loves it high and can read the play and come off. Bobby Hill just really clever with his lead there. Completely lost his defender.
Going to snap on the left. Forget Bobby Thrill. He hooks it just a little wide out to the left. I was going to say Bobby Skill, but he couldn't quite finish off on this occasion. Collingwood by 22 points. 4-4-28, plays 1 straight 6, 16 minutes into the first.
I think the worst stat there is 9-1 inside 50, and we don't know. There's still 12 minutes to go in this quarter, and this is looking...
They're already on the back foot trying to get it out of the defensive 50 here from one side now to the other. Fraser to Daniel.
Well, there's no... The quick movement is just kicking laterally. Well, that just serves Collingwood. They just love the lateral football. They can close you down. You've got to break through a line.
Daniel goes down to a contest straight down the line on the City side wing. A high ball comes inside 50. There's no one home. Jeremy Howard's easy as you like, kicks backwards to the defensive goal square where Dean's got it. Needed to be precise. It was a great kick to side bottom. He wants to move it quickly. By hand goes to Noble. Straight through the centre. They can unzip them here, the Pies. Sullivan takes the mark, and now he's going to hold it up. He's looking inside 50. What does he spot? There's a lead on. It's Hill. Going back was Johnson. They spoiled each other in the end. Schultz at ground level. Happy to dab it over the boundary line.
Oh, deliberate's paid. Whose ball? Bulldogs.
Yeah, well, it was Schultz, didn't he? Desperate lunge on all fours almost and just smashed it over the boundary line.
I'm not sure why Lachie Schultz would knock it over the boundary line in his forward line. He wanted to keep the ball alive.
Oh, Bailey Dale trying to spot up Alex Keith. Overshoots him. It tumbles out. Throw in 45 metres around from the attacking goal for the Pies.
They are off, Mick, aren't they?
Well, it's look, this is where a coach has got to be in total control of his player group to say we've got to settle, because at the moment everything they do is turning to dust.
Forward 50 stoppage here for the Pies. Cameron lays it down. Sullivan cuts a swathe through them, turns it over. Treloar gets rid of it to Fraser. Kick up towards the logo, looking for Darcy.
Well done.
Reaches over Dean to take the mark. Gets a few jeers, the young man. Just forward of the logo for the Dogs. Dock side of the ground, stabs it short to McRae. That's Jack McRae of the Dogs. His brother Finn out there today, moves it on to the Bont. Bontempelli wide out at half forward, sets it up towards full forward, through the hands of Darcy, out the back. Cameron there for the Pies at fullback.
To Noble. His kick was smothered. Here's a chance for the Dogs. McRae for his second. He curls it back. A mistake it was from Noble. The kick that was smothered landed in the lap of McRae and off a step on his left. He was never going to miss from there. So Jack McRae, thanks to an error from Collingwood's defence, has his second. His first came from a 50-metre penalty. So Collingwood's basically gifted them their 2 goals tonight. They're 2 straight 12. Collingwood 4-4-28. It's a lead of 16 points.
And that, with the Bulldogs, it's what you're talking about, Mick. If Luke Beveridge can get their minds back under control, calm them down, for all this domination, we're only talking about a 16-point lead right now.
Just lock it in.
Yeah,
lock it.
It feels like it's 8-0 with the way the game's going, but it's 4-2. So calming of that mind, they can just gradually work their way back into this game. There's that potential.
How do you do it, Mick? Do you send out the runner to a senior player with one direct message?
Every senior player that comes off on the bench has to be told the same message, and you've got to get that and get it around to the complete group.
English wins the tap from the restart. Treloar bursts onto it, worried out of it by McCreary. The Dogs are there. Garcia gives it off to Treloar. Floats a kick to full forward. Lobs down there. Can't gather. Getting involved. Sanders picks it up. Loses it. McRae again. Dogs at full forward. Shovels it out. Treloar in the pocket. A fit of the fumbles. Allows in the Pies. And a free kick picked out. Treloar taken high.
Yeah, only because he fumbled. Honestly, he fumbled the football and the play went over the top of him. So it was definitely there, but the Collingwood players stiff because
Steel side bottom, I think.
Yeah, and you watch fumble, he bubbles it,
right.
and then he goes over the top. So he takes it cleanly. It doesn't happen. He probably gets tackled. So, but the free kick was there. Steele was just a little bit clumsy, not expecting the mistake by Treloar. Probably best mates too, you know.
Averaging nearly 33 disposals this year, ranked number 1 in the AFL. Played 94 games for the Pies, as Mick is alluding to. Would love a goal against the old mob. He shanks it. Just sneaks it through for a minor score.
Too close to the man on the mark.
Had real doubt about his ability to get the distance.
Yeah, he should have, if he came off a little bit more further, he would have been able to run around, but he closed it down too.
Collingwood by 15 points, 20 minutes into the first.
And Howe on the kick-in duties. Gets it up to Noble. Needs to break this tackle. Dean's in there, can help out, gives it back to Howe, who ran all the way up the ground, and then his short little dinky pass is spoiled over the boundary line by Liam Jones, who's a long way from the defensive 50. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Kel, just an update on Braden Maynard. So he had a HIA and then a concussion test, and he's been given the all clear, just returned to the bench, so he's ready to come back onto the ground. So I'm not sure if that's good news or not for Sam Darcy. I think he's still going to be copping plenty of weeks, but probably not as many if he was concussed. So Braden Maynard back and ready to return.
So given he's had to do the concussion test as well, he'd still have time perhaps to go in how long until he can get back out in the ground? Not sure.
Play underway. So it's on the City side, and it's Williams dodging and weaving and then delivering long to a pack at the top of the goal square. It's all Collingwood. Darcy said, you know what, I'll leave it for you, Jeremy Howe, and he took the contested mark.
Yeah, and that Kel was against 3 players who were all taller than him, no body presence, no protection, and that's probably because they don't play together enough.
Shorts it to side bottom. Monster kick, and Jones comes over the top with intent and marks in front of Frampton. Billy Frampton playing his 50th game tonight, his 3rd club after starting at Port Adelaide and then the Crows, but in his 50s games, he's a premiership player. Jones goes long. Big contest inside 50. Deep in the heart of the 50 here for the Dogs. But again, it's the Pies that repel. Short, sharp kick. I think it was from side bottom out there. Came to Harrison, who was the Rising Star nominee this week. Crisp's handball missed the target of Lipinski entirely. Crisp goes in, wins it again, right in the bullseye. Frampton gives it off to the run of Noble. He can have a bounce. Assesses the options. Handballs over the top to McCreary. Missed him entirely. Went straight to Keith. And now the Bulldogs can send it wide.
And McNeil's kick up to the wing. Attacked by Lobb. Tackled by Josh Dacos. Gets rid of it to Bramble. Straight into McCreary. Takes him down in a tackle, holding the ball.
Good decision. Really good decision. He had multiple opportunity to hand pass that. I would say last week that would have been give it to me as an umpire, but when you've got the opportunity, you've got to take it. He could have hand passed that easily to, I think it was Bontempelli.
Braden Maynard back on the ground. Umpire Howarth paying the free kick. Inside 50 goes the kick from McCreary. O'Donnell can't mark. Schultz getting involved. Then picking it up, Gallagher shovels out a handball. O'Donnell dumps it on the boot. High kick up to the wing. Looking for Ugle, Hagan or Lobb. Lobb drops it. Out the back, Crisp will go and pick it up. A whistle somewhere. There's a little bit of argy-bargy going on still in the pocket.
Yeah, Geray's down there and Schultz.
And free kick is going to come to Nick Dacos.
A big mistake, undisciplined. We're going to have a look at the replay. We didn't see it. It was well behind the play, but Nick Dacos is going to have a shot for goal here when the Bulldogs had half a chance on the wing in front of us to break a line and get the ball going forward. And how skillful Nick Dacos is. He usually just nails these. Cannot find a replay for the life of me in all these screens.
They'll show it for sure.
From virtually the same spot his brother goaled from earlier. It's a Dacos double. The Pies are running roughshod over the Bulldogs. 5-4-34 plays 2-1-13. Collingwood by 21 points. 24 minutes into the first. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling.
Well, they make the most of the opportunities, and again, they open up the Dogs through the middle of the ground. There was very little resistance. The layers of defence in any football side should be your back 6, maybe 1 or 2 at best to come into the centre square, and then you've got your wingers. Just have some protection if the ball goes into your forward line, and then be alert for getting the ball into your forward line or then defending it. At the moment, it's either all the Dogs are in the forward line and then all caught back, and they're leaving the middle is just wide open to players like the Dacos boys, side bottom, etc. Lipinski just running through with just total control.
Here he goes again, Nick Dacos. Does he win the free? He does. Cameron beautiful in the ruck, got it straight down to him. Gallagher had nothing else to do but pull the jumper. It results in a free, and now Dacos goes long and Schultz marks with a little bit of hang time as a couple of the big players were steaming out. The former Docker does really well, and he's lining up for his second goal of the night.
And as soon as he marked that, he jumped up and gave Bobby Hill a high five. And the reason for that was Lachie Schultz was very nervous about what was coming behind him, and I reckon there must have been some great voice from Bobby Hill and great protection to let him have that comfort to just be able to hold on to that mark. It's an awful feeling. You need your teammate there helping you.
Bit of a stuttering start at his brand new club. And that's a stuttering kick on the approach. He could have had 2 in the first term.
I don't know what the Dogs are doing in their back line, but their back 6 are all over the shop. The only way it's got a little bit better by way of Jones playing further up the ground, but the other players just don't know how to man up.
Pies by 22 points.
Frazier with the kick up to the wing, and Quaynor able to juggle the mark. Saw his younger brother Luke in the VFL out there earlier today. Quaynor kicks up towards half forward, getting back. Geray punches it out, throwing half forward for the Pies. Just on Maynard back out there now, obviously, but if a player passes the initial HIA, they can go back on, like we saw with Jeremy Cameron. But if they need further assessment, they get put through the SCAT test, which is a minimum of 15 minutes, which Maynard was off for that 15 minutes.
Thank you, Benny.
Still inside 50 here, but it's the Dogs that have got it. They're trying to get it out of the Pies 50. They're making a real mess of it, over-possessing, handballing, and now the exiting kick just happens to land in the lap of the sprinting Jamara. Hugelhagen marking it half-back. Spears it on the left to West. Just suffocated at the moment. They're on the back foot. West, no other option but to give it back to Jamara. Small kick, wedged over the top to English. Handball was good. Bontempelli with those lobes from right on 50. Oh. And the Bont turns around and says, hey, Dacos brothers, check me out. He buries it from a brilliant angle. And Bontempelli standing up and delivering when they needed him most. They cut the margin back to 16 points. 3-1-19, the Dogs. Collingwood 5-5-35 at the 27 mark of the opening term.
Lingy, I'd love to see the Dogs players get around that. Yep. A little bit more than 2 or 3 players. Just show, look, it's, as you said, 3 goals to 6. It could 3 goals to 5. This could be 10 goals to nothing. Yeah. Get around, and that is a magnificent goal. That is just as good as a Dacos goal. Get around him. He's your club captain.
How many got around him? Not many.
Oh, I don't think enough. Put it this way.
He was fired up, though, the bearded Bont. He turned to the crowd. He's yelling out, come on.
Because he's a good leader.
He's been agitated this year with some of their performances. We've seen him more demonstrative than ever before. Playing his 50th consecutive game today. Dacos over the top to Crisp and delivers it on a platter to a leading Frampton.
Little things. I love the midfield play and I love the stoppage craft because it's what I used to do. But Nick Dacos there, watch this on the replay. So immediately flicks a handball over the top, loops it so perfectly to allow Jack Crisp to explode away from that stoppage. If that had been anywhere else, that handball, Collingwood aren't having a shot right now. It was superb play by Nick Dacos.
Hasn't kicked a goal this year, Billy Frampton. Swung forward. He misses outright.
Oh, they're wasting their chances. This game's over if
they... Would have had it buried by now. Dead and buried by now, the Pies could have had them.
Leaving the door ajar 28 minutes into the first. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Collingwood by 17.
I can't believe there's still 25% of the quarter left.
Bailey Dale always kicked to Daniel, the smallest player out there. Crisps is able to mop it up, gets it over, although it ricochets in the way of English, and then he's dumped into the turf. Ball up right on the 50.
Did I say going? Quarter. Still three bit minutes left. There's so many opportunities to score.
Darcy straight down to Josh Dacos to Crisp, who's had an outstanding opening term. He's collared by 2 Dogs, and that is holding the ball.
Oh, that's fine. Jack took it, could have given the handball, chose not to, then wanted to just hold on to the ball. So they're fine.
That's better.
I haven't seen too big an overcorrection yet, even though it feels like they're paying more. So they've been there.
Daniel goes down the dock side wing. Off hands. Nick Dacos is there again. Bontempelli tackles him. Got him. Bont wants to go quickly. Handballs to Chalor. Brings it back into Gallagher. Nice spin out of trouble. Well done to Duray. And now the long kick in the lob direction. He's got it! Rory Lobb's been paid the mark. He was too tall and strong on Maynard. And only 20 metres out. Barely any angle to speak of. We'll have a set shot to get it back to within 11 points.
Now, Kel, you said before, what should they do? That's the movement that always will upset Collingwood, the quick movement, because if you go lateral there, they've got you covered. If you go quick, they are very aggressive and they're caught one-on-one.
Lining up for just his second goal. It's hit the post. Right at the very top of the post. It clatters into the woodwork. 3-2-20. Collingwood 5-6-36.
And the Pies go quickly. Noble to Maynard, back to Noble. Driving kick, Bobby Hill! Upstairs, doesn't take the mark. Follows up at ground level. Loose ball on the wing. Picked up by Markov. Handball to Schultz. Shovels it out towards the wing. The kick inside 50 is a turnover. A poor kick and the mark taken at fullback by Jones, who will send the Dogs out towards that City wing again. Maynard there to mop up. Onto his left. Kicks to half forward. And Hill's there again.
Dogs had players on this side of the ground. Why Jones went to the side where Collingwood had more numbers, and not only more numbers, where the ball come from. So if you had looked over, he had 3 or 4 players to break on this wing.
So the mark set right on the arc of 50.
What did he do?
Hill will run around. He'll run around a second west and kick laterally for Sullivan. Right on the arc of 50, directly in front. Goes laterally to Noble. And they're just...
Oh, the lead was there.
They're just working it around the arc at the moment, the Pies.
Markov was demanding the ball. And now he goes the pinpoint pass to McCreery.
Well, that's terrible play by the Dogs.
Elite skills by Collingwood.
Well, they're all...
Look at them now. Look at the Bulldogs defenders all looking around. Hands up, going, oh, who was there? Who was that? Blaming each other.
They had 3. They had 15 players inside the back 50 holding Hansing and Kumbaya, whilst Collingwood players were 3 and 4 out by themselves. Didn't man them up.
For their 6th goal in 30 minutes of play. Oh, it's hit the post. Instant replay. From one end with Lobb and his set shot from 20 metres out to McCreery at the other end and his set shot 20 metres out. 5-7 plays 3-2, the margin 17 points in the Pies' favour.
Bailey Dale with the kick in. Short to the pocket to Duray. The dual premiership hawk. Long kick up to the wing. Darcy arriving late. Punches it out of play right in front of Timmy Hodges.
Ben, Mick Malthouse was talking then, and I was watching Luke Beveridge, who was almost thinking the exact same thing of how could this happen in our defensive half, when he was walking around the boundary watching it as it was unfolding in front of him, and his bit of paper, needless to say, got screwed up and thrown to the ground.
18-8. The inside 50's the way of the Pies. English down for Treloar. Eagle Hagan launching at it. And that is a dominant first quarter performance from Collingwood against the Western Bulldogs. So the goal kickers for the Pies, 5 individual goal kickers: Braden Maynard, Josh Dacos, Lockie Schultz, Jack Crisp and Nick Dacos, while for the Bulldogs, 2 to McRae and 1 to their skipper, Marcus Bontempelli. The big incident in that first term was undoubtedly Sam Darcy. He launched into the back of Braden Maynard. That led to the 50-metre penalty and Maynard's subsequent goal. We think it will raise the interest of the MRO. Collingwood by 17 points at the first break. 5-7-37 plays 3-2-20. The thoughts of Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling coming up. This is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Time to steady and pull the trigger.
Have you heard the latest AFL podcast from the ABC? Join myself, Catherine Murphy, and AFL legend Paul Roos as we discuss all the big storylines. Feed your footy obsession or just learn more about the game as we bring you all the latest news and analysis. Find the ABC AFL Daily Podcast on the ABC Listen app.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL season. Every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Friday Night Footy, 2 teams that are walking wounded. Let's get it on. It's the Pies and the Dogs.
Handball's wider still to Josh Dacos. He goes for home. Oh, that is sensational, Josh Dacos. And the first play to celebrate with him is his younger brother, Nick.
Dump kick into the middle of the ground. Maynard there, flooded into by Darcy. Cleaned up. And the Pies come from everywhere. Sam Darcy has jumped into Braden Maynard.
I hate saying this about young Darcy, but that's a mistake that it's going to cost him the goal and a report and everything else, I think.
Maynard comes in and pops it through. He makes Darcy and the Dogs pay.
Bobby Hill, dazzling one way then the other, back to Crisp. From a standing start, Jack Crisp. They're in kill mode, these Magpies. Oh, and another 50 is it?
That's against Steel side bottom, I reckon, for moving on the mark.
So McRae's got the set shot. Just to settle the doggies into this one, he delivers. The Dogs with their opener to Noble. His kick was smothered. Here's a chance for the Dogs. McRae for his second. He curls it back. A mistake it was from Noble. The kick that was smothered landed in the lap of McRae and off a step on his left. He was never going to miss from there.
There's a little bit of argy-bargy going on still in the pocket, and free kick is going to come to Nick Dacos from virtually the same spot his brother goaled from earlier. It's a Dacos double. The Pies are running roughshod over the Bulldogs.
I don't know what the Dogs are doing in their back line, but their back six are all over the shop. Just don't know how to man up.
Small kick wedged over the top to English. Handball was good. Bontempelli with those lobes from right on 50. And the boss turns around and says, hey, Dacos brothers, check me out.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
So Collingwood by 17 points at quarter time, Friday night footy here on ABC Sport. Ben Cameron in the chair for Corbin Middlemass. Our experts, Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling. Their assessments in just a moment. There was a report in that opening term, so we saw a free kick paid downfield. Taylor Duray and also Nick Dacos in a tangle, getting up off the ground. Duray seems to throw an elbow back and clip Dacos, this is Nick, in the face, the jaw. That was what the free kick was for. Duray subsequently reported. What did you make of it? I've just shown you both the replay. What did you think, Mick and Lingy?
Well, they're going to know if it's a report on the spot and there's contact with the head, face in any form, then we know what to expect. So whether I think I think it's a bit harsh. Quite frankly, I don't think there's.
It's hard to tell.
I don't think there's anything in it really.
Vision we've got. It feels like more of a bit of
slap,
bit of a clip. Yeah. And Nick Dacos was fine and kicked a goal obviously after it. Mick, the quarter from Collingwood was outstanding.
Yep.
Very, very good, except for one big factor.
12 shots.
Yeah, we're 17 points the difference right now. Feels like it should be 37 points the difference and almost game over. The door's been left ajar because those 12 shots, I would say 10 of them were
gettable.
Almost easy, not just gettable, easy shots. Jack Crisp straight in front, set shot, a couple of other set shots that were very comfortable distances from not difficult angles. So it felt like they should be almost 10 goals too, pretty comfortably. But apart from the scores and the kicking for goal, which is obviously a very important skill, the rest of what Collingwood was doing was outstanding in that quarter.
Well, I just don't like the body language of the Dogs at the moment. I mean, they can change, but Lingy, I used to work on the theory, if you get the ball in there 10 times and you have 5 shots, that's around about right.
Yep.
They've gone 12 shots out of 18. They've gone far and above. So that's telling me two things. One is the ease in which it's going in there, and two is the ease in which they score. Now, they're not scoring goals, but score. So there's two things that have got to be looked at. One is a little bit more desperate, well, a lot of more desperation around the ball for a start off, and Bontempelli's getting tagged in there. He's got to then re-tag. Yep. Secondly, the matchups in the back half, I was just astounded when I had a look at when they first
it's gone again
got
now.
to
Schultz v Jones.
I just don't get. I don't get it. I really don't get why. Oh yeah, we share the back line. No, we don't. You put players that are purpose made for the players. And if there's a bit of a crossover, then you put up with that crossover for a couple of seconds or a minute. Then you get back onto your player who you are cut out to play on. And right now, I reckon the Dogs they're losing the initiative by getting dragged away from where they want to play.
Can I highlight with what you're saying? Collingwood have taken 9 marks inside their forward 50 to only 1 to the Dogs.
Yeah.
If that continues, that'll be a world record.
This won't be 5-7, it'll be 57.
Friday night footy on ABC Sport. The thoughts of Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling. Collingwood by 17 points. Second term underway. Sullivan there for the Pies. Sweeps a handball forward, trying to run onto a Darcy. Bontempelli knocks it away. Gathers for the Dogs. Handball errant, doesn't find Daniel. Sanders comes in. Maynard meets him. Spills out towards Josh Dacos. Bontempelli steals it again. Handball to Bramble. Turnover. Turnover's on the wing. McCreary eventually gets it on the boot. He turns it over. English there for the Bulldogs. Gives it off to Duray. The man on report. Kicks to half forward. Darcy can't mark. Knocks it down. Daniel there. Handball away towards Sanders. Back to Daniel. Half forward for the Western Bulldogs. Pulls a kick towards full forward. Moore floats in. Takes the defensive mark for the Pies at fullback and gives it off to Quaynor.
So they're going to go round the city side wing and they've coughed it up. Pile of players jump on top of it, so it'll be a ball up, Mick.
I'm just looking at the matchups. The Collingwood matchups are quite sound, but when you're going to have your key forwards fly together, you're going to bring Darcy Moore and he can do what he likes then.
So English flicks it down to Williams with the high ball. Sanders just tries to dab it over the boundary line, but side bottoms there to gather and kick long. Oh, well done, Johnson. juggles a mark. He's taken it on the City wing.
Free kick before that, I think, Kel.
Okay. And we'll go to Frampton, who moves it quickly to Nick Dacos, floating by. The Nick Dacos kick gives the former Dockers player every chance in Lockie Schultz, but he fumbled it over the boundary line, that marking attempt, so it'll be a boundary throw-in. 70 around from the Pies goal. The Pies kicking to the northern end of the stadium in this second term. They lead it by 17 points. Cameron and English. Cameron assumes front position, straight down to McRae, gives it to Lipinski, runs to 40, open goal square, and he can't bounce it through. It was a low kick, it was a wobbly kick, and it was offline. That lead is now 18 points.
Had 5 years at the kennel, Pat Lipinski played 56 games as Frazier moves it up to the wing. Mark taken by Vandermeer, kicks for a leading lob. Takes a basket catch close to the boundary line, just forward of the logo, wide out. Dock side of the ground, comes infield to Daniel.
This is what it gets me about, and I can understand why the frustrations with him. He's a very good kick, but his initial thing was to stop. He should have moved the ball quicker, straight away.
Veers out to his right, runs his full measure, takes a bounce, then kicks inside 50. Pack form, staying down. Bontempelli, handball to Sanders, sends him into a cul-de-sac. And it's full of Pies and holding the ball. So Collingwood hold up on the last line again.
Well, that's gone too far now. He picked it up and just got grabbed.
I reckon they saw that, Mick, as he tried to fend, but it was such an immediate thing. His reflex was to just put up a hand to try and do something. That's hard. That's tough.
Howe sits it up for Cameron over his head and over the boundary line. It's Frazier that taps it over. So another stoppage, another boundary throw in. Half forward here for the Bulldogs. They're yet to lead in this contest. Biggest lead was the Pies. Early stages, they led by 22. It's currently 18. Cameron down to Daniel. Now, Daniel's brought that back in and he's tackled by McRae, Finlay McRae. Umpire says it'll be a ball up.
Right now, Harvey Gallagher's taking Nick Dacos around the stoppages. That's a huge responsibility.
Well, he started with him.
Yeah.
And it just didn't work.
No. I don't know if they're trying to teach him a role or what it might be, but that is big.
McRae fumbles it. Josh Dacos had it. I think Sullivan, his own teammate, stripped it of him. McRae might go, Josh Dacos might go again. He can't gather it. Picked up by Daniel. Gives it off to Treloar. In the area down there was Darcy Moore. About 6 tall key players went up and Moore emerged with it. And then a sharp pass from Maynard's able to hit up Cameron on the chest.
Yeah, it's a useless kick. If Darcy Moore's there and he's one of 3, then
that's going to be out of bounds.
It is. It's called out of bounds. If they put the ball in the air where one dog versus 2 Collingwood players, the second Collingwood player will be Darcy Moore. Yep. It is so poor because they'll bring the ball straight back out, lower the eyes, find the player that's free.
Throw in half forward here for the Dogs, knocked down by English, trying to get onto it. Treloar eventually does, kicks over his shoulder, and it's paid. It went about 7.5 metres to Sam Darcy.
He needs a bit of luck, Sam.
So the kick before that was called out of bounds, the reason why it was out of bounds was the kick was determined to be too short. It was longer than that kick just then.
Well, where did he kick it from? Around about 50? And
right on 50.
Yeah. And it's been marked 40.
He did kick it over his head, so it was a good kick. It just didn't go the required distance.
Sam Darcy had a dirty day early on, trying to turn it around. His drop punt is a great kick. And the Dogs are working their way back into it. Darcy's the embodiment of it. And the lead's just 12 points. 5-8-38 plays 4-2-26. 5 minutes into the second. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Mick Malthouse, Cameron Ling.
Just on that forward line, and I know we've been talking about their back line. We thought their back line is just mismatched, and they can choose who they play on. There's only one course down here. When you've got Lobb and you've got Darcy and Ugle-Hagan, you cannot have them anywhere near each other. They've got to play a part. And a classical case last night, when you've got Mackay and Curnow, Hawkins and Cameron at Geelong, they play a part.
Yeah.
And what they do, they alternate the heavy traffic stuff in the goal square. So it gives them a chance, and it not only gives them a bit of freedom.
Dogs haven't played well yet, and they trail by just 12 points. Back underway in the centre. The kick from Garcia ricochets off a couple of pies, and then English at ground level tries to go in and win it. He's given it straight to Crisp. In fact, he's been pinged. It'll be a free kick for side bottom.
Yeah, right call by the umpire. You give up prior opportunity if you grab the ball and then try and drive with your head, like Tim English did. So good call.
Pies have got it. Pies lead it by 12. This is Crisp, who's had plenty of the footy, flicks it wide and flicks it straight to Keith from the Bulldogs.
Now, the first thing that Keith does is look sideways, and he's still doing the same.
And now he's going
to go back to full back.
30 metres back to the defensive goal square where Jones has got it. He kicks into the pocket to Fraser, and then he kicks short back to Jones.
Who's only looking one way.
And that is the City way, and that's where he goes.
It's the fourth possession.
Bontempelli in that beautiful left kicking action goes long and strong out wide. McRae couldn't take the mark, but he accepted the handball from Williams, and then he grubbers the kick down the line, makes it really hard for Lobb. Lobb does well in the end, works its way to Williams, and then he runs into 3 Magpies. He's going nowhere. The umpire says he was taken high, and it's a free kick for the Bulldog.
I reckon it's a ball up.
Oh, okay. He put his arm over his shoulder, I thought, but he must have gone the ball up.
No, it's a good tackle by Sidebottom. Just the 3 of them tackling him into the ground.
Williams gets it back, fires off the handball. This is Garcia to Bontempelli. Throws it on the boot. It'll just bounce past Lobb. He can't control it over the boundary line. So 5-8-38 Collingwood plays 4-2-26 the Dogs. Collingwood have been brilliant. The Dogs have been a little scrappy and a little shaky, and yet the margin is just 12 points.
But this quarter they've wrestled back a bit of the control around the stoppages, a bit of the contested ball stuff. They're just hacking the ball forward, getting in their forward half.
Darcy takes it out of the ruck. His quick kick lands in the lap of Keith. Bulldogs back in possession on the City wing.
Yeah, it's 32-19 the possession rate, so it's much better.
The original first-class cricketer come footballer kicks inside 50 off the hands of the pack, through the legs of Lobb. Quaynor goes in. Pies on their last line. Sidebottom can't pick it up. Darcy tries to go in. West 2. The 2 sons of guns, and a ball up 15 metres out from the attacking goal here for the Dogs.
I tell you what, Stumpy, what it has done, it has really made people very quick with their hands. They don't hang on to the football that long now under pressure.
Cameron wins it down. Treloar, quick snap, brilliant snap. The Dogs are clawing their way back into the contest. They're right back in it. The last 3 goals in this match, 4 of the last 5. 5-8-38 plays 5-2-32. Collingwood lead the Dogs 9 minutes into the second. Mick Malthouse, Cameron Ling.
It's funny you say that, Mick. You're right with your observation around picking up the ball. And I reckon what led to that ball up was some Collingwood defenders with half opportunities to pick the ball up. Yeah. And they almost didn't want to because they wanted to
just
paddle it. And, hey, how can we lock this up without actually taking possession of the ball and getting caught? That leads to a ball up. That leads to the terrific Adam Treloar goal.
On the boundary, Tim Hodges.
Kelly, I was watching Nick Dacos on the bench. He could see that Treloar goal happening before it happened, and he was up at the interchange bench ready to get back on before it happened. Just an update on James Harms. He's had a shower. The way he's walking around, that looks like a really bad hamstring. He can barely walk at the moment, so that's going to be some time on the sidelines for Harms.
They're the walking wounded, these Bulldogs, but they've been incredible. Last 3 goals and clawed their way back into this contest. But the Sherrins in the hands of the master, Nick Dacos. He's hitting up with a kick, Frampton, from 60 metres out. Frampton stabs it into the pocket. Schultz got his hands to it, couldn't grab it. Dale breaks a tackle. Off to Williams. The Dogs' defenders have lifted. Williams goes to the City side. Oh, Cameron in a one-on-one. The 2 number 14s, in fact, and he marks over West. Riley West, the smaller man in that contest.
Yeah, it's a really good mark. Good call, Cal. That was a ripping mark. He took the ball behind his head.
And then he kicks backwards to Howe, who kicks sideways to Dean. And then he kicks further wide to right in front of the interchange gate. Sidebottom's got it. His kick's gone straight to the Bulldogs. McRae couldn't believe it. Gives it off to Garcia. Goes wider still, right in front of the Dogs bench where Daniel's got it into space. Not sure what he's trying to do. Noble pounces on it with the turnover and then he delivers to Moore. Moore slips over. Here's a chance for the Doggies. Pouncing on it was West. Gives it to Vandermeer and they finish it off. They've come alive. The first 3 goals to start this second term. And scores are level, but they trail by as much as 22. Should have been a lot more because of the inaccurate Collingwood early, but it's all tied up. 6-2-38 the Dogs. Collingwood 5-8-38 after 11 minutes in this second term. Cameron Ling.
And at the moment, it is the ball use for the Pies that is bringing them undone. So generally, when we're talking kicking efficiency, Mick, if you're at 70% kicking efficiency, really good. You're using the ball really well. If you're high 60%, then that's adequate. That's pretty solid. Anything below, let's call it 60 to 65%, is starting to get pretty poor. Right now, Collingwood at 42%. That is horrendous kicking efficiency. They are giving the ball back to the Dogs. Now the Dogs have got the belief and the confidence.
Yeah, well, and we're talking about the side bottom giving it up.
Yeah.
And then
Noble giving it up.
Within two possessions.
Restart in the middle. Bontempelli gets it back to Lobb, who's doing the ruck work, squeezes a kick, and McRae marks. Dogs at half forward. It's all one-way traffic. Momentum wearing the red, white and blue at the moment. McRae runs around onto his left. Eyes the goals. And Ugle-Hagan marks. On the behind line. And he'll be able to go back and snap for goal to give the Dogs their first lead of the evening.
Well, this is a turnaround because they're now winning the stoppages.
Yep.
And that's giving them first choice inside their front 50.
Ugle-Hagan on his right, snaps it through. The Bulldogs are in front for the first time tonight. And they've kicked 5 unanswered majors, 7-2-42. Plays 5-8-38, 13 minutes into the second.
You're right, Mick. They're terrific around the stoppages. They're winning that contested ball. They're winning the clearances. But they're also starting to isolate those forwards that you spoke about a little bit earlier on there. The kick there into Ugle-Hagan was long enough and deep enough, and Darcy Moore, his opponent, had separated him.
That's it.
Allowed Ugle-Hagan to go to work against Jeremy Howe one-on-one, and was able to do what he does best, and that's take a contested mark.
Yeah.
So was it Luke Beveridge, Mick, that would have just said something, or has he actually made some moves out here? Because this contest has flipped on its head since quarter time.
Well, you would like to think that he just spoke about, number one, the forward line being a little bit more competitive in the back line. Although we still see the back line manned up indifferently, they're starting to clean up in the corridor, and that's so important to get in front of Collingwood.
McCreery takes it out of the centre, a handball. Comes back to Noble, and his kick's gone straight. Another wayward kick, it's gone straight to English. It was hard to miss, really. To Bontempelli, oh, that's beautiful. Out wide to McRae. 2 left-footers, McRae puts it. Great awkward bounce there, but it was a well trapped and picked up by West. To Ugle-Hagan, top of the goal square. Garcia with a snapshot. Great smother by Dacos, but Garcia runs him down.
That is holding the ball.
And is it play on?
No, it's going to be, it is play on,
Should
Cal.
have been holding the ball.
It is the ball up now, but gee, that should have been holding the footy. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. That's the very one they're talking about.
Yep. English flicked it behind. Garcia was there. Ugle-Hagan puts it on his left, but it's Charlie Dean on the last line of defence. Takes an easy, uncontested mark.
Stabs it to the pocket, and Nick Dacos deep in his right back pocket for the Pies. Bulldogs lead by 6 points. Kicked 4 goals to zip in this second term. Collingwood, the second best second quarter team this year, but getting taken down in this term here by the Dogs. They work it out towards the wing, side bottom. Just marks in the field of play from the Maynard kick.
Well, he may well have taken it inside. I think the boundary umpire, both boundary umpires must have been out of position.
Greg and Bendigo and another SMS make a good point as the kick up towards the wing off the hands of the pack. It's close to the boundary line, and James O'Donnell knocks it out.
Oh, clash of heads. Clash of heads by Ash Johnson and also O'Donnell as they went to ground over the boundary line there. And O'Donnell's up quick and Johnson a little slower, but he gets up as well. So they're both jogging slowly. back to their positions as it's tossed back in. Bontempelli was beautiful off hands to Dale, who handballs just into space. Nick Dacos happy to see it over.
Robin Greensborough and also Greg and Bendigo speaking about Craig Bradley, Keith Miller, Simon O'Donnell, the father of James, the original first-class cricketer, come AFL footballer. I know that. I meant in this game with Will Parker, the latest to do it.
Yeah.
Before him, Alex Keith was the first before that, or the last before that.
Doggies by 6 points. It's a boundary throw-in right in front of the Dogs bench, and it's fisted over. That was deliberate against Gallagher.
Yes, it was, but I was under the impression you were allowed to spoil the ball.
But not off a ground ball like that.
Yeah, well.
So Nick Dacos has got it. He's run around. He's looking to deliver to a teammate. It doesn't quite get there. Cameron's able to pick it up and go long. Jones with the double-fisted spoil. West weaving and dodging, handballing to Keith. Keith then gives it to Fraser, who kicks it out of the defensive 50, and Sam Darcy in front, marks in front of Dean. He's got it at half-back. They're booing him because he collected Maynard late. He poked the bear in the first opening minutes. And he came from the ground. He gave away 2 50-metre penalties, young Sam Darcy. He's been able to work his way and show great resilience back into this contest with a goal. And he's lifting, and so are the Dogs.
Here is Garcia, very good last week. Kicks up towards Moore off the hands of the pack. Chris Groves turns around and kicks it back to the wing. Garcia again. 2 goals and 18 disposals last week. Riley Garcia stabs it short to Sanders. Kick 6 in last year's draft. Wide out on the dock side of the ground. Sends it into the pocket. Moore's in good position. Darcy there for the Dogs. Comes down to ground level. Dean picks it up. Tackled by McNeil. Taken to ground. Umpire wants to ball it up.
Well, I'm glad he did. I'm glad it was that and not a free kick, because there's got to be a balance.
Yep.
He had no time to get rid of that.
Courts of Mick Malthouse on Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. English tapping it down. Nick Dacos swoops onto it. Sweeps a handball to Bytel. He'll kick out towards the wing and Hill.
Hill's got space. He assesses the options. He spears the pass further down the ground. Here's a chance as Markov goes inside 50. It's just got to sit here, and overrunning it was Johnson. He didn't get the sit he wanted. Johnson with a little toe poke up to Schultz, up to Markov, and a high ball snap for a goal. It wasn't clean, but they got there in the end, their desired result. And they stop a run of 5 in a row. Do the Pies. 6-8-44, the Bulldogs 7-2-44. Nearly 19 minutes gone in the second term on ABC Sport. It's Cameron Ling and Mick Malthouse.
Hard running there by the Pies, got them that goal. Again, I was about to say the bad kick inside forward 50 should have been a certain goal, and they just missed a target, but credit to Markov, he followed up, kept the run going, even though his kick hadn't quite hit Ash Johnson. He followed up, did the work, and finished the goal off nicely. Great play by the Pies there, end to end.
Cameron Ling and Mick Malthouse on Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Tim Hodges between the benches. Ben Cameron and Kelly Underwood calling the action. Bounce back in the middle. English and Frampton. English down for Gallagher. Out of the middle go the Dogs, tumbling it inside 50. No mark taken. Quaynor paddles out towards half-back for the Pies. Still paddling. Slaps it on, keeps it alive. Can't track it in. Thrown between wing and half-forward for the Dogs.
Yeah, good play by Quaynor. Just control the ball in the air, then hit the ground running. He's a really exciting player, tough player, hard to beat player. Really like the way he goes about it.
So on the City side, at half forward here for the Bulldogs. It's tossed back in, a hurried kick, goes to the top of the goal square, slips through the hands of Lobb. Sanders is there, can he get boot to ball? He's still going, and it's over the point post. Desperation from Maynard and Jeremy Howe going to ground as well. Riley West extends the arm out, lifts Jeremy Howe back up off the turf, and another veteran inside bottom's got the kick-in duties. Dogs by 1 point. One stage, it was Collingwood by 22. They looked like they'd lead by as much as 40 at quarter time.
Side bottom with the kick in. Out wide looking for Johnson. He can't hold it. Out of play it goes. The throw-in to come.
Still side bottom's just not quite the elite kick.
No, it used to be magnificent.
Yeah.
Even that was probably a half metre either side of.
Sailed it a bit high, didn't he?
Yeah, and he's. Yeah, well, and I reckon it's been falling off for 12 months or so. He got away with it last year, but still smart play.
Throwing half forward for the Dogs. English and Frampton both with hands on it. Trying to come through. Gallagher, free kick, Treloar.
There's another fumble and getting taken high. I'm not 100% sure he should be rewarded for that.
Treloar goes low inside 50. Bontempelli can't mark. Lobs out the back. Whacks it through. Free kick.
Benny could be 52. He should be 50. It was a clear whistle. It was clearly Collingwood's free kick.
Coming back to Charlie Dean. Rory Lobb thought all of his Christmases had come at once.
Against Sam Darcy, the free
Darcy.
kick.
Oh, God, he's had... Yeah.
So just on the kicking dropping off for Sidebottom, it's interesting. We look at old players and think pace normally drops off, but his kicking...
No, skill level declines just marginally. And you only need to be half a cent off, let me tell you, and you pay a penalty.
And I'll tell you why too, because you lose trust in your leg speed, you rush your vision and you kick just a fraction of a second, so you release just a little bit before you want to release, and that affects your kicking.
33 years of age and 320 games, not a bad effort though. A couple of premierships in there as well. He's a legend.
Yeah. Wonderful football.
Oh, yeah. You can't help growing old, Kel, you know that.
Stu, can you turn his mic off, please?
No, you don't. Everyone...
He can have 15 minutes HIA. Meanwhile, the Sharons back underway. Some of us are professionals here. Garcia from 45 out. He goes long, and it's marked in the pocket by Jeremy Howe. All the experience in the world.
Howe or Mick? Howe kicks up the middle to Chris, who gives it off to Lipinski. He'll go laterally out for Bartel on the logo.
Everywhere.
And the pies are on, as Lingy said.
No.
The kick from Bartel, a shocker. Stabs it wide of Sullivan out of play.
The kicking efficiency, at least it's gone up. It's up to 49%. It was at 42% earlier when I talked about it.
Well,
it has still been awful.
Well, that one there, they're out.
That's a certain goal. They had players inside 50 by themselves.
Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Dogs by a point. Pies come away with it from the throw-in. Bartel to Lipinski. Cuffs it up. Daniel mops up across half-back. Gives it off to Treloar. High kick around the wing, looking for Darcy. He outpoints Quain on a mark.
Well, he had to. He's
foot and a half taller,
Quain did everything right, but I've got to say Darcy also did everything right.
He is out onto his left. Floats a kick inside 50. Lob approaching it, getting a hand in West, breaks it up accidentally, and then Howe mops it up for the Pies, gives it off to Lipinski. Lateral kick for Markov.
Been told to play on. He's standing on the spot. He's in two minds. Goes down the line. Jones is closing late, gets his hands to it, and it just beats Bobby Hill as it rolls over the chalk. Bobby was away if he could get it.
Yeah, Liam Jones
just got his hand hooked.
Hoping that went out, because it was Bobby Hill and Lockie Schultz who were about to take off towards goal.
And daylight.
Yeah.
Dogs by 1 point. Closing in on half-time. Boundary throw-in. Half forward for the Pies. Dacos again at a stoppage to Harrison. To Josh. Josh lining up for his second. They've kicked three, the Dacos brothers tonight. Back in front. Thanks to a Dacos. And they lead it by 5 points. 7-8-50 to the Dogs. 7-3-45. 5 minutes to play before half-time.
Well, we've just been talking about their kicking efficiency, Mick. I reckon when Nick or Josh are involved, the kicking efficiency is just fine.
Yeah.
They still use the ball beautifully, and that was great structure from the stoppage. First of all, Nick Dacos on the move. The forward handball just created things there, and then Josh doing what he does off the wing well, this time at a stoppage. Got forward hard when the opportunity presented. He's not going to miss from there. Just a brilliantly skilled footballer.
Tim Hodges between the benches.
Benny, real concern for the Bulldogs at the moment. They might be a man down. James Harms is already out of this game with a hamstring. Latham Vandermeer just came off, spoke to the physio, clutched his hamstring, and they've taken him straight down to the room.
No.
So real concern there for the Dogs. I'll keep you posted.
A restart in the middle of Docklands. English winning the tap. Daniel coming in off the wing. Wins it. Gives it off to Treloar off the Bailey Dale. Short kick for Sanders. Another required distance. Handball back to Dale and a short kick for a leading McRae.
Been good, McRae.
This is Jack McRae sending the Dogs inside 50. Darcy! All arms and legs, can't take the mark, follows up at ground level. Quaynor there with him, Noble burrows in. And the umpire wants it. All up, 45 out from the attacking goal for the Dogs.
Arms out with a big hammy. Looks like Vandermeer's got a hammy. They're already missing Johannesson, who's got a hammy. He's out 4 to 5 weeks. And 3 out tonight because of concussion. As play gets underway, Maynard keeps it in. Oh, he's handballed straight to Jack McRae, right on the 50. He concedes, retreats back to Duray, and the spearing pass couldn't quite hit Jamara. Ugelhagen might be able to mop up here, though he can't keep it in play. He was hotly pursued by Quaynor, who's limping a little out there. But he'll be right. So, dropping like flies tonight, the Bulldogs. Most of the flies already dropped at Collingwood this week. As it's tossed back in. Cameron assuming that front position, and he knocks it back over the boundary, so we'll reset again. Pies by 5 points. It's a boundary throw in about 10 metres around from the Bulldogs' goal.
This is the nervous part of the ground with the change in the rule interpretation is just you can't just absorb the tackle now. So defenders a bit nervous with the ground balls.
English knocks it down in front, trying to pick it up. Trelaw getting involved. Finn McRae.
I think you're going to see a lot more just dump kicks, just to get rid of the footy. So you've got to have a really good setup behind the ball.
Another forward 50 stoppage for the Dogs. English hooking it down, and the Pies pile on. They lead it by 5. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
So even right now, I don't think the Dogs have got a good setup outside. They're not circling it. They're a bit staggered.
English down for Gallagher, trying to get a handball out to Sanders. Spills it. Now just laying on top of it. Darcy Cameron, you have a go, Kel. Collingwood by 5 points, 27.5 into the second.
Gallagher told me his parents met at the Sandhurst Footy Club, Mick.
It's over the hills from me, mate.
I was going to say.
The Ballarat point.
I know that.
You know that, Kel.
Well, it's up there, the same sort of direction, isn't it? Oh, I'm joking. Bailey Dale. A high ball, but it's been picked off by Noble. So Noble's got it defensively, and he flicks the switch. He wants to go. Long kick sideways, marked by Schultz at halfback.
Good Joel Selwood territory, Sandhurst?
Yes, same club.
Same club?
Yep. To Dacos. Back to Darcy Moore. So they've gone from one side to the other. Now they're going the city side through the experience of side bottom. Corralling him is Lobb. He just casually handballs over the top to Moore, the captain. To Noble, all by hand, misses Lipinski, overcooks it. Trelaw comes in, tackles. It's bumbling and fumbling around in there. Trelaw goes again, brilliant little trap, and pick up to Lobb from 50. Unguarded, goal square, hits the post. It's his second poster for the night, Rory Lobb.
Yeah, but how many fumbles were there by all players, Collingwood and the Dogs, in the middle of the ground?
Unfortunately, John Noble is having one
He's a shocker,
of those
isn't he?
nights.
Yeah.
Oh, dear. Handballs, kicks, everything's missing.
Pies by 4, 3 minutes 10 to play before the main break.
Moore with a short kick in for Charlie Dean in the pocket.
Charlie Dean's he's a nice kid, but he can be a little bit awkward with his kicking too.
Kicks to fullback and accepted there by Maynard, who stabs it out to Quaynor on halfback. He gets it and goes. Off for a trot. Kicks into the middle for Frampton. Up he goes. Can't take the mark. Fraser does well. Knocks it down, and then following up, Cameron wins it back for the Pies. Floats a kick out to half forward. Sullivan marks. And they're on in the pocket. He'll give it off to Nick Dacos, cruising around the back and finishing like his father's son. His second, 4 for the Dacos boys. Pies out by 10. 8:56, plays 7:4:46. 29 minutes into the second. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Well, they just don't miss. No. Anything outside 50. If you give them half inch, especially when they've got that wind-up kick, because they can both go 50-plus metres, and if they can see daylight between the goalposts, then they're going to knock it over.
It's just such pure kicks of the footy, aren't they?
Yep.
Their technique is beautiful. Their timing is superb, and they've got total balance when they kick.
How do you give Nick Dacos that much space?
Well, it's going to happen in a game like this, particularly when there's so many mistakes being made. You could be 20 metres away, wanting the football, a player's got the football, and for some reason we've seen today, there's been fumbles all over the place.
Just on his last 4 weeks as well, so 39 coaches' votes in the last 4 weeks. Only Dustin Martin and Dangerfield have done that, as well as Nick Dacos.
Bulldogs winner out of the centre. Jamara leapt for it, slipped through his fingers. Waiting at the back was Quaynor. kicks to a one-on-one. Duray happy to see it over.
And Kel, there was a point in time where I thought, come on, somebody's got to be able to go with Nick Dacos and just blunt his influence. But the more you watch him, you appreciate just how massive his work rate is, how impressive a runner he is. He's a brilliant athlete, but his work rate is huge to get the ball as much as he does. And then he's still got the balance and the composure and the energy when he does get the ball to use it so well. It's super impressive.
So as a pure tagger, do you look at him and go, God, I would love to have a crack at him?
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
They're the ones. They're the ones that you always wanted a shot at. Back James Hird, a Ben Cousins, a Shane Crawford, a Robert Harvey, all of those types of runners. You think, oh, I'd love to try this on them or try that on them. But watching him, geez, he'd be hard to stop.
Well, you've got to net him. You can't go. You've got to. It's like when I say net, I'm talking about. I used to have players tag with a net, so they run through. They have to go through you to get it. And the way you stop that is you have a half-foot flanker come up and make sure he has to do the work on a preferred side of the body. So you it's almost like a double tag.
We've had 3 consecutive ball-ins from the outer side from exactly the same spot. Now the Bulldogs have got it and they're sending it inside 50 through a long kick of Dale. Sam Darcy just out-muscles Dean in a one-on-one contest.
You know what? This is incredibly impressive from Darcy because he had a horror start to this game. Gave away the 50, the incident with Maynard, then gave away another 50 running through the protected area. He's had the crowd booing him a little bit. He is presenting up every single time. He's fighting at ground level when he can. That one he just fought for the marking contest and took the grab. It is a really good sign of what his character and competitiveness is like.
Tight angle sends it on its way, and it might be the making of the young man. Sam Darcy gave away a couple of goals early, couple of big 50-metre penalties, but he's kicked his second goal and they closed to back within 4 points. 8-4-52, Collingwood 8-8-56.
More importantly too, Kel, on that, he's taken marks in a contested situation. Now, admittedly, it's not against Darcy Moore, it's against players who he technically should do, but you've still got to take it. As Lingy said, there's all sorts of things going through his head from the beginning of that game where he sort of made a couple of mistakes, and he has stood up. But the thing is, what I like about at the moment the Dogs forward line is this separation. It's one-on-one again.
11th game of the season for young Sam Darcy. Just kicked his 21st goal.
Yeah. Is that right?
Which, he's 19 years of age.
Yeah, he's 50 plus. He reminds me a lot of. I know this is a big call. He reminds me of Paul Salmon. Tall, rangy.
Fish back in the middle. Trelaw with the clearance for the Dogs. High ball inside 50. McRae going
great
back.
mark.
Unbelievable mark.
I watched him, if I can I know I'm saying a lot here, but I watched him go back and had no thought for what was coming overhead. You could just know he was taking the ground to mark that with players bearing down on top of him. Outstanding mark.
Jumping Jack McRae, jumping chest mark back into the players converging from all angles. Sorry, Kel.
I was just going to say, it's okay, Mick, you get paid to say a lot.
We're not paid by the word, though.
No, don't tell him paid by the word. Goodness me, we won't get a word in.
McRae runs around the man on the mark. The kick is across the face. Offhand, Hugo Hagen claims it. Buffeted off his kick. Loose ball in the pocket. Sanders applying the tackle.
High contact.
High free kick.
A bit overzealous.
So Finn McRae, younger brother of Jack, will take the free kick in the back pocket. Collingwood by 4 points, closing in on half-time.
English sets himself from behind Frampton, got a clever hand involved, but it ricochets straight down to Williams. It's a high ball. They'll fly from all angles at ground level, dribbling it through Sanders. Is that a goal? No, it's a point. So a point off the boot of Riley Sanders makes it a 4-point goal, a margin rather, at half-time. Collingwood leads at 8-8-56 to 8-5-53, so that minor score has just been flicked up on the scoreboard. So it's a Collingwood lead of 3 points after they led by 17 at quarter time, as much as 22 earlier in the match. For the goal kickers, have a listen to this. The Dacos brothers have kicked 4 straight. The rest of the team has kicked 4 goals 8. So collectively, they've kicked 8-8-56 to the Doggies 8-5-53. The goal kickers, Nick Dacos with 2, Josh Dacos with 2, Maynard, Crisp, Schultz. And for the Dogs, 2 to McRae, singles to Bontempelli, Darcy and Treloar and Ugelhagen and Vandermeer. Benny.
I'm not sure I should say this on air, but I'm offering to ghostwrite the Peter Dacos book on kicking skills and how he taught it to both of his boys, because we've heard about the balloons, the rolled up socks, into them working with the football, Lingy. They are masterful kicks of the footy.
They certainly are, and you can see it when you get taught a great technique from a young age and it becomes a natural action for them under pressure, at high speed, whatever it might be. They are just superb kicks of the football.
Your thoughts on that first half? It was dominated by Collingwood early on. The Dogs kicked 5 straight in the middle of the half with 4 to start their second term, and then it was 3 from Collingwood unanswered to claw back into the match. Just quickly, Tim Hodges before Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling.
Ben, just confirmation from the Bulldogs, and unfortunately they're a man down for the rest of this match. Latham Vandermeer has done a hamstring. He joins James Harms, who did his hamstring in the first term. So for a heavily depleted Bulldogs team, they'll lose 2 players, Harms and Vandermeer, next week. Taylor Duray, we know, is on report, and Sam Darcy will be under review and probably going to get weeks for that late bump on Braden Maynard in the first term. So the Bulldogs already heavily depleted.
Good work, Hodgie. Head back up. We've got your birthday caramel mud cake to tend to. But, Lingy, what did you make of that first half?
Well, for all that going on with the Bulldogs, give them a big pump up for what they delivered in that second quarter. They were badly outplayed in the first quarter. Collingwood were all over them. They felt almost flat too, Mick. You know, you mentioned that Marcus Bontempelli kicked an outstanding goal. No one really got around them and around Marcus Bontempelli. But after quarter time, they were able to make it hard work for Collingwood to move the footy. I think Collingwood probably did a little bit of that themselves with some really bad kicking. But the Bulldogs worked hard to get the clearances back onto their terms. They got their forward line a little bit fixed up as well. And they got the game back onto their terms. And we've now got a contest where it's 3 points the difference. So credit to the Dogs. The worry is that you've still got a Collingwood team that I think is playing well below its best with its kicking and its ball use. But they've got 2 blokes named Nick and Josh Dacos who are just superb through the middle of the ground. The reason why we're carrying on about Nick, apart from all the other great footy he plays, he's had 18 touches. He's had 9 clearances already and kicked those 2 goals. I mean, 18 touches, 9 clearances, 2 goals would be good for a game for some midfielders, but for half a game, he's been superb. Adam Treloar and Bontempelli have been good for the Dogs as well. They both had kicked a goal each, and Treloar's had 20 and Bont's had 17.
Can I get you to check my eyes on here, please, Ling?
Yes, certainly.
I want you to just go because I'm looking over Stumpy's head, and if we ever look at
if you're looking over that, you won't see it, Mick. It's
I'm looking at the 50s, that quarter. Am I right in saying it was 6 to Collingwood and 18 to the Dogs?
In that quarter?
The inside 50s, Mick, in that quarter
21
was,
to the Dogs.
Yeah, 21-6 the way of the Dogs.
21-6.
Wow.
That's a smashing, but the Pies were still able to kick 3 goals.
Yeah.
And that's significant because what it tells you is when they go forward, they are likely to score. But full credit to the Dogs, 21 times and they scored 7. So they're going at 33% or thereabouts, whatever. If that's my maths, to get to 34%.
I'll pay it.
Okay, so that is well down on entrances. Now, I know entrances are 50 metres and it could lob on the 50 and come straight out. But it just appeared they had so much of the football.
Yeah.
And a lot then went deep, but Darcy Moore was able to clean a lot up. But nonetheless, even if this starts to just fractionally balance itself out, Treloar's doing enough, Bontempelli's doing enough. Yeah, okay, the Dacoses are outstanding. But it just seems to me that that stoppage work, the Dogs started to play smarter football. And by weight of numbers, if they're able to go 5 or 6 more inside 50s than Collingwood, and they keep the Dacoses away from having shots on goal, this game could flip.
It could, and Jack McRae's winning the ball across half forward.
Beautifully.
Been really good. You spoken about a lot in that quarter that Bulldogs early on in the game, there were 3 of the key forwards all competing for the same ball, which is a real comfort factor for the Collingwood defenders, especially Darcy Moore. They know there's going to be help there. But as that quarter progressed, we started seeing the Bulldogs forwards just pull apart that Collingwood defence a little bit and get those isolated moments. And more often than not, it was somebody having to get Darcy Moore out of position so that either Sam Darcy or Jamari Ugle-Hagan can get a decent one-on-one look. And they did all right when they got it.
And the other thing is too, Lingy, when Tim English went off the ball, there is a tendency in AFL football to only carry the one ruckman. And you just see, like last night, I think Ollie Wines might have been in the ruck a couple of times and this sort of stuff. I thought Lobb, when he went in the centre, was pretty good. We can be very critical of him because he always seems like he's going to offer so much. But I don't reckon they missed too much when English went off the ball. So that put massive heat back onto Collingwood because Cameron can't ruck all day. And it's going to now... And if he's not in the... And the other thing was I reckon I saw Darcy in the ruck there once or twice and him around the ground and Lobb around the ground and English around the ground. They all can take a mark. Yep. They're not these type of footballers that just can tap the ball and not mark it. So they're getting another ruck rover, if you like, the old ruck rover type around the ground. And Collingwood, and I think certainly Cameron does it, but who's his backup? And if his backup's not a good ruckman, which he clearly with Cox not playing, they haven't got one, then this is where those stoppages have all of a sudden become pretty... we saw Collingwood come out of those clearances in the first quarter so clean. Now we're seeing the Dogs come out reasonably clean.
And that's Collingwood's big one, Wood, isn't it? It feels like tonight is their good stoppage work. My worry a little bit for the Bulldogs is I just can't see Collingwood continuing to kick as bad as this around the ground.
They're not getting a lot of it, though.
No, they're not. But, I mean, you imagine that one ball hits the target instead of going out. There's another 2, 3, 4 possession chain that goes from that. So 21 inside 50s to 6. If Collingwood picks up their ball use, even just by a few percent, it feels like it'll come back to 16 inside 50s to 12 or 13. Yeah. And that's enough for the Pies to...
I agree. I think Collingwood will win the game. They're in front. They surrendered the lead. They've got back in front. But we've got a game now.
Yeah, we do. We do, definitely.
The best analysts in the game, Mick Malthouse, the coaching games record holder, and Cameron Ling, the premiership captain, down at the Cattery here on Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Just repeating, there was a report in the game, Kayla Duray with a swinging arm that seems to clip Nick Dacos, who's behind him at the time, and the big incident in the game was Sam Darcy jumping into Braden Maynard. Now, Mitch Cleary, who's a newsman on Channel 7, is always across these sorts of things. He suggested that it will be graded as careless because it's in play, high contact. So medium impact would mean 1 week, high impact would equal 2. So that seems to be the vicinity. Collingwood leading by 3 points, 8-8-56, plays 8-5-53 over the Western Bulldogs. It is half-time and time for us to pause and get the latest from the ABC newsroom.
Hello, Sarah Hall with ABC News. Donald Trump is being widely tipped to lodge an appeal after a New York jury found him guilty of 34 felonies. Prosecutors accused the former president of falsifying business records to hide hush money payments to adult film star Stormy Daniels ahead of the 2016 election. Professor at the New York Law School, Anna Kominsky, expects Trump to appeal.
There will absolutely be an appeal. That is just what happens in almost every criminal case, in particular with a finding of guilt after a jury trial. You will have an appeal. Appeals take time. This is not something that we will know the decision on, maybe not even for a year or so.
The future of Australia's Collins-class submarine fleet is facing fresh uncertainty after the discovery of significant corrosion on 2 of the ageing boats. Here's Defence correspondent Andrew Green.
Government-owned enterprise ASC has been questioned at Senate estimates about maintenance work on Australia's 6 Collins-class submarines. CEO Stuart Wiley told the committee corrosion found on both HMAS Sheehan and HMAS Farncombe will take several months to repair.
Fairly difficult, unique places.
Liberal Senator Simon Birmingham says it's a disturbing development.
Half the Navy's Collins-class fleet will be out of the water for the rest of this year.
A 3rd Collins-class boat, HMAS Rankin, is also undergoing scheduled maintenance.
Millions of Australians with HECS help debts will see their liabilities increase when indexation is applied at midnight tonight. Here's our National Education and Parenting reporter, Connor Duffy.
3 million Australians owe the government money after studying at university. Every year, the amount increases in a process known as indexation that's pegged to the Consumer Price Index. This year, debts will rise by 4.7%, an historically high increase, which follows last year's 7.1% slug. However, the government is planning reforms to HECS indexation, which would see last year's rise reduced to 3.2% and this year's increase to 4%. It says this will wipe $3 billion in HECS debts, but it needs to pass legislation for the change to become law.
As time continues to pass since Papua New Guinea's landslide, hopes are fading that the bodies of those lost in the disaster will be recovered. Officials are still trying to pinpoint the number of people buried under tons of earth, with the PNG government saying more than 2,000 people may have been buried alive. The UN estimate has put the death toll at around 670, but Justine McMahon from Care Australia says the extent of the rubble is so great the actual death toll might never be determined.
My feeling about the death toll is I don't think we'll ever really know exactly how many people have died, simply because the depth of the rubble is so deep. As of yesterday, they recovered 11 bodies, and that's nearly 7 days after the landslide.
China's defence minister has told his US counterpart that America should stop interfering in the affairs of Taiwan. Admiral Dong Zhong made the comments at a meeting with Lloyd Austin at a security conference in Singapore, their first face-to-face meeting in 2 years. For his part, Mr Austin told the Admiral that China should stop what he called provocative military activity around Taiwan. An Adelaide husband and wife who were among dozens of people injured on a Singapore Airlines flight last week is now recovering at an Adelaide hospital. Keith Davis and Kerry Jordan returned home on Wednesday night after spending over a week in a Bangkok hospital. The London to Singapore flight was hit by severe turbulence over Myanmar and had to make an emergency landing in Thailand. Mr Davis says his wife sustained severe spinal injuries but is hopeful she will recover.
In terms of her condition, daily we're maximising what we can achieve at that point in time, and that will be the progress. We're talking not days, we're not talking weeks, we're talking months, if not beyond. So it's going to be really tough. There'll be some tough days ahead, but we're just really thankful to be home.
You're up to date with the latest from ABC News this Friday. For more at any time, you can download the ABC Listen app.
Here's my top footy tip for the season. You can get your games live and ad-free on the ABC Listen app. I know, right? AFL, NRL, men's, women's. Whatever footy you're after, we've got you covered. Every goal, try, mark and tackle. Called by ABC Sports' expert commentary team.
Game, set, bingo.
This season on the home of 100% pure footy. The ABC Listen app.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL season. Every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Trying to get onto it, Treloar eventually does. Kicks over his shoulder, and it's paid. It went about 7.5 metres to Sam Darcy. Had a dirty day early on, trying to turn it around. His drop punt is a great kick, and the Dogs are working their way back into it. Cameron wins it down. Treloar, quick snap, brilliant snap. The Dogs are clawing their way back into the contest. They're right back in it.
Moore slips over. Here's a chance for the Doggies. Pouncing on it was West. Gives it to Vandermeer and they finish it off. They've come alive. The first 3 goals to start this second term and scores are level.
McRae runs around onto his left. Eyes the goals and Ugle-Hagan marks.
This is a turnaround because they're now winning the stoppages.
Ugle-Hagan on his right. Snaps it through. The Bulldogs are in front for the first time tonight.
Johnson with a little toe poke up to Schultz, up to Markov, and a high ball snap for a goal. It wasn't clean, but they got there in the end, their desired result. Dacos again at a stoppage to Harrison, to Josh. Josh lining up for his second. They've kicked 3, the Dacos brothers tonight. Back in front, thanks to a Dacos.
Real concern for the Bulldogs at the moment. They might be a man down. James Harms is already out of this game with a hamstring. Lathan Vandermeer just came off, spoke to the physio, clutched his hamstring, and they've taken him straight down to the room.
No.
So real concern there for the Dogs.
Sullivan marks, and they're on in the pocket. He'll give it off to Nick Dacos, cruising around the back and finishing like his father's son. His second ball for the Dacos boys.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Great to have you with us on Friday night footy here on ABC Sport. Round 12 at the Docklands. Ben Cameron in the chair for an ill Corbin Middlemass, Kelly Underwood, Nick Malthouse, the coaching games record holder, and Cameron Ling, the premiership captain, Tim Hodges, the birthday boy downstairs. I'm just battling a little bit of indigestion after that caramel mud cake.
We're trying to eat Hodgie's birthday caramel mud cake as quickly as we can before he gets back up here, so there'll be none left for him after the game. Bad luck, Hodgie.
I have been a little slack on the SMS here tonight. 0437 774 774 if you wish to get involved. Lots of text rolling through. Grant in Waterloo says, Kel, Ben, Lingy, Mick, and happy birthday, Tim Hodges. Top call as usual. Go Dogs. Listening on the Listen app, which we love to see. It's your answer for everything. We've got the T20 Cricket World Cup coming up next week, so if you wish to listen to that, jump on the ABC Listen app. Of course, the Matildas are playing right now as well, so if you are interested in that game, the ABC Sport Extra button is where you can find all of that. As always, your answers to anything is the ABC Listen app. Half-time in that match, China lead 1-0 over the Tillies in Adelaide. A text here says the new interpretation allows players to dispose incorrectly as long as they make a genuine attempt, which is a question, which is incorrect.
Yeah, I don't quite agree with that because you still, if there's no prior opportunity, all you have to do is attempt to handball or kick the ball.
Correct, which is horribly confusing, really. So the way it works, if, let's say tonight, Marcus Bontempelli swoops onto a ball and picks it up and he's tackled and then he goes to kick it, whether it's holding the ball or not depends on whether the umpire deems
him having prior opportunity.
So even if he just drops it and tries to kick it and misses it, it's whether he had prior opportunity or not.
But I think you need that though, Benny, because if he's tackled immediately and he has no chance, he shouldn't be penalised for going at the ball and trying to win the ball. He should have an opportunity to dispose of the footy. Yep. Now, if he's had that opportunity and he's tackled, doesn't kick or handball the ball, it should be holding the ball. But if it does just jar free in the tackle because he's immediately set upon, I'm fine with that being play on.
The interesting part, I spoke to some umpire type people during the week around, umpires currently in the game and those who often advise them, etc. And they explained to me around, if you're not watching the game through the lens of did he have prior before that moment, all fans tend to see is, Cameron Ling gets tackled, tries to get the kick away, drops the ball in the process and think, why isn't that holding the ball, which can be confusing. Mick, you'll enjoy this. This is anonymous, but it says, Mick, great column in the West today. So there you have it. I'm not sure if you knocked Harley Reid off the back page, but that's a text. Yeah. I'm just checking the number. Yep, that's Nanette's number. So,
Thought so.
Good to have Nanette with us on a Friday night.
Well, not many people comment on the West when we're in Victoria there, Benny, although you might read it because you're a West Australian.
Not anymore.
I read it all the time.
Not anymore.
Yeah.
So you've given up on them.
What was the column focused this week?
On injuries. And my biggest gripe, Lingy, is...
The game's too long. No?
No, I've already said that. I think that the pre-season lead-up, and I'll quote the great Percy Cerity, who a lot of people wouldn't know, but they should Google it, miles in the legs. And I don't think we're getting the miles in the legs because of the restrictions in how long you can have players for pre-Christmas.
Yeah, and that was on the all-conquering segment of Mixed Messages last Saturday on AFL Saturday, which will be back by popular demand tomorrow. So we'll see what we find there tomorrow afternoon. Just about set to go in their second half. Collingwood leading by 3 points, 8-8-56, plays 8-5-53. It is Friday night footy here on ABC Sport. Beneath the Dome, you're with Kelly Underwood.
Bontempelli and Dacos pushing and shoving on the edge of the circle. Neither ruck can take it. Bontempelli got a hand to it. Now Sidebottom comes in, twisting, turning. Ball spills clear. Cameron with a little toe poke. Lipinski put his head over the footy and put his body on the line. And he's tackled by Duray and Dale. It'll be a ball up.
And the tackle is hold up, not flog anymore, so it's really interesting the way players have adjusted.
Cameron somehow got a hand to it, and then Chris somehow got a boot to it and up and under, but the mark won't be paid.
Okay.
It's gone 20?
That's gone 3 times as far as the one before that Sam Darcy got.
Yep, and the Bulldogs player took the mark in Duray. Now he's a little sore.
Yeah, because he got bumped.
So from centre half forward, English straight down to Josh Dacos. Oh, he's kicked straight into Duray and hurt him. He's kicked straight into Duray's midriff.
Why is it the free kick for?
Oh, I think
Listen to the mark.
No, I think he also got him high as well.
Right, okay.
You're on fire tonight.
Oh, well, it went a yard.
On your walk here across the city, Mick, did you just stop into a bar and...
No,
I'm just checking. Now a 50's been given away by the Pies.
Moving on the mark.
Yep, and it was given away by Frampton. So English goes along inside 50 and a mark taken by Dean for the Pies. Gee, this has been a slow, steady start to this second half. It hasn't exploded out of the gates by any means, but the game is in the balance. Pies by 3.
Dean with the long kick up towards the wing. Cameron doesn't know a lot about it. Comes down for Bailey Dale. Handball to Darcy. Dogs forward of the wing. Left foot kick long into the pocket. Getting back. Moore spoils it down. It falls for lob. Loses it. West goes in head first. Eventually he knocks it out. Now side bottom tackles. Comes out to Ugle-Hagan. Left foot snap is missing. Just bending a little too much. Minor score. Lead back to 2 points, 2 minutes into the third. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
It's those 3 talls down there. Is Darcy down there? Collingwood have got a real good chance of actually running the ball out.
Yeah, he's there.
Because they don't overly defend well, I don't think, the Dogs.
So side bottom drives it long, and the mark by Jones reaching up over the top. Liam Jones.
That's where he loves to be, up the ground, Jonesy.
Oldest player on the Bulldogs list is going to send it into the heart of the 50 and wait for Darcy to rise up. Couldn't take it. Trelaw, quick hands to Bontempelli. Gave it off to his teammate who was stripped by Dacos. Dacos picks it up, swoops and kicks sideways to Josh, his older brother. And now Josh Dacos down the line to a one-on-one. Over the head of McCreary. In the end, it was McCreary and Fraser. Fraser spoils it over the line.
I was watching Nick, who, he was working hard. Got on his bike and he gave his brother Josh a little bit of a talking to as well, that he didn't get it right in front of you, Hodgie. On the throw in, Cameron works his way to the front, hacks it out of mid-air and just soccers it forward. It will tumble and stay in the end. Gathered there by Bailey Williams, who gives it back to Fraser. He'll kick to Bontempelli, who kicks around the wing. Maynard comes up, can't take the mark and fumbles it out of play. Throwing to come. Left half forward for the Dogs. Sorry, Mick.
Well, I'm just amazed at the quality of players fumbling the football. Well, even that there, he's had half a game, Maynard, and bubbled it over the line. Maybe you're right, Lingy. Everyone's a bit worried about picking the ball up.
Spinning ball back into play, half forward for the Dogs. McRae, underground handball to Williams, had to go back and win it. McCreary tackles him. McCreary's holding it in. McCreary was holding it in, was he?
Yeah, he was, Cal, but he did it well because the other umpire was on the other side and Bailey Williams copped the free kick against him.
Didn't even have the ball, no.
So McCreary, defensive side of the Docklands wing, goes along. Jones with the spoil. English on all fours, tackled by Johnson.
I don't think that long high kick's going to help Collingwood that much. Like Liam Jones now
just slams everything. Yeah, that's right. And I'm just wondering, the lateral ball was so effective in that first part of the first quarter. The umpires now see how quick he is with it.
Yep, that's great.
It is
because the ball's locked in.
Yeah, there should be no time on though.
Darcy down to Crisp was tackled. This time Darcy into space. Pouncing on it was Nick Dacos. Kicks the ball and it's a one-on-one. Is it going against Keith? No, it'll be a free kick to Keith. Schultz and Keith were in a tangle from the high ball that came in from Nick Dacos. Schultz has given away a free. So in the back pocket, Alex Keith for the Dogs has it.
Had a handful of his jumper.
Alex Keith does not look anywhere but across the ground. It's quite amazing.
It's crab sideways, you think, Mick?
Well, you'd like to think he has a look.
Oh, wow.
Handballs it to Bontempelli, who spins out of trouble, gets a handball moving forward. Moore comes across to break it up. Now side bottom, picks it up, runs into a tackle, trying to get the handball out. And a ball up to come.
What I'm saying is, Keith gets the football, he looks directly across the ground and never forward to the ball. And by not looking forward to the ball, you're missing opportunities.
English arriving late. It spills down to Bontempelli. Handball away to Garcia. Spins out of one tackle into another. Holding the ball. Not before he's slung to ground. Maynard's pinned him. And he'll have the free kick. Centre half back for the Pies. They lead it by 2.
Spears the pass off to Cameron, and then he gets it over to Harrison. Drives it long all by himself at the top of the goal square is Schultz. Keith got caught napping. Bulldogs defence got caught napping. Schultz marks. Pies fans want 50 for the afters. Umpire says no. And Lockie Schultz, let's write it down, he's going to kick his second goal of the night, and he's going to give them a lead of 8 points as we go 6 minutes into the third term.
He should, Cal.
No,
He's missed a couple of set shots.
No, I'm going with it, Lingy. Come on, he's at the top of the goal square. The crowd will tell the story. It's a goal. 1962 Collingwood, the Dogs 8-6-54.
Well played, Cal. You were correct. He nailed that one. He's been a little shaky in front of goal, but good ball movement by the Pies. The moment they opened up that corridor, then they just kept the ball flowing forward, which is what I love about the Mick. Too many times clubs have got a flow of the plays, other players down the field are making decisions to get aggressively forward, thinking that ball's going to continue, and they stop.
Yeah, they do.
And those options get shut down. Collingwood don't. They continue with the flow, get it going forward, and Schultz was able to get right out the back.
Well, they could have 1 of 3, couldn't it?
Yeah.
So another poor decision, poor touch in the middle of the ground. Both sides are making them, but the Dogs were punished on that occasion.
Comes the third multiple goal kicker for the Pies, along with both of the Dacos brothers. Gallagher runs onto the tap of English, floats the ball out towards half forward, bouncing ball, and seeing it out, Ugle-Hagan throwing half forward for the Dogs.
He's hardly touched the ball, and if this... Oh, he's just dropping over now. Moore goes back to the deepest part. He goes on to the most dangerous player in Darcy in this case.
Throwing here, English and Cameron locking up, tapping it down in front. Treloar trying to shovel it out. Josh Dacos pinches it. Off the Noble. His kick is Shank into the pocket. Sets a task for Bartel. Tracking it close to the line. Boundary line, he's free and he backs out under pressure of Darcy and Daniel. And now another throw in, right half forward here for the Bulldogs out on the city side of the ground. Collingwood by 8 points. I mentioned earlier, Noble having one of those nights.
Both ruck miss it. Bounces away Lipinski. His kick was smothered by English. Spills clear. Fighting and scrapping in there was Garcia. He's set up by a couple of Magpies. Oh, this is hot. They're holding the ball hot tonight.
Yeah, no, so that's not what we want to see.
No.
You just have control of the football.
Garcia grabbed it.
Zero prior opportunity.
Quaynor just dumped him into the turf. Quaynor was rewarded with it. An early leap in the centre of the ground up the back of Darcy, wins a free kick.
Ash Johnson went for the fly.
Yep, and then it was Keith that's rewarded the free because Johnson jumped into his back. And the other player was O'Donnell. So Keith, as Mick pointed out earlier, always looks sideways.
Well, I think he gets confused with
he's
the
on the city wing. He's on the city wing and he's turned towards the city and kicked to a teammate who now centres it towards English, takes a strong mark over McRae. Finn McRae down, a little slow to get up. English just monsters that kick into the pocket. Ugle-Hagan was there, so too Lobb. Neither could claim the contested mark. So a boundary throwing Collingwood by 8 points. We've gone nearly 10 minutes in the third term. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Cal, this was a big moment in the second quarter when Nick Dacos went to the bench. The Bulldogs kicked multiple goals, so it will be a huge test as Dacos sits down for the Pies if they can hold up here.
Cameron slaps it down in front. Josh Dacos set him up for the Pies. Handball to Lipinski. Handball too hot for Quaynor. Cameron goes in. He turns it over. Knocked down towards Garcia, who will have a left foot snap towards the goal square. Bouncing ball. Moore's there. Handball for Quaynor. Pies in the back pocket. Releasing kick. A good one. And Bartel marks it left half back. Collingwood leading by 8 points. Bartel kicks around the city wing looking for a marker. Johnson is that. He takes it wider than the logo, but in line with it. Kicks to half forward. Frampton marks on his chest. Pies attacking and looking good. His kick lateral for Noble. He marks 49.5 out. Gets around the man on the mark. Shanks his kick. It finds the chest of Hill. In the goal square. Bobby Hill takes it. And will go back and extend this Collingwood lead with what will be his first of the night.
Well, I've got to say, it's almost like a repeat. If Collingwood get the ball past the centre, the Dogs cannot defend it. Every time Collingwood get in there, they look like they're going to score. And again, it's happened. They're just not playing tight, aggressive football.
The easiest of goals. Hill pokes it through. And Collingwood keep the Dogs at arm's length. Out by 14, 10-8-68, plays 8-6-54. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Mick Malthouse, Cameron Lynn.
And it was a couple of moments. Ash Johnson finally took a mark and grabbed one and got a bit of a cheer from the Collingwood fans. But he was able to then wheel and go. Billy Frampton hitting up on the lead. So the forwards, they're two key forwards who are filling in from their normal forward line that they'd love to have, were actually able to get on the end of it, able to take marks, and that opened everything up, Mick. You're right. Once it was the Ash Johnson mark,
that's it.
It was a goal from there.
Yeah, it's 4 to 6 inside 50s, and Collingwood have scored the two goals. It hasn't even looked like the Dogs scoring. Darcy Moore's got it full control down there. The big bombs in. Moore either punches it clear or resurrects it and gives it off to Quaynard. They run it out. It's almost like you can read the story.
Pies by 14, lob into the ruck, straight down to Sanders. Little handball give off to Dale, who came flying off the half-back line. Dale flicks it wide, and target down there was West. Maynard worked his way in front, spills the way of side bottom. He gives it straight back to Williams. Williams here for the Dogs is going to accept the handball again under plenty of pressure. He was held. He'll win a free kick. Does he? He thinks he's won one.
He should have had one.
The umpire said no.
Well,
he stopped.
Braden Maynard had already started tackling him before he received the footy.
Yeah.
So, boundary throw in. Attacking side of the Dockland wing. Attacking side for the Dogs.
Oh, good hands.
Great hands. It was out to Sullivan. Didn't see who had the good hands.
Finn McRae.
Okay, out to Sullivan, whose kicks out of bounds on the full. So James O'Donnell will take it right in front of the Pies bench. Oh, it ricochets the kick. He was going short. Frampton got a hand to it. It worked its way to Duray. The high ball, and standing his ground marvellously there was Darcy Cameron. She's had a good season. Lob closed late and hurt him.
Well, that's just playing in front, playing smart football.
Can see Scoob too. Simon O'Donnell, father of, sitting just in front of us as O'Donnell of the James variety goes for the mark, comes down in front. Garcia crushes the pack. Sanders gets involved. Umpire wants it. Ball up on the wing.
And just throw it up quick. Don't wait for the ruckman. Just throw it up. They'll work it out.
Lob arrives. Cameron double palms it down. Nick Dacos trying to burst onto it. Cluttered into by Gallagher. Holding free kick. Going the way of Nick Dacos.
Silly play by Gallagher. Look, if that's his role at stoppages, he's not playing it right. He's trying to trail. He's trailing in Dacos for start off, and then he's trying to work him under the ball. It just doesn't work.
In a purple patch of form. In a pretty high bar that he's set in his career as well. Here's his brother Josh roving the pack, running a U-turn, kicking towards full forward. No mark taken, comes down, Schultz gets involved. Finn McRae backfeeds a handball to Noble. Cuts a sway through them, kick smothered. Lob smothers it, allows the Dogs back in. They cough it back up. Maynard kicks to full forward, bouncing ball. Hill going in, taps it to his own advantage. Tries to follow up. Loose footy again. Finn McRae goes in. It's not coming out this time. McCreary is held up and a ball up. Collingwood by 14 points. Maybe just ratcheted up a notch slightly.
Well, they dominated the first quarter, led by 22. Dogs won the second quarter, got back in front by 6 points. And now this third quarter has been dominated by the Pies. Not much happening out there. The umpire blows his whistle, crosses his chest, and it'll be a ball up just on the outskirts, just inside 50 for the Pies. They're threatening again. Frampton flicks it behind him. Then Frampton picks it up. He was tackled by Bontempelli. That kick, did it go out of bounds on the full? No. it'll be...
Yeah, it was, Scott.
It was, yes. So they moved it quickly here, the Dogs, and they've got it defensively.
Bailey Williams, outlet kick up towards the logo. Lockie McNeil and Maynard. Maynard hooks it down for McCreary. He's worried out of it by Duray. Wants a free kick, plays for it, doesn't get it. McNeil goes in, Maynard gets in. And gets a little shove for his troubles as well. And a ball up close to the boundary line, dockside wing. Collingwood by 14 points, 15 minutes into the third. English knocking it down, Presp is onto it. Dumps it on his left boot, tumbles it around the wing. It bounces on its point and out of play. Another throw in.
Dogs have gone back into the first quarter stuff. It's really laborious. No direct play, no play on. Just hope that Collingwood make a mistake and they can get back in the game, the Dogs, but they really need to put a bit of pressure on their back line and these stoppages again.
Cameron dominating in the ruck. In the end, he's tackled by Sanders to the turf. Stoppage, ball up, half forward for the Pies. Nick Dacos is there looking to get it instead. Cameron flicked it straight down to Sanders, but here comes Dacos. He claims it was a handball. The umpire says it wasn't. It was a throw. So Bontempelli got the ball in his hand, still at half-back. He's the one that really led from the front and helped them rally to get themselves back into this contest. He's looking for Jamara down the line or lob. Neither get it. Sullivan fires it out to Josh Dacos. Centering ball to centre half forward. Had to go to Schultz. So too did O'Donnell. Daniel scurries away. Gives it over the top to McNeil, the sub, who's on, and then to Duray. Duray tries to put it out in front of McRae, but it'll sit better here for Dean McRae with great hustle. Spoils the handball, which was going over the top, and then tackles Dean over the boundary line, or it might have just stayed in fact.
That's the trouble of not having forwards in position. So the Dogs were forced wide again because all they looked up and they see Darcy Moore. They've got to keep it away from him.
Cameron with the tap down onto it. Sanders, handball away to Garcia, tumbles it into the pocket, just pitches in play, tumbles out. Forward 50 throw-in for the Dogs. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Trouble is they can't really look up and kick it to Rory Lobb either, Nick. He's not going to give you anything.
Well,
free kick.
Laying down behind play.
Yeah. It's a free kick.
Yeah.
They just
Bulldogs
shoved
ball.
over.
Lockie McNeil's ball.
I saw Noble on the deck, but a free kick is going the way of Lockie McNeil.
Quaynor's getting the wrath of the... Bontempelli pushes Josh Dacos over.
Yeah, well, Dacos didn't go over. I mean, Dacos took a dive.
Yeah.
And then I reckon Bontempelli... Well, I don't know why Bontempelli isn't at the free kick.
They need this, the Dogs. McNeil, the super sub finishes. And they close again. Back to 8 points, their first goal of the second half. 10-8-68 plays 9-6-60, 18 and a half minutes into the third. Mick Malthouse, Cameron Ling.
Well, I'm still trying to work out why there was a free kick. Dacos went down, but he went down... He just dropped. He just dropped to the ground. So he got pushed, dropped to the ground. I mean, there's no free kick there. But I still can't see then what took place because there had to be a retaliator.
I wonder, just for a second, and I don't even know if this is possible, have they called him this for staging? No, the Josh Dacos
there it is
for the prohibitive contact, which was a little gut punch.
Yeah. Yeah, there it is. So it happened beforehand.
It happened after.
Now, really, that's not a free kick.
They're trying to get that rid out of the game, Mick.
Oh, but you don't take it out by giving a free kick 15 metres out, Kel.
Oh, a little jumper punch.
Was it?
To the midriff. It was a little love tap to the midriff.
Yeah.
Bontempelli didn't like it. He saw it and came in and remonstrated.
We're grown men.
Okay. Well, you are. I'm not. But anyway, Collingwood by 8 points.
Well, I know you've got to be careful, but there's...
Here goes Nick Dacos trying to win it, but he's been tackled by Garcia. It bobbles around in there, McCreary. He can't win it. Well done by young Sanders. Back to Dale. Dale handballs to Treloar in space on the city wing. He gets it back to Fraser. Fakes one way, sidesteps, delivers inside 50. Ugle-Hagen's at the back. He's given away a free. A frustrating night for Jamara.
Yeah, he's been ordinary.
Yep.
Very ordinary. He's getting in one-on-one contests. His best method is to get the free ball on the run, not trying to get into a one-on-one.
Dean won the free kick. He goes down the corridor.
Free kick. Well, Mark paid to English. Either way, take your pick.
It's been such a stop-start contest. There's no real run or flow or carry. Hasn't been tight and tense. It's just stop-start.
English goes sideways to Keith.
Let's see what he does, Mick. Let's see.
Oh, he wants them. No, sideways. Off the Bramble. I want him to disprove you, Mick. And there's Bramble.
I'd love him
over the top to Bailey Dale.
Is that a coach's instruction?
No, it's a safety. He doesn't back himself because he's scared stiff of losing the ball.
Yep.
Bailey Dale on the logo. He comes infield to James O'Donnell. It went about 8.5, paid the 15.
Because I know Darcy Moore is... Now, Darcy Moore's out of position now. This is... Oh, they've kicked it straight to him.
O'Donnell sends it inside 50, and there is Moore. Drops the mark. Sanders comes through. Roves the pack. Off to Ugle-Hagan. Off a step. Special finish. Looking every bit like the #1 draft pick from a few years ago. That's a team lifter. And they're back within 2 points. 10-8-68 plays 10-6-66. 21 minutes into the third. 2 for Jamara. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Well, credit to him. He kicks a magnificent goal there. It was funny, Mick. Darcy Moore was in the perfect position.
Yeah.
He had hands on the ball. He takes the mark. We are probably being critical of Jamara, saying Darcy Moore is just controlling everything. You've got to be better than that, etc., etc. Instead, the mark gets spilt, and now Jamara and the Bulldogs have something to build on. That is a sensational goal. Brilliant kick.
Only one other player that could kick that. Buddy.
Buddy?
Well, he's just on his left.
You're right. You're right. No, I think you are spot on there, Kel.
Tightest angle off 2 steps casually on the left. It was just exquisite. We miss Buddy. Collingwood by 2 points.
Just an update for you, Mick. Alex Keith, he's had 8 disposals. Metres gained is 65 metres.
Oh, goodness gracious me.
Back underway in the centre. English straight to Gallagher. Tackled. High. Free kick Gallagher. Against Crisp. Pounces back up. Goes short to Williams. Williams is going to go straight down to the top of the goal square. Moore's there. Over the top was Howe. And between the two premiership key defenders, they soccer it, thump it, spoil it, knuckle it over the boundary line.
Well, that was an inevitable result, because if you're going to kick the football to a pack like that where Darcy Moore is, that ball's going to be spoilt, because if he doesn't, then Howe will. The Dogs are going to work the ball better, a bit like Collingwood. Collingwood have worked the ball very well away from that. Jones has been the spoiler outside 50.
Nick Dacos with a nice little shimmy and a good clearing kick to Crisp. Bulldogs with the last 2 goals of the game after Collingwood kicked the first 2 of the second half. Crisp sends it up to the wing in front. Johnson hands to it, follows up at ground level. Slick hands to Schultz, fumbles it. Handball misses Noble. Allows in the Dogs, but Noble spins and wins it. Off to side bottom, spikes it forward, lands in the lap of Harvey Harrison. Handball a turnover. Keith handballs it for the Dogs to Treloar. Handball to English. He'll release Daniel running through the middle. Wide out goes his handball, away to Sanders.
Through the defender, got it to Riley. Sanders delivers to Hagan. Ugle-Hagan from outside 50's a monster kick, but he's offline. Hooks it back around to the right. And just when we said Jamara's had a quiet night, they could have kicked back-to-back goals. Margin is 1. Collingwood leads 10-8-68 to 10-7-67.
So the smallest of possible margins. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Great to have you with us. Ben Cameron in for the ill Corbin Middlemass. Kelly Underwood, Nick Malthouse, Cameron Ling and Tim Hodges. Umpire flings it back in. English and Frampton. English works his way to the front, lays it down. Nick Dacos picks it up off the deck, emerges with it. A beautiful outside of the boot drop punt. It is centimetre perfect for Ash Johnson.
And he delivers over the top to Crisp, who is running backwards. Back with the flight, rather. He wants to go quickly. He sees something in the pocket he likes. It was Bobby Hill And Duray got back there, made sure he got a hand to it and killed it over the line.
He's been very impressive, Duray, over the last couple of seasons. He's not a tall player, but he throws himself in and about, and he saved that. There's no question. That ball was a very, very good kick.
Just a tick over 4 minutes before three-quarter time, and it's the Pies by 1 point. Flick back in, right in front of the Pies goal. With the hands of English, Bobby Hill went flying past, but he couldn't trap it. And in the end, Markov trapped Jones, standing up in the tackle. Ball up, top of the goal square. English, straight down to Lipinski, snaps the goal. Read it off the hands of the ruck. And the former Bulldog adds to the pain of the Bulldogs. 11-8-74, 10-7-64. Collingwood back out by 7, closing in on three-quarter time.
Movement is king. Yeah. Forward 50 stoppages. The first one was Bobby Hill on the fly. Created a little bit of a headache. Bulldogs good enough to be able to get the secondary stoppage. But then that movement again just created a vacuum of space, and it was Lipinski going the other way this time. Some of the Bulldogs players, I reckon, were a little bit worried about some of the small Collingwood forwards starting through. I think it was Lachie Schultz who had really good movement through there. He left behind that open space for Lipinski, and great finish, terrific goal.
Thoughts of Cameron Ling, Premiership captain down at the Cattery. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Rucks English and Frampton. English punches it forward. Nick Dacos goes and gets it. A little shimmy. Handball out towards the wing. Unable to gather it, Sanders. And now onto it quickly go the Pies. Finn McRae. High ball inside 50. Jones comes out. Spoils it down. Follows up at ground level. Clear and kick up to the wing out on the full. Collingwood by 7 points, and they'll get it again. Free kick going the way of Crisp. So Crisp to have it. 2 good kicks from home.
He's taken that back 30 metres. I'm sure that boundary umpire was...
Elsewhere, the Matildas trailing 1-0 to China. Sorry, Mick.
That's all right.
So Chris, with his 20th possession of the night, goes into the pocket. Johnson came out like a steam train. Couldn't clutch it. He came out with intent, Ash Johnson. Frampton goes up and gives him a high five, says keep it going. Hasn't hit the scoreboard tonight for the Pies.
Nick Dacos up to 14 clearances in this game.
So ball up. English and Bontempelli combine before English with the high kick. Ugle-Hagan launches. She's so athletic. Just casually leapt in the air and takes an uncontested mark. And the kick was good. Puts it out in front of Darcy. Dropped it, was able to regain and deliver to Williams. Bailey Williams. There's no one standing the mark, so he can have a bit of a trot, draw the defender, get it over to Bailey Dale. The Baileys combine, and his handball to Bramble has gone out of bounds on the full, has gone out of bounds, his handball. So a boundary throw in. Messy in passages. Bit of Dacos brilliance just littered over this contest. And it is close. Collingwood by 7.
Frampton wins the tap, opposed to English. Harvey Harrison can't gather it. Bontempelli can. Handball to Sanders, dumps it on the boot. Inside 50, Darcy! Marks as he's dacked. But he'll go back and kick for goal.
Well, again, he was isolated one-on-one. I don't know whether by design or just by sheer luck, because Lobb was about 20 metres, 25 metres behind him. So it gave him just that one-on-one that good play by Lobb in the end. He was running onto it and he kept Howe away from that contest. But they were separated, and that is so important.
This man is the finest of fine china. He's a red, white and blue chip prospect. And he sprays it hard right. From 25 metres out on a slight angle. One straight kick is Collingwood's lead. 11-8-74 plays 10-8-68. 29 minutes into this third term.
Jeremy Howe has a dash, looking for his ruck in Cameron. Couldn't mark it. McRae, Finn McRae with a tackle.
Yeah,
was illegal on McNeil.
Yeah, tackled him before he had anywhere near it. Anticipated he was going to get it.
So Lachie McNeil started as the sub, came on early after Harms did a hammy. Since then, Vandermeer's done a hammy. McNeil just going to pop it up to the hot spot. Ugle-Hagan in front position. And Gallagher picked it up and had a flying shot that misses to the left. Dumped as he kicked it and affected the kick. So back to 5 points. Collingwood by 17 points at quarter time. Collingwood by 3 at half time. And it currently is hovering around that 5-point margin.
Maynard with the kick in. Floats it up towards Chris. In front, takes the chest mark.
Yeah, just good reaction by Chris. It was a bit of a missed kick and just fell to him, but he read it well.
Stabs it short to side bottom, up to Bobby Hill presenting on the wing. Ambles back off the mark.
This is where Collingwood are really dangerous because they open up their forward line and they're not scared to come outside the back 50, their front 50 rather, use the ball, and then they just run to that goal line.
Goes to Maynard, who drives it towards half forward. Sullivan roves the pack. Handball to Harvey Harrison. Off to Lipinski. Handball a turnover. Gallagher's kick smothered. Ricochets away. Bouncing ball half forward for the Pies. Onto it, Noble. Handball to Sullivan. 51 out. Likes the look of it. Shoots is there, he marks. Alongside the goalpost.
There it is again. The ease in which they're able to mark inside their front 50 is quite disturbing for the Dogs.
He's going to be able to arc out and try and snap his third, Lockie Schultz.
It's very close to the man on the mark, though. Jones might get a finger on this if he reacts quick enough.
Schultz hooks it through. Collingwood have all the answers. They're out by 11 points. 12-8-80 plays 10-9-69. A third for Schultz. 31 minutes, nearly 32 into this third term on Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
It'd be the disappointing thing, wouldn't it, Mick, for Luke Beveridge, is you've got your defence well set. It's a slow play from Collingwood down here on the wing. You should, given at that stage about a minute to go in this quarter, just be able to hold up enough there.
Yeah, I'd love to see, I know there's a figure there that I can't get a hold of, but one of the guys will, is the number of marks taken inside the front 50 by Collingwood. It's just, you know, for a defensive side, like with Jones down there and players that really are quite keen to spoil the ball more so than anything else, they just are getting thrashed in that area. And I mean taken to the cleaners.
So they're just keeping them at arm's length at the moment, the Pies. In the final minute before three-quarter time, is there time still for a Collingwood goal? Josh Dacos, great handball. He let it bounce to Harrison. Harrison towards Bobby Hill. Oh, what about the pick-up from Bobby Hill? Right on the bell. He snaps a minor score.
13 marks inside 50, Mick, for the Pies to 6.
13. And a lot of them are in scoring. I know you can mark, have a mark on side 50, but they are really doing a job, a very good job.
Not long left in the term. The Bulldogs looking to work it up to the city wing, and that will do it. Collingwood will lead by 12 points at the final change. The goal kickers, Lockie Schultz with 3 for the Pies, the only with 3. Josh and Nick Dacos both with 2. Singles to Lipinski, to Maynard, Hill, Chris, and also Markov. While for the Bulldogs, they have multiple goal kickers in 2 for Jamari Eagle-Hagan, Sam Darcy and Jack McRae, while singles to Treloar, Bontempelli, Vandermeer and Lockie McNeil. So 11 points is the Bulldogs' advantage. 12 points is the Bulldogs' advantage at three-quarter time. 12 points the Pies' advantage at three-quarter time. Third time lucky here on ABC Sport. Friday night footy here on ABC Sport. Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling, all of their analysis is coming up. But right now, time for us to pause here on ABC Sport.
The Men's T20 Cricket World Cup.
He's bowled, that's it.
Live from the USA and West Indies.
What about that? Unbelievable.
Catch all the action on the ABC Listen app.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL season. Every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Harrison drives it long all by himself at the top of the goal square is Schultz. And Lockie Schultz, let's write it down, he's going to kick his second goal of the night.
He should, Cal.
No,
He's missed a couple of set shots.
I'm going with it, Lingy. Come on, he's at the top of the goal square. The crowd will tell the story. It's a goal.
Lateral for Noble. He marks 49 and a half out. Gets around the man on the mark. Shanks his kick. It finds the chest of Hill in the goal square.
If Collingwood get the ball past the centre, the Dogs cannot defend it.
The easiest of goals. Hill pokes it through, and Collingwood keep the Dogs at arm's length. O'Donnell sends it inside 50, and there is more. Drops the mark. Sanders comes through. Roves the pack. Off to Ugle-Hagan. Off a step. Special finish. Looking every bit like the number 1 draft pick from a few years ago. That's a team lifter.
Ball up top of the goal square. English. Straight down to Lipinski. Snaps the goal. Threaded off the hands of the ruck, and the former Bulldog adds to the pain of the Bulldogs.
Handball to Sullivan, 51 out, likes the look of it. Schultz is there, he marks. Alongside the goalpost, Schultz hooks it through. Collingwood have all the answers. They're out by 11 points.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season.
On your radio
ABC Sport Digital.
and on the ABC Listen app.
So Collingwood leading by 12 points at the final change on Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling are your experts.
Well, Mick, again, Collingwood just so impressive around the stoppages early on, it felt for me. I mean, not quite as dominant as the first quarter, but it was led again by Nick Dacos. I think I mentioned during that quarter he's had 14 clearances in this game already, and certainly looks the most dangerous out there every time there's a stoppage or a clearance. And from there, they were able to link up really well and get those goals and marks out the back of the Bulldogs defenders. So they look dangerous when they're going forward with the footy. The Bulldogs are still throwing little things at the Pies and making them worried at times. But it just feels like the flow and momentum of the attack, it's dangerous for Collingwood. Or it's dangerous against the Bulldogs, but for Collingwood, looks really impressive.
Totally agree with you, Lingy. And I've been saying this from the first quarter, it just doesn't look right in the back line. And whether they're not getting protected by mids who are... It just seems that when Collingwood have got the ball through the corridor and they've got a little bit of space, nothing seems to put enough pressure on those players then to stop the next kick going in where Collingwood want the ball, whether it be Hill and his lightning.
Schultz has been in
Schultz
dangerous
has kicked 3. Hill, Dacos, we know that Dacos has kicked 2 each. Lipinski on the stoppage kicked that goal. They just look like they're going to score. Whereas the other end, it's now this the slow build up is absolutely it's feeding Collingwood. They love nothing better than sides that go lateral and go slow into their forward line because they've got the players that will spoil it. When Collingwood have been found out most of the time, and even last year and certain times this year, it's the quick movement because they're so aggressive in the back line, they get found out the back and they get found out one-on-one, particularly if you've got blokes like, say, Darcy. Aerially, he's going to be bigger than most players outside of Darcy Moore. So if you're coaching, say, the Dogs, this could be a year. This has got to be... And I don't mean stupid stuff through the corridor at all, because you only have to give the ball back and Collingwood will score. It's got to be a run, and it's got to be bringing the forward line up and then getting back into space, not being in the space already.
Yep, absolutely. And on the flip side, if the Dogs are going to get their way back into this and get the win, run over the top of, they have to force Collingwood to be slow and long with their boys, because that was the only time where the Dogs looked okay, was when Collingwood were kicking that long, predictable one, and then Liam Jones could go to work and do what he does best, which is either the big intercept mark or the big spoil and just smash it over the line, and they can reset it. If it's allowed to have any speed and any flow, well, Collingwood are going to get it out the back and they're going to score themselves. So that's the big challenge for the Dogs, is flip it back the other way and, as you said, move it with some speed.
Got to.
Or if Collingwood do win the ball and they're going to win their fair share, they have to somehow slow that ball use down and force the long, high kick and allow the Bulldogs defenders to be able to work together and try and win the ball back. Through the middle of the ground, I mean, they're trying different things with Nick Dacos. I think Bontempelli at times was trying to take his body. Harvey Gallagher's had goes at it, but unfortunately he's been found out. Treloar's had a turn. But somehow they've just got to turn a few of those stoppages into chances for themselves.
Absolutely. And they're not... When they had their good second quarter, they actually dominated those stoppages for probably 15 minutes.
Thoughts of Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling. Final quarter underway. Collingwood lead it by 12. Cameron down for Dacos off the crisp. Inside 50. No mark taken. Schultz. And O'Donnell's held up. All upcoming. 40 out from the attacking goal for the Pies.
And there it is already. First kick, it's in the 50 metre, in the front 50.
English slaps it down, but Nick Dacos is there and called for a throw.
Wow.
Free kick going to Bontempelli.
It did look like a throw, but just because it was Nick Dacos, I thought there was a chance he must have handballed it.
Bontempelli flares his kick out to the wing and Garcia accepts it. He'll poke it on and Bailey Williams can take the mark just forward of the centre line, wide out, dock side of the ground.
They've trapped their ruckman now, so this is where English can get involved.
Williams goes short to Dale.
They need to use him though, Nick.
Well, I'm just trying to work out where he is. He's right in the centre of the ground.
Kick it to him.
And he's away from more.
Dale instead spears it low and hits up West at half forward. A couple of kicks out.
Well, he has to do more, West. He's been really ordinary.
Pokes it into the pocket. That's going to be out of bounds on the full when it is.
I'll just say, it's out in the full, but if it wasn't, Moore marks it because they're kicking the ball to where Moore is. And I don't say you keep it away from him all the time, but frustrating. Make him have to change his directions.
In the back pocket, Moore looking for his ruck in Cameron. He caught one in the head, Cameron. In the end, it was English that flew and got up high but couldn't take the hanger. Now Riley West trying to dodge one and dodge two. He did break the tackle of McCreary and then he's kicked straight down the throat of Maynard, marking right on the arc. Now, Collingwood fans, they do lead by 12 points at the start of the fourth quarter, but they won't forget easily last week as a couple of dogs fly and O'Donnell takes a strong contested mark.
Yeah, good grab. Yeah.
Led Fremantle by 16 at three-quarter time. Game finished in a draw.
There we go.
Bailey Dale goes back inside his defensive 50, looking for Fraser, who will go and get it and then kick out towards the wing. Duray pokes it over the top. Bramble marks. Bramble moves it on towards Duray, who's run on. He goes short to Jack McRae.
I'd love to see Jack McRae actually go into the middle because he is a ball-getting player.
Chips it over the top. A good kick for Bontempelli, who's bracketed by a few Pies, but marks. Handball to Caleb Daniel. Pokes it for Darcy. Can't take the mark. Arriving West. Gets rid of it to Gallagher. Kick smothered. Garcia goes in and wins it. Tackled. Spits it out. Coming through Bontempelli. His handball knocked down. The Pies defending with intent. Eventually Nick Dacos gets a handball away. Daniel again. Half forward for the Dogs. Off to Treloar. Snaps inside 50. Beans waiting for it to mark. In the right back pocket. Collingwood by 12. 3 minutes into the fourth.
Can I just say why I think Caleb Daniels could be in the why they look at him? I just don't know whether a lot comes from his play. Like even that, then he should have been putting that ball into the goal square. He went short and it got smothered. And now it's back in the Collingwoods.
Oh, Bobby Hill flew up high. The Pies were working it around the city wing. He put hands in the back of Duray to get that extra lift off. And gave away the free. Duray's got it, moves it to Bailey Dale, uses the centre corridor and the big man in English.
They got to go quick from there. Ugle-Hagen's out the back of the Pies. Instead they go sideways and now Collingwood can get back and cover it.
So they go to Bailey and now to West, who's marking just a few metres ahead of the Pies bench. He sends another high ball looking towards lob. Ugle-Hagen right over the top. Couldn't get anywhere near it in the end. Josh Dacos has got it in the back pocket. Concedes some ground to Maynard, and up and under, it bounces. Who reads it best? Who gets the kind bounce? Oh, Fraser took it, and McCreary took him.
It was exactly what Mick was describing at three-quarter time, what the Bulldogs need to do if they're going to win this game. Go with speed once they've got it through the corridor to exploit Collingwood out the back. They didn't do it.
English slaps it down. Bontempelli steals it. High left foot kick to full forward. Lob there with Moore.
They paid the free kick.
Free kick paid against Moore. And Lobb will receive it. Moore goes for a little walk to blow off some steam. And this will be a big moment in the game.
Well, he put his arms around him, but I tell you what, it's the softest free you'll see.
Rory Lobb to send the Dogs roaring back into this match. He pops it through and Collingwood's lead back to 6. 12-9-81 plays 11-9-75. 5 minutes into the fourth. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Mick Malthouse, Cameron Ling.
I know umpires look for a couple of things, Mick, and one's obviously the grab of the jumper and the sail. The other one's the arms around. But to me, that didn't really feel like arms around that much. There's not much in that at all. And it's a big free kick to pay right at the top of the goal square in a close game of footy. Rory Lobb capitalises, but, gee, I don't know about those ones.
No, especially if that was around the ground, it wouldn't be paid. But because 4 umpires are probably watching it, well, he has got his arms around him, and that's the only thing that he did. But he was finding balance. No, I agree with you, Lingy. I just think it was a soft, very, very soft free kick.
Okay, well, Collingwood back by leading by 6 points as Cameron thumps it clear, but only in the direction of a couple of Bulldogs, although the handball by Bontempelli was ricocheted down, and then Bontempelli stole it back. He's absolutely brilliant. Gives it off to McRae. McRae goes wide. West has got it. West loops the pass over the top, and his kick finds Sam Darcy. And Sam Darcy is going to go back on a tight angle and line up for his third goal of the night, only about 40 metres out.
Yeah, Ben, you called 5 minutes. We're in the 5 minutes. This is where the Dogs are controlling the stoppages. It's how long these players can stay on the ground now, particularly when you've got a
Sam Darcy's going the set snap. It's high. It's going to land in. And a chance for Moore, who knocked it to the ground, and then he got it back when he was on all fours, fired out the handball to Josh Davis, who professionally takes it over the boundary line.
If you can't make the distance with the set snap, then by definition you're more chance of kicking a drop punt, aren't you?
I don't know why he didn't do it.
Same spot he went for a drop punt and missed it in the first half.
Yeah, but you go for it. You're right, Stump.
Thanks, Mick. From the throw-in, Darcy laying it down in front.
As long as I'm not stumped, I'm just confirming.
Gallagher coming through, gets it on the boot. It would have been a miraculous goal, just bends the wrong side of the post. Minor score. Collingwood, their lead, less than a goal. 5 points. 12-9-81, plays 11-10-76. If you've got feelings, don't be a part of our Friday night team. I think is a good rule, generally, Kel.
Yeah, let's hope Corby's feeling better next time. For some reason, Mick has labelled, given the nickname to you, Ben Cameron Stumpy, but we're not quite sure why. Anyway, let's get down to Tim Hodges. Hodgie, change the subject. Okay, and his brother Josh has been harassed at ground level. Sanders thought he had him wrapped up. Asked the question. The umpire says ball up half forward.
English has lifted too. There's no question. His play now is starting to create opportunities.
So from the right goes down to Treloar, gives it to Williams, off to Gallagher, a high ball. All the tall men run for it, and then Sam Darcy just charges after that with intent. I've heard most football players are competitive, Lingy. Sam Darcy is extra competitive.
I love that.
These inside 50s, Kel, that's very interesting at this stage of the game.
6-1.
6-1.
In this final term.
But they've only scored, once or twice, the Dogs. So that's significant for Collingwood to hold them out.
From the throw-in, English taps the boundary side, out after it quickly is Bailey Williams. There's a free kick.
Throw's been called.
Yeah, throw on Bailey Williams. Free kick to Crisp.
That's Sullivan. The tackle on Sullivan then was a great indication of how it's changed. He knew he had to handball that quicker. He wasn't able to get swung around another time. So he handballed it. Players adjust. Game moves.
With the switch. Out to Howe in the back pocket. He kicks up to the city wing. Bartel takes it.
Dogs well set though. Behind the footy right now. Slowing Collingwood down. This is what they have to force, the Dogs. The long, slow kick.
Kick around the wing off hands. Keith there for the Dogs. Handball to Bailey Dale. Back to Duray. He'll kick a low ball for Bontempelli, who somehow takes it. This man can do everything.
He can. He's again been very, very good.
Few texts coming through about just how good he's been as he kicks up to half forward. Sanders reaches over Noble. The two number 9s. Collingwood by 5 points. Sanders veers out. Sends the Dogs into the pocket. And punched away out of play. Throwing to come I don't think it's hyperbole to say the Dogs' season may rest in this quarter as well. Sorry, Lingy.
No, that's fair, Benny. The inside 50s for the whole match are interesting, Nick.
Oh, yeah.
51 for the Dogs, or 50, sorry, to 36.
Yeah.
So they've got lots of chances, the Dogs. They've got to capitalise.
Goal here for the Dogs, and they'll hit the front. Here's a chance for West. Ball got thrown back in. West roves it. It'll be high. It'll land short. And then in a one-on-one, Sam Darcy v Darcy Moore, not surprisingly, knuckles it over the boundary.
And the great thing with the Dogs, even if Collingwood get a quick kick from here, they are well set behind the ball. Liam Jones is exactly where he wants to be. Keith's got Frampton covered.
They're all set again. Ball twirls back into play. Cameron got a knock to the head. Quaynor pounces on it to Maynard. Keeps it low. Schultz works his way in front.
It's a beautiful kick by Maynard. Under pressure, just to find the player right on 50.
Schultz is having his best night out in the black and white. He's kicked 3 goals tonight. His best return as a Magpie. And here he is taking a mark in the defensive 50.
But this long kick, Liam Jones is just going to be all over this.
Here comes Jones in from the side. Up he goes, hands to it, doesn't drag it down. Lipinski at the fall of the ball, handball away to Frampton, too hot for him. Bailey Williams takes it. No prior opportunity as he's wrapped up. Ball up coming.
Full line set up now by the Dogs is a lot different because it's got room to move.
Holding free kick going the way of Nick Dacos. Tim Hodges.
Ben, Will Parker, the Collingwood sub, is about to come on. Whoever comes off next is going to cop the T-shirt and be subbed out of this game to allow him on, so he's ready to go.
Won't be Nick Dacos who drives the kick long down towards Schultz at half forward. Here's a chance. Sullivan's got it. The umpire says it's holding. It's a free kick, and it's going against the Pies, against McCreary. It'll be a free kick for Keith, who kicks sideways. Nick Mulders has picked it tonight. We absolutely love his assessments and what he can pick. Darcy Moore has gone down. He took off after the ball. Now he's back up. Another controversial free kick. So this for a throw. Rory Lobb's got it, the man they love to hate. Lobb delivers it long. Where's Jamara? Ugelhagen waiting at the back is West. Dogs in front. Dogs by 5. A dozen minutes to play. In fact, it's a 1-point lead as the scoreboard's a little slow to flick over. They trail by 5. They lead it by 1. 12-10-82. Collingwood 12-9-81.
Collingwood would not only be worried about the scoreboard, they just got a little look on Darcy Cameron at the moment. So the doctor just went out to him again there.
Yeah.
Just down in front of us, he copped one in the head, and about 5 minutes early, he copped another one too.
In the back.
In the head. Yeah. And the doctor just checking with him, obviously, with the head knocks and the head injury assessment. He's not having it done on the bench. It's obviously a question's been asked on the ground, but that's a bit of a watch whether or not they're going to have to get him to the bench to ask a few more questions of him.
And Lobb's in the ruck now. This is the interesting time, I think, for as far as the Dogs go.
Cameron lays it down for Nick Dacos on the move. Getting involved, Harvey Gallagher knocks it out. Going after it, Sanders just gets the handball to Lobb to Bontempelli. Handball to Bailey Williams on the logo. Inside 50 again, the Dogs. Darcy hands to it nearly. Roving Howe for the Pies, stabs it short. Defensive point of the square mark taken by Lipinski.
Yeah, but the fact he couldn't go quick, that's a win for the Dogs. They force it slow, sidewards to side bottom.
They are the masters of the close finish since 2022. Games decided by 10 points or less. 20 wins, 4 losses, 2 draws for Collingwood.
2 draws this season. Couldn't be a third, could it? Josh Dacos gives it over to Sullivan, to McRae, who's caught, gone, holding the ball. Free kick to Jones. Well done by Liam Jones, the key defender. Oldest player on the Dogs. Casually to Bale.
He came off the bench then, Ash Johnson, who was closing down on Bailey Dale.
He snuck up, didn't he? Bailey Dale's trying to get onto his left, and Ash Johnson's up to it. Well done by Johnson. The hustle forced the turnover. The mark has been picked off by Josh Dacos. Gives to Maynard. Maynard to Johnson. He's marked in front of the Bulldogs bench. Collingwood looking to go. They trail by a point. Johnson pointing in 2 minds, and then almost out of bounds on the full. What was he doing? It looked casual. It looked lackadaisical. As Sam Darcy comes to the bench, English is back on. Tim Hodges, how are you seeing things down there?
Well, Cal, we said the next Collingwood player to come to the bench. The only problem was they made 3 changes at once, so there was great consternation of who the hell is going to be subbed out. It was eventually the T-shirt's
they haven't got a ruckman at the moment.
It's been given to John Noble, so he's out of this game.
Not surprised.
Clearance going the way of Bontempelli, kicking up to the logo. Dean sprawling, can't mark. West keeps it moving forward. He's tackled out by Will Parker. Throw in coming up. Just on Nick Dacos, he's equalled the Collingwood clearance record. So 15 tonight for Nick Dacos. He equals the record of Nathan Buckley from 1998. Has time to break it as well.
29 disposals, and he's currently sitting on the bench out there. We've got 10 minutes to play, and it's the Doggies by 1. This is a high ball. It's going to land right in front of the Pies bench. Players skittle all over the place. No one can control it. Will Parker has got the Sherrin in his hands. The sub straight into the action. He hands the footy back to the umpire. So tossed up right in front of that Pies bench. Frampton into the ruck. Sullivan's kick was smothered. Frampton quick hands to McRae. McRae can release the run of Josh Dacos, who kicks to centre half forward in a one-on-one. Outmarch was Markov, and it's James O'Donnell taking the mark. Kicks sideways to Duray. He's got it on the city wing. He has a dash. And then he delivers, looking for Ugle-Hagan. 2 players in front of him, 2 Collingwood players. It spills the way McRae. He can give the handball back to Ugle-Hagan. Ugle-Hagan doesn't go for home. It's going to land in, and Bontempelli's marked it on the other side of the goal square. He can do no wrong tonight. He's been absolutely brilliant leading from the front, Bontempelli.
Hard man to stop anyway, but that showed Will Parker's just lack of experience.
Yeah.
He had to go back and
position.
take that space early from Bontempelli and just got caught under it.
This for his second goal. He's got it. He buries it from the pocket, and Bontempelli's got 2. And he puts his beloved Dogs 7 points up with 8.5 minutes to play. 13-10-88, Collingwood 12-9-81.
Mick, can I take you all the way back to when Collingwood were going forward and the kick went to centre half forward? It just highlights how crucial Brody Myercheck is for Collingwood there. That ball goes in there, and Myercheck doesn't mark it every time, but it does not get so easily outmarked. And the Bulldogs were able to rebound. They get a goal out of it because of that play. Great play by the Dogs. Well done, O'Donnell. Well done, Bulldogs. But Myercheck missing, and Elliott, and to go in these types of players, of course. But right now, Frampton and Johnson have to do everything possible to bring that sort of kick to ground.
Yeah, particularly what they've got down there. The goal kickers have been Schultz, and I know he's taken a couple of marks for those goals, but you're spot on here.
3 goals to zip. Away of the Dogs in this final term. Their season on the line. You just know the Pies will come again. But here's Bontempelli. This man does it all. He kicks out to half forward, bouncing ball, Gallagher onto it, shanks his kick, floats it out of bounds on the full. He's my favourite player in the game at the moment. Is he the best Bulldog of all time, Mick?
Gallagher.
No.
That's who you said.
Bontempelli.
Oh, right, okay. Well, you said Gallagher.
Back underway. Mick can think about that. Got plenty of time to talk about it post-match. It was Fraser who sent the high ball inside 50. Side bottom sends it back out. Working hard is Bramble, the former Hawk, who's been tackled down there by Sullivan. Big ball to be won here. Garcia comes in. High ball. Moore's there. Better position. Beats lob to it. Darcy Moore from the top of the defensive goal square. Runs along with the headband, and the long blonde flocks flowing as he kicks wide out in front of Bobby Hill. Hill is going to take on Bailey Dale. He grubbers a kick. He misses. Schultz waiting at the back is Jones. Took an eternity to pick it up. Didn't have a favourable bounce. Bobby Hill back on the position A. And centering the kick to Nick Dacos. Now he's 51 out. He stops. He looks at the umpire. He just wants to set the mark. Oh, he was pretending. He was foxing. And he goes for goal. And he misses. Oh, Nick Dacos. He brought the umpire and the defender in, just pretending to check the mark, and then he was off. And he couldn't finish. 2 goals, 1 for the night. Dogs by 6. 1 kick in it.
James O'Donnell on a half-back flank. Here for the Dogs. Long kick around the wing in the lob direction. Over the top comes Howe off the head of Charlie Dean, out of play. Throwing to come.
I'll answer your question, Benny. I believe he's the best Bulldog of all time, but Mick did coach a man named Doug Hawkins.
That's exactly right.
I knew you love Dougie, don't you?
Dougie Hawkins had a ACL at the height of his career, and you know what it does to players at those times. So there's no doubting Bontempelli's he's a great player.
Dogs by 6 points. Season on the line and facing the masters of the close finish, the Pies. English, hands to it, Treloar, handball to Bontempelli, trying to lift his side, handball out to Garcia, high free kick.
Yep, that's there. You can't just come in and get someone in the head. I know players can't duck, they can't drive with their head, but if their head's over the ball, you can't make eye contact. Forward of the wing, Garcia kicks the Dogs into the pocket, looking for lob, Ugelhagen. Off his hands, Howe there for the Pies. Handball to Lipinski, handball errant, Treloar sharks it, snaps it, and getting back side bottom. Playing that wing roll, he marks on the last line, and the Pies back in possession.
Pies are trailing by 6 points. Can they get it from end to end by Tell? Out in front of Hill, who's been exciting in the last few moments in that match up against Jure in a one able to see it over. Official attendance tonight, 43,298.
Is that a record for against the Dogs?
I'd have to check that, Mick. Yeah. It looks like a full house. As you look around, there's not too many spare seats. So flick back in on the outer side. Garcia does well. He's got the mo and the dark hair. Looks like Libba when you have a quick look at him. Libba still to miss a couple with concussion. Meanwhile, Lockie Neal whizzing his way through and running to the goal square and delivering a goal. He started as the sub and he's just delivered what might be, but not quite, a knockout blow. They're out by 2. And McNeil, the sub who came on early after Harms did his hammy, has got 2. And they lead it by 12, 14-10-94. Collingwood 12-10-82. 5 and a bit to play in this one, and the 43,298 in the house are not going anywhere. Cameron Ling and Mick Malthouse.
Yeah, I don't think it's over by a long shot, Cal. There's 5 minutes is a long time in football, particularly the way this ball can move out of the centre. It's a handy lead, there's no question about that, and quite frankly, it is an outstanding comeback. But I think the Dogs need to keep... The moment the Dogs get away from their better players around the ball, that's when Collingwood take over. So it's going to be breath. They're going to have to hold their breath and keep their best players in.
4 goals to none in this final term. So Collingwood by 12 at three-quarter time. They've kicked the first 4 goals, the Bulldogs.
Secondary bounce in the middle. Dacos on the move. Can't take the footy with him. English picks it up. Off to Bontempelli. Kicks the Dogs to half forward. Bouncing ball for Sanders. Gets around Parker. Floats a kick into the pocket. Desperate hand from Moore. Sees it out.
This is 2 weeks in a row now we've seen Riley Garcia move into the midfield, and it's a good one.
Yes.
Really good. Yeah. He provides so much spark for them. It wasn't quite enough to get them over the line last week against the Swans, but he's been important in the middle in this last quarter.
Had a really good couple of weeks. Forward 50 stoppage for the Dogs. English down to Garcia again. Doesn't quite trap it. Nick Dacos fighting after it. Getting involved too by Tell, out of play. Another throw in. Just a little bit of time peeling off the clock. 23 minutes into the fourth. The Dogs by 2 goals. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Bevo, a big surfing fan. As soon as Garcia rocked up at the club, he called him Sonny. The great Sonny Garcia, as Dacos is tackled by Bontempelli over the boundary line and will reset for another boundary throw-in. In the right forward pocket of the Bulldogs' goals. They've kicked 4 straight. They lead it by 12. Mick says there's still plenty of time, 5 minutes to play, but a goal here would make it interesting. English punches it. The direction of Treloar. McRae slips over. Tackled by Moore. Ball trickles over.
And what the Bulldogs have got to trust here is Collingwood are going to go for the win, obviously. Yeah. They throw caution to the wind. If the Bulldogs' defence and pressure is sound from here, they will get a great look at a goal themselves and can end the game right here.
Looking for the hammer blow. They've got a forward 50 stoppage to work with. It spills to Dacos. Runs away from them. Handball to Moore. Tumbles a kick into the middle. The chaos ball the Pies love. Markov out after it. Paddles to his own advantage. Knocks it out. Side bottom's there. Back to Markov. Forward of the wing. Shovels it out to Bobby Hill. He'll step and go with the handball. Back to side bottom, who chisels the ball inside 50. Going up, Bailey Dale can't take the mark. Spills down to Bailey Williams off the key. Treloar in the back pocket. Just kicks it beyond defensive 50. Markov drops it.
Dropped an absolute sitter. It was good enough. Second attempt to get it to side bottom. And Jones takes the mark. Lockie Jones takes the mark in front of Lockie Schultz. Pies fans are furious. I think they thought there was a free for a push in the back a few moments ago.
Yeah, it was a Bailey Dale attempted mark. And he must have got a fingertip to it, otherwise it was an unrealistic attempt.
Yep, Jones to McNeil. McNeil's sore, but he's battling out there to O'Donnell. Long down the line. No one can take it in the air. Who's got it at ground level? Daniel leads all comers and then just professionally dabs that over the boundary line. So it'll be thrown back in right smack bang on the City wing. 12 points the difference. Dogs lead. Collingwood led by as much as 22 early in the first quarter, 17 at quarter time, 3 at half time and 12 at three-quarter time. But the Dogs are coming with a flurry. English has risen. He can't get it down to a teammate, and the hurried socket kick spills away of Duray. Gives it to McRae. Back to Duray. Harrison locks him up. And there'll be a ball up on the edge of the centre circle. 3 minutes, 30 seconds to go.
Dacos, 16 clearances, most ever by a Collingwood player going past Buckley. They need 2 goals here, the Pies. Clearance going the way of the Dogs. Houcken mark. Centre half back. Kicks out towards Josh Dacos. Dock side of the ground. He'll bite off the kick back into the corridor, looking for Cameron. Over his head. Harvey Harrison out the back. Can't get a handball away effectively. Side bottom comes in. Centre half forward for the Pies. Handball to Markov. Room to steady and fire and miss the lot. There was a moment. Pies couldn't take it. They wasted plenty early. Dogs lead by 12 points. 26 and a half into the fourth. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Jones has been terrific down back. He goes long and strong with his kick, but English was caught out of position and his direct opponent Cameron takes the mark. The all-important kick inside 50. He skies it. Jones will fly. At the back was Frampton. Now it hits the deck. Look out, Dogs fans. Where's Nick Dacos? Williams happy to see it over. Here we go. So a boundary throw in right forward pocket for the Pies. Trailing by 12 points. It's down to 2.5 minutes to play.
Yeah, it's about working together. Create a little bit of space for your teammate with your movement or with a block. Get someone else free.
Cameron assumes front position against English. Cameron gets it down. Daniel takes it. He's been taken down.
You're right about that. Throw them forward. See, Howe's gone forward. Their backline's got the extra.
Tossed in the air. English flicks it out wide. It beat Nick Dacos. Treloar was able to gather and go long. Ugelhagen hits it at speed. Couldn't take the chest mark. Maynard was right next to him step by step. And again, it's locked in. So a ball up, Benny. 60 out from the Pies goal.
Up it goes, slapped down by English, straight towards the teammate there in McRae, who's slung to the ground. 28 minutes into the fourth, still by 2 goals the Dogs. To keep touch with the 8. Off the hands of the pack, Sanders holds it in again. Sand just slipping through the hourglass. English knocks it down, Lipinski onto it. Sanders burrows in and wins it. High free kick. Had a valuable time for the young Dog star. And even the great Houdini's Collingwood might struggle to escape this jam. Sanders kicks around the City wing. Moore goes up, juggles it down. The Collingwood captain immediately looks corridor, takes off with it, kick smothered, play on, says the umpire. Treloar goes in, gathers the footy off to Ugelhagen. Half forward here the Dogs. Back feeds it to Treloar. He'll step around Moore on his left, kicks inside 50, bouncing ball for Lobb. He'll gather, handball away to Darcy. This would be poetic. He snaps on goal and finishes it. Wow. The light for Darcy and the Dogs. They're going to be the team that beats Collingwood for the first time since round 2. 15-10-100. Plays 12-10-82.
I'm just looking at his dad next door. He's trying to stay calm.
Oh, he hasn't Luke Darcy ridden all the emotions tonight.
I know. Come on, Darcy, good look at me.
No,
I've been talking to him at half time, and
he's
we've had a
giving
bit.
you nothing, Mick.
No, well, he's watching. You know what he's doing now? He's watching the replay just to make sure it was a goal. No, that was a fantastic goal. I reckon. I think the kid thought it out. A score was going to win the game.
And he had a look inside. He was going to pass.
Yeah, too right.
Realised, no one's on. It's my responsibility. Have a shot.
Sam Darcy, story of the night. Gave away 2 50-metre penalties earlier. Was having an absolute shocker, and he's shown us a lot about his character tonight. He's come back and booted 3 goals, and there's still time for more. High ball inside 50. He's got it. Oh, he almost juggled it, Darcy. He turns around, looks at the umpire and throws his arms up. Play on. So the ball's in the centre of the ground. Treloar's there. McRae, who's been good. Back to Treloar. Delivers inside 50. Ugelhagen in a one-on-one with Moore. Moore beats him to it. Handballs to Josh Dacos. To Maynard. Spears the pass straight down the centre. Beats McCreery. Forced to tackle Williams, who was standing behind him and collected the ball.
Ugelhagen, he's just got to grow up. I mean, he might be limping and this sort of stuff, but his effort down there with Darcy Moore was pretty ordinary.
So the Dogs now by 18 points. Pies fans are starting to leave. McRae. Long and high. Ugelhagen caught out of position. Dean should be able to mop it up. Gets it over to Lipinski, and he was taken high. Play on advantage, so Dogs through Cameron at centre half back. Goes straight down the centre. They need a mark, but it's intercepted by Bailey Williams.
Kel, you said it was a fantastic effort by Darcy. What about the Dogs themselves?
Unbelievable.
Fantastic.
Yep. Down by 22 points early in the opening quarter. Looked like it was going to be a Pies demolition. But just when they looked like their season was slipping away, the Dogs dip deep. Down but not out there. 6-6 at the halfway mark with an 18-point win over the Pies.
Bulldogs through and Bulldogs fight and Bulldogs roar. We give our very best. But you can't beat the boys of the Bulldog breed. We're the team of the mighty West.
They just had to win against a depleted Collingwood team tonight to keep their season alive at the halfway mark. They win by 18, 15, 10, 100. Collingwood 12, 10, 82 in front of 43,298. Sam Darcy was really the story of the night. He'll be cited. He might miss a game for a late hit on Maynard. He gave away a 50, gave away another 50, and he fought back and kicked the most for the Dogs with his 3 goals, supported by 2 from Bontempelli, who was sensational.
Sons of the West, red, white and blue. We come out snarling, Bulldogs through and Bulldogs fight and Bulldogs roar. We give our very best, 'cause you can't beat the boys of the Bulldog breed. We're the team of the mighty West. 'Cause you can't beat the boys of the Bulldog breed. The team of the mighty
So the Bulldogs are staying alive in 2024. They could have been 3 games outside the top 8 had they lost tonight, as they consign Collingwood to their first defeat since round 2 of this season. And they certainly show us their red, white and blue chip prospect in Sam Darcy. They booted 3 goals, including the game winner. And he showed us what he's made of, really, with his ability to bounce back from an incident early on in the game, which could see him in trouble with the MRO. But instead, he proves a match winner for the Dogs. Friday night footy on ABC Sport means the best experts in the game, Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling. What did we see?
You're right with Sam Darcy. A lot of character to come back from that. I think, what's he in game number 18? I reckon I had times in my career at game number 18, 19, 20, where when you get off to a bad start, you can't help but do your own head in a little bit, and you get caught up and you can't fight it out. He did that really well. What a last quarter by the Bulldogs, Mick. That was outstanding. I think at 3-quarter time we were sitting here thinking, it seems as though Collingwood are just scoring a little bit too easy.
Yeah.
Perhaps they're going to keep scoring as easy as that. Well, the Bulldogs just completely flipped the momentum of the game and were able to win the contest, win the clearances.
40 more possessions too.
Yeah, plus 16 in clearances for the whole game, and basically felt like that last quarter, apart from a couple of moments, was played entirely on their terms.
I'll give you a stat, Lingy. When we looked at the first quarter, inside 50s were 18-8.
Collingwood's way.
Collingwood's way. After that, for 3 quarters, it was 23-52.
Wow.
23-52. And it was really only late in that quarter that the Dogs got in front and stayed in front. So it wasn't as if, well, they just smashed them, because they had their ups and downs. In fact, the down was probably, again, in that third quarter. Even though the Dogs had 6 shots on goal to Collingwood 5, Collingwood kicked the 4 goals, which put them out that 2 goals.
Just on that final quarter, it felt like Marcus Bontempelli up against Nick Dacos. Marcus Bontempelli, it felt like he single-handedly bent this game to his will. 14 disposals, 5 clearances, 6 contested possessions, 4 tackles in that final quarter.
And 3 Brownlow
involvements.
And 3 Brownlow medal votes. And
I would think so.
Maybe leading it.
Plus a goal himself in that.
Yeah, it depends on this is
It's hard to believe he hasn't won a Brownlow.
No, it is very hard. But
So it was second last year.
Yeah. I'll say this now, with umpires, it is an umpire's award, so we take nothing away from it, and it's got to remain the umpire's award. But if they I don't know how they would umpire that unless they sit down and really discuss it, because, Nick Dacos was just outstanding, and because he's so clean with the football, he stands out. Bontempelli, I don't say single-handedly, because I didn't think it was a single-handed effort. I thought it was a great team effort. Bontempelli stood up as captain.
And got him back in
it. He got him back. There's no question he got him back. But I thought they took over in the ruck, and I think that Lob in the ruck gave English enough in the last 5 minutes to come back on refreshed, because if your second ruck's getting knocked around, then you tend to come back on too quick. So he was able to have that rest, and English dominated that last 5 minutes. I felt sorry for Cameron because he had no backup, and they then took over totally in the middle, and games are won and lost through the middle.
Yep, and in that first quarter, Collingwood just dominated the middle, didn't they? You're right about picking the Brownlow and the three votes. Like, Dacos is flashy. He finished with 32 disposals, 27 contested possessions, which is
he doesn't do any of the hard stuff people will tell you.
No, but hang on.
Just ridiculous.
27 contested possessions, which is a career high. 16 clearances, a career high. 8 inside 50s, 8 score involvements and 2 goals.
Yeah,
goals. Yep. Massive game.
So how does that sit? Like, how do you judge that? Because I've listened to you two guys. Lingy's going to give the votes, but it's the Bont. I'm quite happy.
Bontempelli was best on ground.
I've already done my votes. Yeah. I know I can't give it away, but it is an influence over an entire game, and dragging your team over the line has to give you the top vote.
I just hope the umpires see it that way, though.
Okay.
I just worry. And I'd be happy for Nick Dacos to get 3 votes, because he's a lovely kid, and as you say, the contested football. He gets dagged every week, and he still gets out of it, but. The reality is, and we can't judge who's going to be getting the 3 votes in the umpires thing, but Bontempelli has done something that so many other great captains do. Selwood.
Yep.
Look, in the last couple of years.
Just, Mick, when you're kicking back, having a red wine on Monday, the 23rd of September at about 9:30, remember round 12.
23rd of September.
Yeah, Brownlow night.
Yeah, I'm hoping that we...
Round 12. Let's just see who the umpires give the vote.
Oh, we will. Yeah. But so they say they don't look at stats. I used to think that coaches shouldn't look at stats. They shouldn't have stats. It goes on instinct.
But you refer to stats quite a lot here.
Yeah, I do here, but as a coach, I used to go by instinct. But I'm almost saying now that you've got to start to look at what we just said, contested football clearances and so forth, and then get a gut feel for.
Yep.
Well,
so you want the umpires to have the stats?
I never did, but now I'm thinking, because they're not that bright in terms of who's best on the ground. They umpire the game.
Well, they're looking for different things, aren't they?
That's right. Yeah. That's right.
Can I say that tonight?
Said it like it was a sledge, but you didn't mean it as
not at all.
Tonight you can go on gut feel, and you can also go on stats. Bont's got the stats to back himself
the gut feel
as well, and the gut feel is he just willed his team over the line and was supreme. It was a brilliant win by the Western Bulldogs.
And don't forget, if I can just add on there, don't forget they were, I think you still got plenty of players, but they only had 3 players, and they lost those 2 players very early.
Yeah.
He's just leading the Dogs down the race, and what a captain he is. What a champion he is, Marcus Bontempelli, leading this team to victory. And if they're not with you yet, Hodgie, they'll be coming around the corner in a moment, led by their skipper.
Yeah, it was brilliant. They played Brisbane.
Have you got us there, Hodgie?
Yeah, I've got you. I'm just waiting for Mick to finish.
No, happy birthday, mate. Go on, you take over. It's your birthday. You can do what you like.
No, it's a crap birthday. Collingwood losing. They rebuilt these rooms at the end of last season to fit more people in. I don't think you could fit any more people in these rooms right now. What a vibe. And I'm glad you made that point, Nick, about the Dogs played the second half with 1 man down on the bench. So just a remarkable final term. Sam Darcy, the last in, and they will belt this song out.
Sons of the West, woo! Red, white and blue, woo! We'll come out snarling. Bulldogs through and through, what we sing. Bulldogs fight and Bulldogs roar. We give the very best. We can't be the boys of the Bulldog Creek with the team of the mighty West.
Standing room only in the Bulldogs rooms. I think you boys both made mention of this fella, Taylor Duray, who was terrific for the Dogs. He'll join us in a couple of minutes, guys.
Good on you, Hodgie. I'm pleased to say as well, Mick, tomorrow, AFL Saturday, 12:15. Make sure you're listening with us from 12 midday sharp. Marcus Bontempelli is going to join us on the show tomorrow.
Outstanding.
So, arguably the best player in the game. Enormous tonight. He'll be with us tomorrow, and a real statesman of the game these days, so we're happy with that.
Lingy, did you see the game last night, the Blues game?
I did.
Briggs, best on the ground out there? Just so good to see a couple of leaders.
Yeah, no, absolutely. He's in that conversation for, yes, I should have jumped in.
But just, 2 big games, 2 big clubs,
when you need
2 big captains,
big wins, and you need your captain standing up. Yeah, absolutely. And it's
so good to watch, isn't it? And leadership on field.
And there is so much more to leadership and being a captain during the week. Your interactions and your relationships with the players, your relationships with the coaches, and how you're getting the best out of everybody. But sometimes all that's got to be pushed aside, and it is simply what you go out and do on the field and dragging your team to an improved performance and over the line. And you're right, Patrick Cripps is a player like that. Marcus Bontempelli is definitely a player like that. And he's done it so many times. And we felt at times Marcus is almost getting frustrated in how much he wants his team to just get better and better. And then you just see him in full flight tonight with what felt like a clear mind of just, yep, we're going to do this tonight, and I'm going to be a huge part of it. And he's a pleasure to watch. That arguably the best player in the game. Gee, you'd want to make a good case for who's better than him. I know there's Heaney and Warner, there's Nick Dacos, there's different sorts of players, absolutely. But for a body of work now that is still at the absolute top tier, you'd want to make a good case for someone that's better than him, because I don't know if there is.
I sat here a few years ago, I'm sure you guys were all there, and he'd just been made captain. There was no one in the stands, so we're looking at COVID days, and my impression, I wondered whether they overburdened a young player because you could hear everything, and there was nothing from him. And I wrote a column and said, it may not be good enough for us. It's not about us hearing. It's about his teammates hearing, and you've got to do. So you can be a player that is well heard and also well versed in doing something on the ground. His growth from that day of being appointed captain has been extraordinary. It hasn't been just a little increase. He has gone virtually straight to the top over I reckon in 12 months, and he has been outstanding. I think there wouldn't be a person, Stumpy, that wouldn't want him being the Brownlow medalist this year.
I really like that nickname, Mick, and I'm going to say that because I know if you say you don't like them, they tend to stick. Let's re-enter the Western Bulldogs rooms with Tim Hodges.
Ben, Taylor Dre, I had breakfast with Taylor this morning in the same cafe. What a game. Did you ever lose hope early, especially in the first 20 minutes when Collingwood had all of the control, especially on the scoreboard, that you just never gave up hope?
Well, I mean, they played bloody good footy, but if you look at some isolated incidents, like I gave away a free kick goal, there was a couple of 50-metre penalties. We gave some freebies on top of their centre bounce dominance, so it didn't do anything right, really, and we were only a couple of goals down, 5 goals to 3 by the end of the first quarter. So as bad as we went, we sort of knew that, a bit of a flash in the pan sort of thing, and we knew that our best footy, particularly after last week in grinding it out, we knew we'd be able to get back in the game. There's plenty of footy left.
And then the whole second half with a man down on the bench, losing Vandermeer and Harms, both to hamstrings, and then to come out and do that in the last 30 minutes in the final term.
Yeah, it was funny actually. Bevo mentioned jokingly at three-quarter time that, well, we only had 2 on the bench last week. Well, we've actually got 3 this week. So that gave the boys a bit of hope, our performance to run it out, undermanned against, the top of the table, Sydney. So, yeah, we have full belief in ourselves. We went down in a couple of close ones, earlier in the year to Geelong and Hawthorn, but feeling like, when we're in games, we've got enough to go over the top of teams.
Before I send you upstairs, I was just watching you with the doctor before. You got collected late. Is everything okay?
Yeah, fine. Just you get your cop hits in the game and, just got a hit, but, 100% fine.
Were you feel maybe an eye socket or something? Or?
No, just side of the head, nothing to it. I think it was downfield free kick. That's probably all it is.
It's a relief. I'll send you upstairs, Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling.
Taylor, congratulations on the win. A fantastic win. A terrific game of footy. Just, can I take you back to that first quarter and just a couple of the incidents that you alluded to?
Yep.
And they involve Sam Darcy. He gives away the first 50 and then the second 50.
Yeah.
For a young man in his only 18th game, he almost could be forgiven for going into his shell and just maybe shying away from what it was turning into a bit of a horror night.
Yeah.
He was quite the opposite, wasn't he? He just stood up and seemed to grit the teeth. That's a great sign for a young player.
Absolutely love it about him. He's so competitive and he's got a bit of fire and anger in him, which I actually love, especially in your big men. And I said to him on the bench after that second 50 you mentioned, look, mate, I love the aggression in the air. It was clumsy, we know that, but love that aggression. We need you to keep making it an impact physically. And he just continues to stand up. He's bloody, an impossible matchup at times, and he can take the game apart. But I just loved his work rate between the arcs and his ability to halve contest and all the gritty stuff, along with his forward 50 presence. But yeah, he's growing game by game, and just love the fact, as you mentioned, he was able to sort of respond after an iffy start to the first quarter.
Absolutely. Can you talk us through what the communication's like and the what you're trying to work on when you've got a player for the opposition like Nick Dacos, who ends up with 16 clearances and just felt dangerous all night? What are you trying to do as a group to think, okay, is a quality player that maybe we're not going to fully stop tonight, but how do we limit things and perhaps make sure that we don't get hurt too badly?
Yeah, so there's conversations around, we had a young fella, Harvey Gallagher, on him, and he tried his best, but I think what happened was we're getting pulled apart through their movement and, our tagger following through. So we dropped that, and like you said, Nick's going to just, he's going to have impact on games, but we felt that our midfield is quite strong itself, so to have all of our 3 mids working with a bit of clarity and freedom, knowing we've got to take care of him at times, but made it a team focus. Yeah. And, he continues to get the ball and he's dangerous with ball in hand, but we felt like he wasn't getting as much clear stoppage dominance as he was early. So it became more of a team focus, and I think it worked well.
Taylor, congratulations on the win, but also congratulations on your game. I marvel, you're not a tall player, but your ability to throw yourself back in front of those sorties that Collingwood were making and just got your hands through or took a mark and stuff. It's outstanding. Now, I know a lot of players don't take much notice of coaches and that sort of stuff, but can you remember what took place at quarter time? Because after quarter time, you guys kicked 12-8 to 7-3, so it was a pretty, 10 shots, 20 shots to 10.
Yep.
Was there anything said about the way you had to read, you had to change your game?
Yeah, there's a couple of things. I think they're good at, getting numbers back and taking open side. So initially it was just to cover some exits. So us particularly high half backs and wings, to get on the bike early and anticipate a little bit better. And then it was just a matter of trying to get what we call the centre of the ground, trying to get numbers there, because once we took that exit off them, we knew they were going to still try to bite off it a bit to the middle. Yeah. And we found we had much better layers there. We were able to sort of come at them and provide a bit of pressure, and that brings our marking defenders in, and then our high half backs off the turnover. So it was just a little bit of positioning stuff and just better defensive efforts really.
Right. So half time you got back in the game, then by three-quarter time you find yourself in the game, but 2 goals down. So again, is it just a repeat of that? Because it just looked to me that I don't know if you're aware of the domination inside the 50s. I think it was 64-41, your favour, guys' favour. You technically, I suppose, won the game in the last 3 or 5, or let's say 5 minutes. So it took a long time to get there. But just on the fact that you got so many players out, was there a change of? Because this is me speaking as a coach. I just thought that you had a good backup ruck. I thought English is a great ruckman, and he exhaust himself, but you had Lob go in there, and a couple of times I saw Darcy do some ruck work. Does it change the complexity of the way you guys play with those 3 in the side?
Well, good thing about Lobby is he's a bloody good second ruck. If you put him against, I would say, every second ruck in the comp, we back him in, and he can hold his own against first rucks. So we love the fact that he can get there, and he's good on ground level. He's got good follow-up. And then the big thing when we give Tim a rest and Lobbies in the ruck, we obviously go, a bit smaller up forward. We try to use our numbers a little bit better. Felt like we were probably, Collingwood drop back and get numbers to support, and felt like we're probably going a little quick, and that's what you see with those inside 50 numbers. They're a little bit too quick, a little bit too direct to sort of their players. So we're trying to find, a target in between going forward, and it felt like we were able to do that, lower our eyes a little bit, and then isolate their forwards in 1v1s because their defence had to come up.
Yeah, well, I know Ben's going to ask you a question, but I just want to say, well done, mate. I've been a favourite of you. Just watching you play, I just reckon you do your job so well. Well done.
Yeah, thanks.
Taylor, just a couple of quick ones. The second one will make sense after the first, but you've played with a lot of great players. Just a word on Marcus Bontempelli and what makes him so special?
Good players don't sit there and go, I need to do extra now and step up in the big moments. He just continues to work, and I think with players that have the work rate of Bont, they'll eventually find opportunities to have impact. And you see him, he works goal line to goal line. In last quarter, he gets down, isolates on a smaller player just through work rate, and is able to take a mark on the goal line and kick a goal. Like, that doesn't happen because he's a superstar, in which he is, but he just works his butt off. And of all the great players I've played with, he's probably he is the best two-way runner, all-round midfielder I've ever seen and played with. He's just unbelievable. So as much as he's got the natural talent and the work rate and puts in the work midweek, he's just absolute workhorse and does everything for the team.
Now, I don't know if you're aware of this, but I assume you are. You were put on report in an incident during the game with Nick Dacos, a swinging arm. How would you describe what happened?
Nick was sort of holding on to me a little bit, and I just tried to throw him off with my arm going back, and it slipped up a bit. So, it's definitely probably a free kick, but who knows? Who knows? Yeah. I'm trying to make a case myself here, but like I said, just a thing of trying to shove him off me, get him off me, and it wasn't quite the right thing to do in the end, but we'll see.
You're confident you'll get off?
I don't know if I can comment because I got reported last year. I thought I was going to get off and I didn't, and I've seen a few others that have. So I'm it's up in the air.
Okay. Enjoy the 2014 Premiership reunion tomorrow. What will that look like?
I got an email and it looks like I'm bloody doing an appearance. They've got us working the game in conference luncheons and all that type of crap. So I was hoping to get out of that, but no, it'd be good just to see everyone. And then coincidentally, it's Jack Gunston's 250th as well, so it's going to be an awesome day to celebrate, the team, but also Jack, and we'll probably have a few beers after.
Go and enjoy it. Nice. Appreciate your time. Thanks, Taylor.
Cheers.
There is Taylor Giray from the Dogs with us post-game here on ABC Sport.
It's amazing. I said to Lingy, am I reading this right, his date of birth? Because I just did not
33
think...
years old.
I had him late 20s.
Yep.
And I don't know why I had him late 20s, but I reckon he's a late starter.
Yeah.
I don't reckon and I'm just trying to work this out. If he's played his first game in 2013, born in 91, so it makes him around about 22, which is a late start.
Yeah. But he's still, the way he's running around, you're right. He's so important for them. Still looks completely fine. It's fun. And we're so much better now at refusing to just say, players turn 30.
Goodbye.
See you later. Got to find someone.
Well, look at Jonesy. Jonesy's the same. He's 30-something.
Just on that, do you think he's in any trouble? We asked him to comment on it.
I don't think he is.
We shouldn't be.
It was probably too light. I mean, it was a swinging left arm behind him, and the elbow caught the cheekbone or the jaw of Nick Dacos. Nick grabbed at it briefly and then played on.
Yeah, very briefly.
So you would think that the contact isn't enough to warrant missing a week. Sam Darcy, however, probably will, you would think, get a week, Lingy. I mean, it was late. It's a 50-metre penalty.
Definitely a 50, agreed with that. Maybe make a case for a fine, but I don't know. No, I didn't. Now, of course, outcome, if he knocked Maynard out.
Yes.
Then we're talking, is it 3 weeks? Is it 4 weeks? Is it 5? What are we talking? So maybe it should be punished for the action. I don't know. But
I don't think he hit him in the head at all.
No, he did grab at his head, though, a little bit. Yeah. Maybe he was just doing that. I don't know. I didn't think enough for a suspension. I certainly don't think Taylor Duray deserves a suspension.
Do you think Sam Newman could go to the tribunal and clear him, Mick, so he can play next week?
Well, if he gives the same evidence he gave for me, they get off. Anyway, Benny,
he helped you out, didn't he?
Yeah, well, of course he helped me out. That's what you do in those days.
That's what we...
I know, we might need the player evidence to get off Taylor Duray. Sam Darcy was the other one, where he jumped into the back of Braden Maynard early on in the game. How do you both see it, Lingy and Mick?
I don't think so. I'm not giving him a week. I'm giving him a fine.
Yeah, I'm with Lingy.
Here's a question.
It's late. It's late. It's marked. You take the mark, or in the process of marking, it's 50-metre penalty.
Sam Darcy played his 18th career game tonight. When they finish their career, who's going to be the most celebrated player? Sam Darcy or Max or Ben King?
Sam Darcy.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
The King brothers have come in full of hype, haven't they?
They'll still do well.
I was going
to say, please don't take that as I don't think they're going to have wonderful careers.
Not at all. But isn't it? It's just going to be a pleasure over the next decade to watch all three key big forwards kick goals, dominate games.
You'll come up the green.
Can I jump in and say, Ben King is going to have a wonderful midfield kicking the ball to him. I think there's going to be some real dynamic play. I would love to see Max King's team move the football with any intent to take the ball forward and score and get it to him.
Exactly.
He must be so frustrated at the moment.
Until I can see that.
Yeah, and that's not his fault.
No, it's not.
No, it's not. And the longer it goes and into a season and it's not happening, the more doubts you have. You try to come up the ground a bit further. You try to go back further. You try all sorts of things that aren't working, and your confidence goes. So it's probably unfair to judge players until you see who's in front of them.
Yeah.
Could you imagine him playing at Collingwood? He could very well do that with Dacos kicking it to him, or Dacos kicking it to him, or Pendlebury dropping it over to him, or De Goey hitting him. So it depends on where you play sometimes.
I'll tell you right now, and I wouldn't blame him
for leaving
if he said, I'm going to go and find something that works better for me.
Yeah.
It's his career. It's his legacy that he's going to leave behind. It's his earning capacity for dollars that he makes.
What is he, 23, 24?
23.
He's 23. You don't last a lot, and they both had knees. Yep. They both had shoulders. You don't last a long time in the game. And I'm not advocating leaving the club, but they've got to look at it and go, what are we doing wrong not to put this ball in the vicinity?
You got to seriously look at it though, don't you, as a player? Because if you're sitting back, it's just your Max King, you're sitting in your lounge room and you flick past the Sydney Swans game and you see the way that Goulden and Warner and Heaney move the ball through the middle of the ground, you think, oh, wow, I wouldn't mind that sort of ball movement going on down the field to me. Maybe I start looking somewhere else. Compared to the type of ball movement, the type of play style that he's currently facing.
And he was the one that looked like he was going to be cemented there, and his brother was the one, perhaps at Gold Coast. You go, well, but then you look at the Gold Coast centre line now, and you go, wow.
Olive Rowell, Anderson, Lukosius is going to take a
Miller.
Just a quick little sidebar. I'm really big on this. I think Damien Hardwick in a 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years, we will speak about as one of the best coaches of this generation because the talent he has at the Gold Coast Suns ascending into their prime, but also the talent he has coming down the pike. So in the under-16s last year, the Gold Coast Suns had 5 of their academy players in the All-Australian team.
Yep.
5 in the best.
Yeah, I don't know where you can get them all these days, can you, with all the points?
Oh, I think they might. You're right. The points make it harder, and there's a lot of work going on at the moment to make a fair price being paid for academy.
I think there's a few Melbourne-based clubs who are pushing the agenda to make sure that you can't get the whole 5.
Yeah, because a lot of their arguments are starting to stem from... So clubs like the Gold Coast Suns put a lot of money into their academy, which is great, so they get the players from about 12 years of age onwards. But also the fact that even through their Auskick programs and everything like that, a lot of AFL staff are paid to run.
That's right, where they're not here.
Programs where they're not here, you rely on volunteers. So I think there's a little bit of angst starting to appear, saying, hang on. But the AFL wants the Gold Coast Suns to win a premiership and the Giants and those northern states teams, which is fair enough. It's a national competition, but it's just making sure that an uneven playing field doesn't get skewed too far the other way.
There's going to be a lot of talent for Dimmer to just work with up there on the Gold Coast. I think he's going to have a good time with it. I think it was Jim Maxwell. He's sneezing on air now, Kel. I thought Sniffles was at home, Corbett Middlemass.
If you're stumpy, I'm sneezy.
Well, there you go.
I thought my mic was off, sorry.
That's all right. Jim Maxwell did that in the Tour of New Zealand. He said, in comes Cummins, he bowls a chew, and he glides it down to third man for a single. Couldn't believe it. Just didn't break stride.
Wouldn't miss a beat.
Jim. He never does. Just a quick word on Collingwood. So a suggestion by Matthew Lloyd that he's concerned, given their injury list, that their season may derail so much that they could miss the 8. Do you disagree with that sentiment?
Yeah, I do. I'm looking at the sides that are outside the 8. Fremantle, touch and go. Gold Coast and Bulldogs. Adelaide have dropped 2 games they should have won. So I reckon that's just about... They'll hunt sides. Hawthorn will hunt sides. The only 2 sides I can see outside, in all honesty, is the Gold Coast and Bulldogs. But you've got to look at who's going to fall out. I still think probably the most... There's a case for every side to say they're good when they're good, but they can be absolutely horrid. And, Port Adelaide proved that last night. They've got no forward line. And they're not going to get a forward line because Dixon and Marshall are good against the bottom sides, no good against the top side. So, they're going to make it. They're going to win enough games to make the 8, but not have an impact. You got Geelong. We don't know. They've only beaten one side in the front 8. Carlton, if they get their act together, who knows? Collingwood, when they get all their players back. Sydney are a very, very good side. Melbourne, only 5 players. The rest of them, honestly, their bottom 6 or 7 are very identifiable, and they don't score.
Yep. So they could win King's birthday, but it's a tough one. They beat North Melbourne.
GWS, I reckon, if they can get their side and keep it intact, they're going to have a couple of sessions where they don't play well, like every club. But if I just reckon that they could be the side down the track if they can keep their players.
Get rolling.
Yep, my word.
I agree. Do you want me to do the votes, Benny?
Very quickly, thanks, Lingy.
No worries at all. Adam,
you're worried I was going to miss the rookie in the host chair, weren't you?
Adam Treloar gets the 1 vote, 37 disposals, a goal, 11 clearances. He was terrific. Nick Dacos gets 2 votes, which is pretty clear cut. 2 goals, 32 disposals, 16 clearances. Superb game by him, and would be normally worthy of the 3 votes. But influence, stats, gut feel, whatever the hell you want to call it, Marcus Bontempelli, 38 disposals, 2 goals, 9 tackles, 10 clearances, and that thing that you can't even measure really in a statistic, just leadership and true grit, Marcus Bontempelli with the 3 votes.
The intangibles, I like it. And Lingy, you're right, I'd forgotten about the votes. So
I got your back, mate.
Good you've trusted your guts again with the votes and there. Big thank you to Sneezy, Kel. Great work over the course of the evening as always.
Good job, Benny, filling in.
Yeah, Corby will be back next week. He won't be back tomorrow by the sounds of things.
No, so you want against up?
Yep. We can just run it back again with Adam Ramanauskas. Steve McBurney, the umpire's boss, is going to join us.
Wow.
As well as Marcus Bontempelli. Big day on AFL.
What was
Saturday.
your nickname, Mick, when you were playing?
Mick.
No frills.
Something that rhymes with that sometimes as well.
No,
Bush
Boy. Very,
Bush Boy?
Yeah, a few of the boys. It's Stephen Ray. Thanks to Stephen Ray, got that. And that's Dave.
Good night, Bush Boy.
We've got to go. A big thank you to our tech, Stu Hollywood Baker. Tim Hodges, the birthday boy, UKL, Mick, Lingy. Also Mitch Turner back in the studio. AFL Saturday tomorrow from midday. It's been Friday night footy here on ABC Sport, and the Bulldogs winning by 18 points. Good night.
The Men's T20 Cricket World Cup.
He's rolled. That's it.
Live from the USA and West Indies. It all starts June 2nd.
What about that? Unbelievable.
On the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport Digital Radio. Your home of BBC Stumped.